At the ruins of the abandoned fortress, this female adventurer was trying to slip away when she was surrounded by a pack of wolf demons. Even worse, one of them suddenly lunged and knocked her flat for no apparent reason. The desert wolves are chasing her quickly, jumping up in an instant to seize her. She seems to have fallen into despair, unable to run faster or fight back. But just then, a flash of light appeared. No one saw clearly, only knowing that after regaining their composure, a wolf demon had been defeated. It was knocked out with a single strike, a sharp sword piercing through the monster's throat. Then a cloaked figure appeared, fully covered from head to toe. The female mage thought that was the person who saved her and silently breathed a sigh of relief. But the system showed that this person was only level 1, and she once again fell into despair. The swordsman then lowered his hood to reveal a handsome face and eyes full of icy killing intent. He muttered to himself, "The strength of a level 3 monster is only this much." The desert wolves hesitated briefly after sensing the threat, but quickly regained their ferocity and charged forward. The monk didn't hesitate and immediately drew his sword, clashing with them like arrows flying. And in just a moment, he had taken down all of them. The 3 of them were extremely shocked, almost losing their lives to this pack of desert wolves. But somehow, someone at level 1 like that swordsman was able to defeat them. Even taking down 4 at once with such ease, this hair color doesn't seem like a beginner at all. "Something's wrong. Look over there," the female mage suddenly screams. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and realized that somehow dozens of desert wolves had gathered here. The 3 of them quickly turned and ran, and before leaving, the female squad leader didn't forget to warn the swordsman. "Run now. This is a horde of desert wolves powerful enough to wipe out an entire village. This is no joke. You'll be torn to pieces in front of hundreds of eyes." But the scholar only slightly turned his head, smiled half-heartedly with an air of arrogance and confidence, and replied, "So what?" After speaking, he reached out his hand and several cards appeared along with a message from the system. "Player Lam Yuen, are you sure you want to summon the Dry Bone Warrior?" Lam Yuen, with a blank face, confidently confirms his request, and the cards in his hand immediately shoot forward. When they land, they create a massive formation emitting a strange blue light. And then the ground started to crack open. From below, the White Ghost soldiers began to emerge and float up. They are level 3 Dry Fog Warriors with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense points, and an active skill called Tramsat. The White Mist Army that Lam Yuen just summoned is even more aggressive than the Lang Samok demons, and he is very confident about that. Now, let's see who will be torn to pieces first. And so, the 2 sides immediately charged at each other like monsters that haven't soaked in blood for a long time. 15 minutes later, all 16 Lang Samok demons were completely defeated by Lam Yuen's Dust Army. He gained 160 experience points along with 16 wolf fangs and 16 sets of their fur. The group hiding on the side was stunned by the scene, unable to believe that Lam Yuen could accomplish such an incredible feat alone, especially since he was just a level 1 player. Once the danger was over, the female mage in the group, Monman, approached to start a conversation. "May I ask, are you a mage? The spell you just used seems to be summoning magic, right?" "I'm also a mage, but I've never seen a skill like yours before." "Who said I was a mage?" Lam Yuen responded with an extremely indifferent look. The other party wanted to ask about his true profession, but Lam Yuen only smiled mysteriously and didn't intend to explain. Because his true profession is a Death Hunter, a forbidden class with SSS talent called Shadow Summoning Magic. Lam Yuen's identity is also very special. He is a space traveler from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious giant celestial body called Martin suddenly appear near Earth. 3 months later, a secret company launched a virtual reality game called The Immortal World, far surpassing the technological level of the era, shocking the entire world. To join this game, players must put on the virtual reality headset provided by the publisher, then they will enter a different world with almost completely realistic sensations. Here, humans are divided into different classes, and through constant leveling up, they will gain enough strength to face the monsters in the game. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, it was just a game. But one day, some people in the real world also gained abilities like those in the game, and they started calling this group the Chosen Ones of the Dark Spirit, emerging from the game into the real world to carry out countless brutal massacres against humanity. Lam Yuen's parents also died in the early days of that disaster. To resolve the crisis, humanity united the strength of all the Chosen Ones around the world to rise up and fight back. Unfortunately, they were repeatedly defeated by the divine spear of the evil spirit, forcing them to retreat step by step, and Lam Yuen also sacrificed himself in that final decisive battle. But unexpectedly, just an hour ago, he was reborn, returning to the very moment he first entered the immortal world. Moreover, this time the system assigned him a forbidden class that no one else can touch, with SAT's SSS talent. This made Lam Yuen believe that his rebirth also came with the mission to protect his family and the Earth, pushing him to quickly level up and increase his strength. Back in the present, standing before the corpses of those desert wolves, Lam Yuen decided not to waste such valuable resources. He immediately used the Shadow Resurrection spell on the corpses of these desert wolves. Immediately, the wolf pack seemed to come back to life, able to stand up and even look more ferocious than before. The biggest feature of this forbidden profession is that it grants Lam Yuen a warrior-like physique, while also allowing him to use the Dark Resurrection spell to turn slain monsters into undead fighters to battle in his place. Moreover, these undead monsters not only inherit their level and skills from when they were alive, but also gain a new ability called the Death Spirit Gate, which grants immunity to certain negative effects during combat. Lam Wein also possesses another innate talent called the Gate of the Underworld. This talent allows him to store the resurrected monsters using the Shadow Resurrection technique in the underworld space, and the storage capacity will gradually increase based on the user's level. It also means that as long as Lam Yuan's level is high enough, he will command a powerful and unbeatable army of death spirits. When the three girls saw Lam Wein resurrecting the desert demon zombies and taking them away, they couldn't help but smile, and their team leader asked, "This is reviving the dead into powerful undead, so who exactly are you?" "There's not much time left," Lam Wein replied indifferently, because he knew that the boss Ku Lang Tu Vong was about to appear in this asteroid desert. But instead of being tense, Lam Wein was very eager. It was time for him to fight the boss. Immediately after, the desert sky suddenly filled with many early clouds. Then, the desert sky cracked open, the rift widening as a sign that the death demon was arriving. And some players remembered that the official game website stated this boss's attack range reached up to 50 meters, causing others to flee in panic. But not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The Deathclaw is truly as terrifying as its name suggests. Large, powerful, and ferocious, it has already claimed many players' lives upon appearance. Although it is so fierce, no one dares to fight back because this level 6 boss has very high health, attack, and defense stats, and one player alone cannot defeat it. If you players don't work together and have a clear strategy, you'll only have the path of selling salt. In this immortal world, every feeling is incredibly real. So when faced with the Death Dragon, every player felt breathless, and even believed that such a terrifying monster could never be defeated. But that view doesn't include Lam Yuan, because while everyone else was busy finding a place to hide, he appeared alone and unarmed. The other players following Lam Wein's solitary steps couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Even with that determined look, Lam Wein was still just a newcomer, and they didn't believe he could hurt that monster. In the immortal world, monsters are ranked from weakest to strongest as common, elite, leader, lord, king, overlord, and divine. Although level chieftain monsters are just among the lower tier world bosses, they still pose a deadly threat to new players. Yet at this moment, Lam Yuan had already stopped right in front of the deathly dragon. The other players saw this and panicked. Some couldn't hold back and shouted, "Hey, are you crazy? Turn back now. You're just a newbie. Going up there is just asking for death." Lam Yuan heard but paid no attention because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss was now just so-so, and he was confident he could handle it. Seeing him stand alone in front of her, the deathly abyss boss was filled with rage. Its corners still dripped with the blood of other players, suddenly opening up as this boss activated its aggressive skill, the roar causing the ground to tremble and seem about to burst apart. Lam Wein calmly stood firm amidst the raging storm, and far from stopping there, the death dragon suddenly lunged at him, aiming to finish his opponent with a deadly skill called the Deathly Slash. Everyone's hearts clenched, believing that Lam Wein would surely meet a terrible end, but he remained remarkably calm. Lam Wein remembered that in his previous life, this level 6 death dragon had a real health value of 3,400 points and an attack power of 500 points due to the boss's increased abilities. For explorers in the Shattered Desert at that time, the highest level was only level 3, so they could only rely on team battles to have a chance to face it, and in his previous life, Lam Wein nearly lost his life in this team fight. But his brother in this life, after countless bloody battles before, is no longer the Lam Wein of the past. When the sharp claws of that monster were about to strike, Lam Wein quickly dodged to the side. Many players simultaneously looked on with worried expressions as they watched this scene, because Lam Yuan's speed was truly too fast. The Death Dragon was even angrier due to the missed opportunity, officially entering a berserk state and becoming much more aggressive. But Lam Yuan shows no sign of being threatened. He leans on the ground and activates a formation to stabilize his Mingyoi Gate. When that gate opens, Lam Yuan's powerful army of the undead appears. This scene surprises everyone even more. It's the first time they've seen something so strange. And as the living monsters spilled out, they wondered even more how Lam Yuan could turn so many level 3 desert demons into living monsters all by himself. On the way here, Lam Yuan kept fighting off small monsters and leveling up to level 3, and the storage limit of the Underworld Gate had also reached 30. Although this means I arrived a bit later than other players at the place where the Death Abyss appeared, it doesn't matter. According to the hate mechanism in the Immortal World, if the summoner is stronger than the summoned monster, then when both appear, the monster's first target will be the summoner. It only changes its target if it is actively attacked by the summoned monster. At this moment, Lam Wein's ancient Langsak zombies are surrounding the Death Lang and continuously attacking it. This is the moment Lam Wein has been waiting for to charge forward and attack. Use the hate mechanism to attract its attention just as the boss was about to attack its summoned creature, avoiding too many casualties among the blood creatures. Lam Wein's sharp sword extended over the monster, making it tilt its neck back with a painful cry. Immediately after, the attention of the Death Dragon King shifted back to Lam Wein, and it started ignoring the undead to chase after him. But at this moment, Lam Wein commands his army of undead to attack again, triggering the cycle of hatred once more. As time goes on, even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. Although each Lane Ghost Bite only causes 15 damage, with 3,400 health points, it won't last much longer. From the start, the battle was led by Lam Wein, and it's clear to everyone that the health of the Lang Ghost is steadily decreasing while he remains calm and composed. They secretly admired how powerful Lam Wein was, but at the same time a few thugs were staring intently at him, smiling slyly as if they were planning something. A few minutes later, Lam Wein had almost drained the blood of the deadly dragon. At this point, the boss's health value has dropped to just 500. He seizes the opportunity and launches a nearly critical hit with his sword. As they unleash this move, the Death Lizard immediately collapses to the ground, entering a dying state with 10 health points. At that moment, the gang from behind rushes in, waiting for this exact moment to swoop in and loot since Lam Wein's undead army has been completely wiped out by the boss. From then on, a few players behind who saw this scene shouted loudly to warn Lam Wein to be careful, but unfortunately for the thugs, Lam Wein was not someone easy to bully. He turned around, colder than ever, and swung a sharp sword, sending the three thugs flying. Not knowing his own strength, Lam Wein opened his mouth and uttered a few cold words. Although the ending for those three was completely deserved, the witnesses still couldn't help but feel shocked, as they couldn't believe that Lam Wein could truly take down all three level 3 bandits with just one move. At this moment, the former wolf had just managed to stand up with a bit of blood left, limping behind Lam Wein, but its fate had already been sealed. He immediately swung his sword for another strike, this time a true critical hit. The former Death Wolf was defeated, and Lam Wein initially received 480 experience points and a soul crystal. I'm really curious to see what rewards the first world boss in the game will drop. A moment later, a soul crystal and a parchment fell from the monster. Soul. Crystal is a gem that contains the power of the soul. When enough are collected, they can be exchanged at the Eternal Council for legendary equipment. But players can only access the Eternal Council after reaching level 60, where the residence of the spirit race allows further level ups. It's still too early for Lam Wein, but this soul crystal is the easiest way to obtain legendary gear. In the Immortal world, equipment levels are ranked from low to high as common: dark iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. New players usually only have basic equipment and rarely get black iron gear 2 hours ago, based on past experience. Lam Wein commanded 2 warriors to lure the elite level lizard to another place. Then, he was lucky to pick up a Thandong magic shield guarded by them, inside which was a black jade robe with effects of plus 30 defense, plus 10 spirit, and plus 10 agility. Currently, thanks to being the first to defeat the world boss, Lam Wein has received a hunter title. Its effect is that when equipped, it increases 10% attack power, 10% critical hit rate, and 10% magic damage. In the Immortal world, different titles can grant players various attributes or statuses. This hunter title really has a pretty good effect. Lam Wein is quite satisfied. It's finally time to open that silver duong bao. Inside are a bunch of items. First is the Silver Moon Saber, a silver quality weapon that contains the energy of light, increasing attack power by 100 points and agility attributes by 10. Next is a ring called Death Silver, also of silver quality, which increases 40 points of mental attribute when equipped. It also comes with an erosion beam skill that can be upgraded. At level 1, this skill deals 200% of the corrosive damage as magic damage to the enemy target, followed by consumable items such as healing potions that restore 20% of health and mana. Level 1 skill scrolls will increase skill proficiency by 100 points, and monster essence can be used to craft potions or drink directly. After drinking, it increases 10 points in strength, stamina, agility, or spirit. Lam Wein showed no major change in expression, but inside he was truly overjoyed. This harvest was really great. The first world boss in the game definitely brought very generous rewards. At this point, the experience points have been calculated, and Lam Wein's data has been updated by the system. He has advanced from level 3 to level 4. Each level up grants the player 5 attribute points to allocate freely. This time, Lam Wein allocated 3 points to spirit and 2 points to strength. After this level up, his attributes are now the highest among all players in the Desert of the Great Stone. In addition, the storage limit of the Underworld Gate has increased to 40 slots. Although all of Lam Wein's ghost wolves sacrificed themselves in this battle, he gained the ghost of the ancient Wolf King, so he didn't lose anything. Faced with Lam Wein's power, the old wolf once again rose up, adding to its previous skills, and learned a new skill called the Rage of the Immortal, increasing attack power by 10% and critical hit rate by 20% for its allies. The fallen old wolf is truly worthy of being a world boss, with not only a wide area damage skill, but also a crowd control ability that is far from ordinary. Now transformed into a wave of death, it has gained an additional skill beyond the lethal body effect. With the help of this deadly wave beast, Lam Wein is confident that very soon he will be able to fully restore the positions within the gate of the underworld. Watching Lam Wein turn the world boss into his own wave and chase it into that gate like catching chickens, the nearby spectators keep swallowing their saliva in tense anticipation. They felt that Lam Wein was even more terrifying than the world boss, and when faced with his cold, icy gaze, everyone automatically stepped aside, pretending they didn't exist. The 3 bandits had fallen, and from them a black iron level sword dropped. This is a pretty good weapon for low-level new players, but Lam Wein already has the Nian Nguyen Chi Cham, so he drew this sword and moved toward the group of lucky survivors hiding behind the bushes. A tense atmosphere surrounds this group, and they all think Lam Wein came to deal with them, but they are too scared to run. Lam Nguyen walks straight up to a player, the one who shouted the warning when attacked by the 3 bandits, and asks, "You were the one who warned me earlier, right?" That person tried to reply but couldn't find the words. Because of impatience, Lam Nguyen didn't even let the other person finish speaking, and immediately shoved the sword into his hand. The guy froze, not understanding what Lam Nguyen meant. "Thanks, you might find this gift useful." After saying that, he quickly walked away. The guy tightly held the sword and kept staring blankly at Lam Nguyen's back, while the other players quickly gathered around him and fell silent. "No way, he came here just to give you a sword." Looking closely, this sword is indeed made of black iron, and its current value is worth several 10,000 yuan. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert, Lam Nguyen suddenly felt that something was off. If he wasn't mistaken, this feeling meant the virtual reality helmet had run out of battery. There was no other choice, so Lam Nguyen had to log out of the immortal world and temporarily return to his real world. The screen in front of him still displayed the game's interface. The immortal world is a hyper-realistic panoramic game divided into multiple login zones based on different countries. Additionally, each login area includes different countries within the game to offer players more diverse choices. For example, the El Pas region where Lam Nguyen is located is divided into 4 countries: Western Makwuk, Southern Quy de Quoc, Bokmin de Quoc, and the Trio Teach archipelago. After reincarnation, Lam Nguyen made the same choice as before, which was to be born in the Western Mako Quoc, because in the previous plan, before he died, he discovered a secret. Lam Nguyen suddenly remembered the gem he saw on his chest. The Maguvang gem. Was that the emblem of the Western Mako Quoc Guild? The first believer of the Dark Starry Sky evil god was actually a human player. Lam Nguyen sat on the chair, his fingers lightly touching his chin, his eyes quietly lost in thought. "I remember, the first divine mark is the key figure in summoning the evil god to Lam Tin." As that thought arose, his gaze immediately turned cold with a flash of icy intent. And now, there are 3 years left before the evil god's arrival. If I can kill him during that time, maybe I can prevent the tragedy from repeating. Lam Nguyen sighed to himself, holding on to that one hope, just that badge. The dawn light breaks, and he gently rests his chin in thought. Only the guild in the western main city has a yellow gemstone. To reach the city lord, he must be level 10. If he wants to uncover this old rat's background, he needs to level up quickly. Suddenly, Lam Nguyen seemed to remember something. That's right. He opened the system menu that appeared before him with blue light flickering. Luong's aura flickered with green light, forming a space shield before Lam Nguyen, truly having unleashed the hidden power. In his palm, the object he crushed was a few players in the immortal world who could bring their in-game strength into the real world upon entering the game. Such individuals are called heavenly selections, also known as children of destiny, each possessing a powerful hidden profession and extremely high luck stats. It is the main fighting force to counter the evil gods in the final stage. Luong Nguyen gently recalled that previously, "I only gained character abilities in the game when the disaster on Lam Tin erupted in the real world, but this time it came much earlier." He pursed his lips, his facial muscles tense to hide the rising emotions. It seems that the forbidden profession of the Death Hunter is truly not simple. Just I wonder how this differs from the heavenly chosen with hidden professions. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door interrupted Luong Nguyen's train of thought. He stepped forward and stopped in front of the door. Yes, this is the time. In front of Luong's parents was a steaming plate of food. Mr. Luong looked puzzled, and Nguyen was still here. Luong Nguyen placed a plate of chicken in the center. Everything was ready. "Let's eat now," she said happily as she patted his shoulder with her chopsticks. "Old Luong, don't you recognize me? It's rare for you to do this. It's Nguyen's photo, so eat quickly." Mr. Luong nodded. "Okay." He stood there watching Lam's happy smile. A common trait of people is that only when they lose something do they truly realize its meaning and try to make up for it. Luong Nguyen recalls the times when Dudu was playing games in his room, the days of carefree happiness, and the sounds of arguments echoing. If this child keeps obsessing over games like that, he will completely ruin himself. I can't just say little anymore, or else Nguyen will be upset again later. Luong Nguyen witnesses her parents dying before her eyes, and when disaster takes everything away, she returns to the present and sits down to serve them food. Today is Sunday, why isn't Tua Dan coming home for dinner? Mrs. Luong happily picks up a piece of meat to her mouth, and Dan says she needs to prepare for the upcoming exam and bring food to school for practice. That's right, whenever there's free time, I'll bring food to the girl. Takeout is never as good as freshly cooked rice. As soon as I took a bite, she praised it enthusiastically. I didn't expect Nguyen to know how to cook. This chicken wing is delicious. Old Luong, don't compete with me. He's spoiled. Fine, everything is for you. Mr. Luong looked at his actions with some suspicion. Luong Nguyen feeds him with a smile, saying he will learn more dishes in the future. Both of them listen and nod in agreement as they eat. Mrs. Luong was moved to tears. Mr. Luong nodded gently with a smile. In the following days, he began intense physical training, aiming to better control the strength gained from the game in the real world by building a solid foundation with a strong physique. Luong Uyển nỗ lực đánh bao cất giới nặng cao thể trạng của mình. Những ngày sau rổ, anh lại chạy bộ, xem giọng họ 50m, 5,5 giây cũng không tệ nhưng vẫn còn nhiều tiềm năng dễ cải thiện. Sweat dripped down his face as if he didn't know fatigue. And it was time to go home. Instantly, the system panel lit up and revealed a mysterious new space. The swirling wind gradually surrounds Luong and leads him into a new space, where you step into a desert of shattered rocks illuminated by falling light, with shadows of birds flying low and softly skimming the ground. They swiftly fly overhead, accompanied by screams. Luong Uyen slightly raises his eyebrows, his sharp gaze sweeping upwards. The fierce beast swooped down from above, tearing through the wind straight at him. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, the system notification sounded. The common level 2 beast has 40 health, 20 attack, 2 defense, and a piercing attack skill. Luong Uyen calmly raises his sword, executing a swift move, and it was cut in half before it could even scream. Killed 3 vicious beasts and gained 15 experience points. He turned his head with a cold, disdainful look, only then earning 15 experience points. But a flicker of something flashed in Luong Uyen's eye corner. A bright green light spread across his body. Suddenly, a giant foot with sharp claws appeared from the darkness. The desert wolves slowly approached, their glowing red eyes flashing in their yellow faces. He attracted such a large pack of wolves. Luong Yen quickly took out a bottle of medicine from his shirt and unscrewed the cap. He stands in front of them without hesitation and drinks it all in one gulp. In an instant, Luong Uyen rushes forward, moving with a speed that seems to whirl everything around him. The essence of the monster has been used, attributes increased by 10. Now is the time. The desert wolf demon with claws charges straight at him with incredible force. Keep heating up. Luong Uyen moves straight ahead, his sword flashing like lightning as he cuts through their heads, successfully defeating 4 desert wolf demons. Before he can catch his breath, 2 more desert wolf demons suddenly charge at him from nowhere. He charged forward, his sword flashing in a swift slash, successfully eliminating 10 desert wolf demons. Luong Uyen's foot touched the ground, his strength anchoring him firmly. The continuous growling sounds echo from their side. The desert wolves keep changing tactics, surrounding him from all directions. Luong Uyen gasped for breath, clutching his sword tightly, his eyes radiating a cold, commanding aura. Just in time. Luong Uyen advances forward, his sword flashing as it sweeps through them, blood splattering with each strike. You have successfully defeated 20 desert wolf demons. You have successfully defeated 30 desert wolf demons. You have successfully defeated 40 desert wolf demons. Congratulations on reaching level 5. They turn around and enter the open gate of the underworld, and after 2 battles, the number of demons inside the gate has been fully replenished. The system suddenly announced that Luong Uyen, level 5 hunter with the Forbidden Dark Resurrection skill and 50/50 strength, 22 physique, 45 agility, 48 spirit, and 38,125 to experience, has slightly glanced down, and after consuming monster essence to boost 4 main attributes, he can now solo high-level elite monsters. Thus settles as Luong Uyen gazes directly at that city, so it's time to find that person now. In a distant town called Tran Haksha, crowds flow back and forth, Luong Uyen's face cold, walking among the people, stopping in front of a small house. The door slowly opens and the light from outside shines into the interior. Inside, a red-faced person holding a wine jar asks, "Who is it?" That is Qian Shi, the mentor at Black Sand Town. Luong Uyen stepped inside and said, "Master Qian Shi, I've come to learn skills. In Immortality, skills are usually obtained from skill books dropped by monsters and treasures. But in addition, each profession has a corresponding mentor responsible for teaching skills." He silently recalled his past. This was the same mentor for newcomers from his previous life when he was a mage. "Qian Shi," he said drunkenly, "so I have enough money for half a month of drinking." Luong Uyen recalled his past life when he was a mage, and the Death Hunter was a forbidden profession. That means he knew very little about this class, but in terms of combat style, it could be considered a magic-based profession. Luong Uyen thought for a moment before acquiring the hunter's unique skill. He could still learn the common skills of a mage. Then he took out a small bag of money and said, "I want to learn soulfire magic, healing magic, and stealth magic." The small bag of money disappeared from Luong Uyen's hand and reappeared in Qian Shi's with money. It's easier to talk. Seeing the bag full of coins, he couldn't help but feel happy. Qian Shi extends his hand. A green energy orb appears in it. "Young man, keep trying. Congratulations to the player for acquiring 3 skills: Mage Profession, Soulfire Magic, and Shadow Technique. Level 1. Effective, dealing 100% magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown 10 seconds, proficiency 0 out of 100. Healing spell. Hak Thiet, Level 1. Effective, applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% health. Consumes 10 mana, 3-minute cooldown, proficiency 0 out of 100, stealth skill. Hak Thiet, Level 1. Effective, enter stealth mode. It lasts for 5 seconds. Costs 10 mana, has a 3-minute cooldown, and is at level 0 out of 100. Looking at the information on the system panel, the park ranger is deep in thought, with the fire spirit ensuring ranged attack power and healing magic capable of curing himself and allies. But these are just the basic skills. To learn more advanced abilities, you need to find additional resources, so let's keep going and level up. At a mountain called Black Sand Mountain in the eastern part of Black Sand City, he just entered when the system announced, "Congratulations on discovering the dog-headed monster cave." He frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes, as the head of the dog was the most suitable monster for him to use his undead legion to level up, both in quantity and level. Then, Long Yuan took out a bottle of medicine, bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago, and the system notification appeared again, a night vision potion that lasts 30 minutes. providing a 3-meter radius of vision in dark environments. He stands by the gate as the desert hellhound appears, using them not only for leveling, but also to master stealth and soulfire techniques while opening a few treasure chests. Long Yuan points the forging tool forward, giving the order for them to lead the way, and the system displays a message. Normal forging, effective, 5-meter vision radius. He and the desert wolf demon march slowly deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, Long Vian and them are still walking through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes turning cautious and toxic. Immediately afterward, the force pressed the forging tree deep inside. The forging tree immediately illuminates the space inside. The system sounds again, revealing the dog-headed miner. Common level 5, 120. Health 30 attack, weak defense, skills in mining and breaking. Quietly thinking to himself, a dog-headed miner has appeared. The flames inside suddenly burst out, casting a fiery red glow around them. The desert wolf demon packs howled, charging like a sandstorm. Long Vian rushes forward, killing them all without leaving a single one alive. The dog-headed miner grips his weapon tightly, his teeth bite fiercely and roars as he charges into the attack. He charged into the crowd, his sword swinging repeatedly, slicing through the air and cutting them apart, killing 2 of the wolf-like miners. They howled and charged together, weapons aimed straight at the desert wolf monsters, activating their destructive skills. On the other side, Long Vian swiftly took down a few of the dog-headed miners in just a few moves. Having already eliminated 8 dog-headed miners, these enemies are not very strong individually. The key is to avoid their axes. No matter how many they take down, they keep appearing, the pack of dog-headed miners charging forward with weapons raised and howling. A faint smile flickers on his lips. He quietly presses his mask without a sound, activating his stealth skill. Their axes cut through the air, plunging into the ground and splashing water everywhere. Suddenly, Long Vian appears from behind, emanating a chilling aura that makes you shiver. Idiot, I'm here. They haven't had time to turn around when the blade flashed, and the death scythe was immediately cut apart with blood splattering everywhere, killing 20 of the dog-headed miners. He leapt and landed steadily on a large rock, his cold eyes looking down below. Hearing the sound from the system menu, Long Vian simply smiled faintly, activated the stealth spell, level 1 effect, entered stealth mode, lasting 5 seconds, consumes 10 mana, cooldown 3 minutes, proficiency 5 out of 100. He silently thought that his stealth proficiency had indeed been refreshed. In that moment, Long Vian's deep red eyes flashed, but the attributes of these ordinary level dog-headed people were still too weak. Leveling up with them was too slow. In front of him, they radiated a dark aura, staring at him intently as if waiting for orders. The system immediately began the check process, confirming the level 15 normal dog-headed miner with 120 stamina, 30 attack, and defense. No skills recorded, including mining and destruction, with damage not exceeding 5% of the target's health. Lam Yen slowly raises his spear, pointing it forward, then lets you replace the ghost wolves. Go now and quickly find the boss here. He and they stepped slowly through the fog and gradually delved deeper into the mountain. As he was walking, Lam Yen's steps suddenly halted in the quiet mountain path. On the stone surface, something is gently moving, making a grating, unpleasant sound. His lips move slightly, and a bright blue flame suddenly appears in his hand, having found the target. Lam Yen shot a blaze like a lightning bolt, leaving a streak of blue light in the air, destroying the slim enemy and gaining 4 experience points. Behind him, the red eyes flickered in the darkness, fixed intently on him. A few shadows suddenly burst out from the darkness. They are the dog-headed overseer, with blazing red eyes, swinging his arm fiercely, vigilant and sharp. Level 6, health 350, attack 100, defense 10, skills, mining, and strike. The dog snarled and lunged to bite the bird that was pecking at the ground. As always, the law of the jungle is that the strong eat the weak, an unchanging rule in nature, a link in the food chain where predators are also prey. But behind, a snake quietly slithered out, its flickering eyes following. The snake opened its mouth wide, its sharp fangs gleaming as it lunged straight ahead with danger lurking in every shadow. The sound of the wind rushing past echoes as the dog's head is forcefully thrown back, and dust billows up thickly. The dust rises so densely that it completely obscures the figure inside. In that moment, the wolf suddenly flipped over, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. But predators sometimes appear in the guise of prey in a sinister way. Lam Juyan's red eyes suddenly flashed, emanating a cold aura, just like at this very moment. In the thick fog of the village, he reached out and grabbed the approaching rope, holding it tightly so it couldn't move. Lam Yuyan's 5 fingers clenched tightly, making a chilling cracking sound. I've got you now. He suddenly jerked the chain, pulling it so hard that the dog-headed creature was thrown forward. Then it was flung away and slammed hard onto the ground. The dog-headed twisted figure rose up, howling loudly with eyes blazing red in fury. But immediately after, a cold shadow swiftly passed by. Lam Yuyan's sword swung down, striking it fiercely. Steel flashed amid the dust, killing the dog-headed creature in one blow. It coldly delivered a series of slashes, body torn apart, collapsing to the ground. The massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, lying motionless, with heavy rumbling sounds echoing across the mountain range. He tilted his head slightly, glancing quickly to the back. Suddenly, they burst out from the shadows, nearly 100 of them, roaring loudly as they lift their heads and howling fiercely, with the curved horns activating their bloodthirsty skill and charging into a berserk state. The bloodthirsty state increases attack speed by 40%, movement speed by 25%, lasting for 60 seconds. Amid the roaring chaos, Lam Huyen remained still, his gaze calm. Over 50 creatures, a promising number, but our side's formation isn't bad either. He raised his hand, muttering a spell, and the army of undead slowly emerged from the green smoke in the village, appearing one after another. Lam Huyen quietly issued a strict command to the monsters, preparing for the slaughter. He raises his hand to order them to charge, officially beginning. Both sides rush in simultaneously, and the battle erupts in a fierce clash, each strike and roar echoing loudly, turning this place into a battlefield of madness. The undead wolf howled fiercely, head raised high, while the savage wolf howled with steel. The dog-headed officers suddenly felt dizzy. Their movement slowed, and the dog-headed man was falling into a fainting state. Lin Huyen's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light, and this was the moment. Kem Do raised his shining steel high, commanding, "Kill." The system notification rang out along with their corpses scattered around. You have successfully killed the dog-headed foreman 5 times, 20 times, 10 times, and 40 times. Congratulations on reaching level 6. They growl and rush forward. Zombie dog-headed foreman. Elites level 6. Health points 350. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills. Excavation, National Defense, Deathly Body. The chaotic dog-headed officers hurriedly scrambled to escape as Lam Huyen charged from afar like a lightning bolt, aiming to catch her. The sword in his hand swung to cut through them, but first asked my sword. Suddenly, something from above swooped down and struck Lam Huyen. The next attack aimed straight at him. Lam Huyen quickly dodged to the side as the boss activated the heavy strike skill. The head dog leader growled angrily, then softly snorted and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The weapon rushes forward, sparks flying as a blazing red light illuminates the entire space. The head dog leader was stunned, eyes fixed on the hammer lodged in the cliff. Taking advantage, Lam Huyen swiftly lunged with his sword like lightning. This was the moment. The sharp blade slashed forward, aiming straight at it but causing no harm. The sword in his hand was knocked back by the powerful strike. Lam Huyen quickly retreats, eyes ready to defend against the next attack, proving his skill as a leader's guard, yet he can't break through. In his fury, the dog-headed leader pulls out the talisman and growls loudly. He suddenly froze, eyes wide as he looked ahead. Lam Huyen's eyes were fixed on the giant hammer about to fall on them. As soon as the hammer touched, he suddenly leapt back, dust billowing beneath his feet. Lam Huyen used his foot to block, so he wouldn't be thrown away. He slightly leans forward, his gaze carefully assessing. Indeed, the attack pattern of the monster leader is far from monotonous like that of the elite monsters. This power overall is at least 2 to 3 times stronger than that of the elite monsters. A blue flame erupts from Lam Huyen's fingertips, first widening the gap to ensure continuous attack. The undead slowly advance, forming a circle, rising, twisting, pounding, and howling. Everyone launched their moves at once, and it quickly counterattacked. The boss's first attack was not powerful, but a strong attack triggered double critical damage. He raised his hand forward and ordered decisively, "Go." They immediately lunged to bite and tear at the dog-headed leader. The undead howl in fury, unleashing a group skill, the Rage of the Immortal. Attack at 0.10%, with a 20% increase in critical chance. Even when thrown into the air, the undead still resolutely bite the dog-headed leader fiercely. The Rage of the Immortal. Attack at 0.10%, with a 20% increase in critical chance. Its eyes blazing red, thunder roared down from the sky, and the lightning struck fiercely, but the living corpses still clung tightly, refusing to let go of the dog-headed leader. A fireball blazes in Lam Huyen's palm, activating the Soul Fire technique. The fireball splits into dozens of smaller flames that attack it. If I remember correctly, the head dog leader has very low resistance to magic, around 20 or 30. When hit, he roars in pain, opening his mouth wide, saliva spilling everywhere, his red eyes full of rage. The dog-headed leader charged forward, swinging his arm with force directly at Lam Huyen. He shot a sharp, confident look, activating his stealth skill. Lam Huyen's body moved slightly, suddenly appearing behind it. If he was determined to come all the way to the door himself, I wouldn't hold back anymore. He trusted his keen eyesight to spot the gap in the body armor of the dog-headed leader, which was right here, an unprotected patch of skin. Lam Huyen immediately strikes with his sword, aiming for a vital spot. A loud thud echoes as blood gushes from its neck. The dog-headed leader's eyes widened in pain as he staggered back, swinging his hammer fiercely toward him with terrifying force. Lam Huyen quickly and lightly jumps back, flicks his finger, then leaps up, grabbing tightly onto its leather shoe. The deadly assassin lunged forward with claws raised and then struck down, the sound dry and tearing through space. The assassins charged to attack the dog-headed leader, just as it swung its hammer to counterattack, breaking through the armor. Lam Huyen concentrates her power, creating a series of blue circular flames, launching at the dog-headed leader. Smoke and fire billowing, dealing 30-40-40 damage. It painfully lifted its head and howled to the sky. Suddenly, the subordinate of the dog-headed leader charged out from the shadows. Lam Huyen snorted coldly, her sharp gaze following as she struggled before dying. Both sides charged at each other, clashes and growls echoing as system notifications kept ringing out. You have successfully killed 15 wolf-headed soldiers and 10 wolf-headed officers. You have successfully killed the wolf-headed man 20 times. You have successfully killed the wolf-headed man 35 times. The wolf-headed leader realizes the danger and tries to turn and run, but you immediately appear in his way. Lam Huyen slowly draws his sword, coldly leaving the enemy alive. He leaps into the air, the blade swiftly slashing directly at the head of the dog-headed leader. With a single slash, its head was severed from the body, blood spraying everywhere. The large body of the dog-headed leader fell to the ground along with the system notification ringing out. You have successfully killed a dog-headed person. Experience plus 50. Lam Yen smiled and opened the system check panel. Congratulations on reaching level 7. He frowned thoughtfully, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Level 7, very good. Player. Lam Yen, level 7. Nya. Spirit smiths are forbidden. Innate talent, the art of wielding dark magic. Gate of the Underworld, 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Physical condition, 23. Speed, 45. Spirit, 50. Experience 168 out of 27,451. He couldn't help but ponder. 10 levels away from reaching the main Western Mac. Just one more step. Lam Yin looked at the two screens in front of her. As for the invisibility spell and the Fire Soul technique, proficiency has also been raised to level 2, doubling the effectiveness. Soul Fire Magic, Black Iron, level 2. Effectiveness, deals 200% magic damage to the target. Cost, 10 mana. Waiting for recovery, 10 seconds. Proficiency level, 20 out of 200. Invisibility technique, Black Steel. Rank, level 2. Effect activated, entering invisibility mode. Last 10 seconds, consumes energy. Magic power 10, waiting for 3 seconds to recover. Proficiency level, 10 out of 200. His eyes suddenly flicked to the side as if he saw something. Lam Yen stepped closer. A strange object appeared on it, a bronze talisman. He steps forward, pauses for a moment, then slowly reaches out and opens the case. As it opens, a blinding light flashes out. Immediately after, countless gold coins flew out and the system sound rang out instantly. Received a dog leather bag. Immortal. The haunting martial arts move opens the item. Dog leather bag. Received 20 gold coins. I remember that soon major global banks will open channels for international trade and currency exchange. 20 gold coins exchanged for real-world currency is also 200,000. Not bad. The system instantly appraises each newly appeared item, making it indestructible. Effect. Can provide vision within a 3-meter radius for players in dark environments. No time limit. Skull mask, bronze sword, type, weapon. Effective. After wearing it, physical damage is reduced by 5% with an additional 10 physical and 10 strength. Lam Yen Vuongtae grabbed the glowing set of haunting gauntlets, and the system immediately provided information about it. The haunting gauntlet, silver white, weapon type, effective. The gauntlet matches the strength of the head of the dog-headed person. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He immediately put it on. Luckily, it's not too bad. In the bright tone, it once again reveals a white silver-grade weapon. Can this move match the strength of the head of the dog-headed group? It really makes you eager to try. Outside, near the dog-headed people's cave, their bodies lay scattered on the ground. Guild Blood, O Society leader Huan Fai Long. Profession, warrior, rank, level 8. He stands on a high rock, throwing his weapon into the air. It seems the recent training session has been quite effective. It's only been a minute, and we've already killed 30 desert wolf demons. He laughs coldly. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't do. Blood Oath Society Vice President Huan Fai Ho. Assassin, thief, rank, level 5. The crowd standing to one side keeps flattering them. No wonder they are the chairman and vice chairman. One strike to kill so many wolf demons. Their strength is indeed formidable. That's right, we'll meet the trash fish from the Loi Men Guild again. We can definitely kill them without waiting for the armor. That's right. Fiho let out a cold, hollow laugh. If it weren't for the fact that some time ago, that Lam Yuyan somehow appeared out of nowhere. We already took the boss's core long ago. Which guild dares to challenge us now? On the large screen set up in the wilderness, the system's voice rings out. The world boss, the Death Crouching Wolf, has been slain by player Lam Yuyan. After hearing that, they all were stunned. What? He pursed his lips, a look of disdain on his face. I don't know if that guy has any luck. If I meet him, I'll see if I don't teach him a lesson. Fai Long quickly stepped back to remind him. Fai Ho, how many times have I told you? Don't act rashly. He frowns and assesses you. Lam Yuan's strength is not to be underestimated. Better to avoid confrontation. Better to have him sell his life to us. Fai Long said, then slowly walked forward. I remember there was a dog-headed dungeon recently. I'll go verify the location first. Stay put and wait for orders. Recover your strength. The person next to him nods. Yes. The water made his face dark with fury as he stared fixedly at his back. Big brother, it's because of that stray dog. She's already scolded me 3 times. Damn it. Fai Ho couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly. Lam Yuan, wait for me, old man. There will be a day. I have to rip out the teeth of the dog in front of the big brother first and cut off its head. Let the boss see who is truly the strongest. The second master's cheeks turn red, looking a bit shy. Vice chairman, don't get angry over something that's not worth it. What is that, viewer? He suspiciously looked in the direction he pointed. What is it? Fai Ho saw a figure approaching from afar. A girl with blonde hair dressed like a witch. His gaze and that of his subordinates behind immediately turned into greedy, twisted smiles. On the other side, Lam Yuan walked aimlessly with a distant, unfocused look in his eyes. After just a few steps, the system voice rang out. Kill the wolf-headed human leader. Level 7. Health, 1000. Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Skill, dig. Zombie body, heavy strike. Heavy strike. After hitting them, deal 200% of attack stat as damage to the target's health, with a 10% chance of critical hit. He is satisfied. An additional level of living corpse leader with significant combat power has been added. The number of undead beasts in the luminous realm has increased to 70. Keep up the good work. Lam Wein coldly glanced and heard someone shout, "Don't come over here." On this side, her body is covered in wounds and trembling. "Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back." He pursed his lips, smirking maliciously as he stepped forward, feeling truly pleased. "I didn't expect to see such a lively girl today." Fi Ho stood beside her, laughing along. "Don't worry, it's just playing with me. Compared to suffering, it's better to enjoy it to the fullest." Hu Shen nodded. "That's right, just make our vice chairman satisfied. Then there will be many benefits." Amai skillfully throws her weapon into the air, screaming, "If you come any closer, I won't hold back anymore." He didn't hesitate and charged like a gust of wind, delivering a kick to her that made Amai cry out in pain. "Let me see who dares to be so rude." Fi Ho grabbed her hair and sneered. "An useless mage thinks he can hurt us." He presses Amai down to the ground, his eyes filled with desire. "Don't be naive anymore. If you still refuse to give up, then go ahead and try to attack me." The tiger lion opened its mouth wide and clenched her head, forcing Amai to look straight at him. "Stop here, keep going." The more she resists, the more I feel the thrill. Fi Ho tears Amai's clothes, causing Lawhead to scream and curl up. Suddenly, a powerful punch strikes him directly in the face. The deadly fist clenched into a punch, then delivered a powerful blow that sent the tiger flying backward. His body was thrown out uncontrollably, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The henchmen witnessing the punch are horrified and pale with fear. Vice Chairman Fi Ho was knocked to the ground, carving deep furrows into the surface. His face was severely deformed and pressed tightly against the rock. The one delivering the blow is Lam Uyin. His eyes are sharp, his aim is quite effective, and he's more skilled than expected. One of the henchmen, fearing for his life, hurriedly turned his back and ran to deliver the message. "This is bad. I have to find a way to inform the leader." "Who are you? If you offend the Blood O Society, you're definitely dead." He opened his cloak and coldly stared straight at them. Lam Wein looked at the badges on their chests. Blood O Society Immortal Master Chi is the leading guild of the distant chaos. He stood silently, his eyes contemplative, as most members of the guild were red-name players known for their evil and dangerous actions, meaning they had committed crimes like malicious attacks, theft, and robbery, and were classified by the system as dangerous players with a crime point total of 10 or higher. Lam Yen pursed her lips. Although the demon of love has not yet infiltrated, being defeated will not cause real death in the real world, but losing equipment and lowering levels will still cause significant damage to players. Now, he slowly spoke in a cold voice. "You members of the Blood Shadow Guild, in the previous life, these rats caused me quite a lot of trouble." The prince behind him frowns in suspicion. The lake god confidently stands up and points to himself. "Yes, it is the #1 guild known throughout the Dark Continent. You've offended our vice president, now you should be afraid." He paused for a moment, rolled up his sleeves to prepare to attack, but it's too late. "And if you don't want to die a horrible death, then..." The two of them smile slyly, seemingly confident they can defeat Lam Yuyin, then break both their arms and kneel like dogs, calling out "Grandpa" a few times. In an instant, he decisively rushes forward, sword slicing straight at the arrogant pair. The hands of the two of them were suddenly cut off. They fell to the ground in pain, crying out loudly. "I've already taken your hands away, so save your barking for the road to the underworld." Amai is only now standing up with a fierce look in his eyes, too powerful. Over there, Fi Ho is still lying on the ground, unable to move. His hand gently brushes a vial of medicine that has fallen, and you have used a resurrection water to restore 20% of health and magic power. Tiger Ho gritted his teeth, his face contorted with pain, but after drinking, his body surged with energy and he stood up. "You will die." Filong slowly approached them, wanting to see which cowardly punk was so bold as to scare the bear to death and no longer wants to live. But the young subordinate immediately blurted out that the hall leader was ahead. Hearing this, the two of them were startled and turned around. He pointed at Lam Yen, still shouting. "It's this kid? Watch out for the vice president," he asked loudly. "Who?" Filong was about to show his strength but suddenly froze. He paid attention to his gaze, which was cold and detached yet carried an imposing aura, like a moon condensed into form, with a chilling light as sharp as a sword that could cut through everything. In Filong's eyes at that moment, he was no different from a monster, and the aura emanating from him alone made people feel suffocated. While he was still stunned, the underling kept shouting as if he didn't care about life or death. "Leader, give this kid some color to see, you blind dog. Daring to provoke us. Damn it, you must be tired of living. Wait to die." Filong clenched his teeth, hesitating and feeling doomed at this point. Plus the sword that could very well be a boss-level monster's drop. This guy is probably 8 or 9 out of 10 Lam Yuan. He's hesitating now, too afraid to take a risk. These fools shouldn't have provoked anyone, but they ended up provoking him. Indeed, success is abundant, but failure is inevitable. While the thugs behind continue to cause chaos. You're doomed. Wait for your death. He spoke slowly, the leader of the Blood O Society, but Filong, caught between a choice, remained silent, unable to lose face. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. It seems today's battle cannot be avoided. Suddenly, another person from behind Lam Yuan rushed forward. Amai was frightened and immediately stepped in to shield him, carefully watching his back. Fiho roared loudly, gripping his twin swords tightly. "Die for my father! He charged forward crazily, seeking revenge, dying. Fei Long also happily spins his double-headed spear, little fool. Facing our blood. Oh, society is the stupidest decision you've ever made. He silently thought the opportunity has arrived. Immediately, Fei Long and Fei Ho charged from two sides straight at the two of them. Just as he was about to get close, he hesitated for a moment. What? All he saw was that the spot where Amai had just been standing was now replaced by the dog-headed undead leader. As soon as it saw the enemy, it growled fiercely and quickly raised its weapon. It then slammed the giant hammer into his stomach. Fei Ho was instantly knocked away several meters without time to defend himself. Long Yen seized the opportunity and rushed forward, closing in on Fei Long. To his surprise, he simply coldly declared the sentence. Next person, it's your turn. Fei Long froze in place, not even able to react, and before he could say a word, Long Yen swung his sword in a long slash. Fei Long then died a tragic death on the ground. He looked at his body emotionlessly, to the guild, without even the right to take it seriously. The system suddenly appeared again, warning that you have killed a human player. Crime points increased by 2. Long Yen read and was stunned. 2 points. He was unafraid, quietly calculating that if he didn't continue to accumulate for a week, it would automatically disappear. Mai, waiting from afar, suddenly shouted in alarm. It's not good. They've run away. Should we chase after them? Long Yen calmly approached the corpse of Fei Ho, examining the weapons scattered after the last battle, including Fei Long's double-headed axe, the violent battle armor, and the silver-white blade, all effective for unleashing powerful area damage with attack power 40 and strength 30. Next is his twin swords, the long gnaw crossbow, white-silver type weapon. Effect: unleashes fire on targets, causing continuous burning damage. Speed 30, attack 40. Finally, there is a small compact dagger, a thornbush knife made of bronze, a type of weapon, effective, with a damage of 15 and a speed of 20. Long Yen examined these items, and their attributes were not bad. Even if not used, they could be sold for a good price. When everything was settled, Amai finally felt at ease and approached him. She took her spear and said, "Great God, thank you for saving me today." Amai's voice was a bit sincere. "I don't even know your name." Her sudden approach made Long Yen startled. He turned away, lips slightly trembling. "Your name." Long Yen frowned. One day she would see my name on the top 10 global strategy rankings. Hearing that, Amai was so stunned she froze in place, top 10. She quickly regained her composure and hurriedly followed him. Who cares about that broken table? Great God, please lead the way. Long Yen's journey quickly took him to the Aihao wasteland. Suddenly, a tough exoskeleton of a monster appeared behind him. It was an Aihao scorpion, common level 6, with 400 health, 110 attack, 20 defense, and the paralysis lightning skill. At that moment, 3 of them appeared in front of Long Yen simultaneously. He quickly reacted, lowering his body into a ready stance. Long Yen only needed a few sword strokes to send them to the western heaven peacefully. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes cold as if he wanted to wipe them all out.
Long Yen continues to spin 360 degrees, sweeping the AI House Scorpions. The system displays a message. A total of 60 AI House Scorpions have been defeated in this area. Level up to level 8.
After reading the system menu, he was satisfied and clenched his mouth, leveling up to 8 instantly. Collecting the paralysis grass was a bit troublesome, but it was an unexpected gain. The scene shifts to 2 days earlier when Long Yen had a meeting with an old man. The old man solemnly said goodbye and started a conversation. "Brave one, I finally waited for you." The system immediately displayed a notification. "A quest from the blacksmith Emo has been detected. Do you want to accept it?" The mission from Emo is to collect 100 paralysis herbs in the Aihao Desert and deliver them to Emo with a 1-day deadline at a high level, and these herbs are lightning attribute plants that grow in the desert. After reading, Long Yen took several minutes to ponder, and after some time, a special dungeon will be opened in the city area. The dungeon is filled with lightning attribute monsters, and to clear it, you need extremely high lightning resistance. Therefore, a powerful anti-electric potion capable of resisting shocks will become scarce, with a value that can reach over 10,000 gold. In the past, someone also earned a great reward through it. In completing the task of collecting immobilizing herbs, this time will earn the high-efficiency electric resistance potion recipe. He continued to glance at the old man. Today is Emo's first day in the Black Mountain. After completing this mission, he will retreat into seclusion forever. In other words, this is the only chance for players to get the formula. The only chance. Thinking of this, Long Yen had no hesitation and chose the full plan. Returning to the present, after dealing with the Scorpion Gang, he boldly kicked their corpses away. The level 6 Thunder Beast guarding the paralysis grass can't pose any threat to my current strength. Long Yen easily approached the herb, successfully completed the mission, and also practiced the collection skill I just learned to master. He used his hand to collect them, and the system also appeared. Collecting skill, Black Iron, level 2, effect, increased collection speed, 5% chance to gather rare herbs, consumes 1 mental point, cooldown time, 3 seconds, proficiency, 120% to 200%. Done, Long Yen stood up to observe and went inside to see what was happening. Suddenly, the ground where he was standing started to surge uncontrollably. Long Yen was stunned and a bit confused as a monster then emerged from beneath the earth. It used its sharp head to attack him. Long Yen quickly dodged, barely escaping with her life, the silver-white claw grazing her. He stepped back a few meters, keeping his distance from the monster. Lam Yen's eyes suddenly became panicked and stunned. In front of him is a mutated demon beast. The deadly scorpion appears, bringing with it a series of danger warnings. Lam Yen is shocked and amazed, never expecting a mutated level beast to appear here.
Now it has a bunch of information above its head. The demon scorpion, level 10, health 2800, attack 400, defense 55, skills including Thunder Strike, Piercing Poison, Earth Ripper, and Thunder Crystal. After a moment, he regained his composure, forced a smile, though it's a bit harder to deal with now.
At this point, Lam Yen excitedly shouted, "But today I will use you to sharpen the white silver slash." He used his lightning-fast speed to successfully approach the scorpion spirit beast. Lam Yen's sword kept striking its shell but made no dent. Seeing this, he fell into deep thought. The armor was tightly sealed with no gaps, completely impervious to any attack. At this moment, the entire body of the scorpion spirit suddenly emits a blue light, and the system quickly alerts, activating the paralysis thunder skill. Lam Yen grits his teeth and pours all his strength into thrusting his sword through its shell and the thunder attack. But it didn't wait for him to carry out his plan and stabbed its tail forward, using the poison skill to pierce through. Lam Yen reacted quickly and managed to dodge this attack. He stepped back a bit, waving his sword, while Lam Yen frowned and judged that its strength exceeded expectations. He must first disperse its fighting power. The scorpion spirit assassin is also rushing over. On Yen activates his power and swiftly retreats, the dog-headed man. "Come out here!" Lin's words. A group of dog-headed people rushes forward. The dog-headed man wields a hammer, aiming a strike to hit the scorpion spirit. Lam Yen calmly observes, then suddenly activates a double critical hit. It goes berserk and rampages, knocking the dog-headed people away and unleashing a devastating skill. Before the scorpion demon could cause chaos, he unleashed a few fireballs that struck it, causing it pain and preventing it from dodging. Lam Yen excitedly keeps attacking, testing the power of my upgraded fire magic. The scorpion spirit is gradually losing blood, continuously losing 40, 50, 60. He sneered coldly, still continuously channeling his magic, and a rope quickly appeared to wrap around its leg. The scorpion demon screams and struggles as the dog-headed group pulls its bonds tight, while one dog-headed man seizes the opportunity and charges forward with a hammer. He delivered a powerful strike to the scorpion spirit's head. Immediately the stats appeared, with 200 points and the double critical activation. Lam Yen was also surprised and impressed. Double critical, it's happening. The scorpion demon roared in pain and broke free from the restraint. It quickly realized it had to attack him first, but before it could act, Lam Yen had already run away. He hovered in midair, surprised by the scorpion's reaction. Lam Yen clenched his fist tightly. A surge of magic quickly emanated, leaving no gap for an opening to break through the armor. The system simultaneously appears, detecting that the player has equipped the Demon Slayer title, increasing attack power by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and charged forward. "So I will crush your entire body and turn you into a pile of wreckage. Get ready." The divine scorpion, unaware that death was near, continued to roar to intimidate, but immediately after, it was slammed into the ground by Lam Yen, its horns shattered and flesh torn apart. The divine scorpion is pressed firmly into the ground and it screams in agony. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and finishes the job, successfully defeating the mutated demon beast. The spirit scorpion system quickly displayed the information, granting 560 experience points. After the spirit scorpion, level 10, health 2800, attack 400, defense 55. Skills: paralysis thunderbolt, poison, piercing, electric scream, crystal storm, and death spirit body.
Lời kịch tê liệt gây sát thương bằng sét và hiệu ứng tê liệt trong một giây. Nọc dọc xuyên phá tan công bằng dối kem 10 diệm sát thương dọc tổ. Liệt diện gạo kiếm sau giờ gây 250%. Sức tăng công lên sinh lực mục tiêu. Lời bạo thủy tinh bằng mảnh tinh thế đó xung quanh trong phạm vi 360 rô. Gây sát thương bằng 100% sức tăng công lên mục tiêu.
Unexpectedly, a swarm of A-House scorpions rushes from afar, startling Lam Uyen and making him turn his head. They charge straight toward where he was standing. Lam Uyen slowly glanced at the swarm of AI scorpions just in time. "You fine-tune your skills and control the intelligent scorpion from earlier. Go on so I can let my new pet have some fun with you." The system prompts. Use the Thunder Crystal skill. A series of attacks significantly reduced the health bars of the AI scorpions, taking away 50-60 points. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity and quickly moved behind them. He struck a few times, causing the AI scorpions to break apart into pieces, exploiting their weaknesses. Soon, the last one fell at Lam Uyen's hands. Now, lying on the ground is a pile of dead scorpion corpses, and the system keeps notifying that your level has increased. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. The status panel also appears, showing your name, Lam Yuyen, level 10 class, Death Spirit Hunter, Taboo, Dark Talent, Gate of the Realm, 20 out of 100, Strength, 32, Physique, 28, Agility, 47, Spirit, 53, Experience, 152 out of 5,159. After reading, he felt satisfied. Gaining 2 levels so quickly was not bad at all. The system began awarding Lam Uyen with rewards, including a silver level weapon, an electric field spear, a guardian staff, a paralysis arrow, and a spiritual bow. He quietly calculated that the spoils in the dungeon were all silver grade weapons. Selling a few of them should be enough to improve his parents' lives significantly. Lam Wein then turned to look at the pile of scorpion corpses on the ground. The system displays a message. All monsters in the area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a gold level skill book exclusive to your class. A glow began to emanate around his body. Lam Wein looked at the book gradually appearing in his hand. This is it. Just as he thought about the system's introduction, the dark, ominous rune. Gold level, learning condition, only for death spirit hunters. He placed his hand on the book, softly sighed, not bad luck. As soon as Lam Wein uses magic to activate the book, the system also automatically records the skill into the player's memory. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive skill of the Death Hunter. A blinding pillar of light now surrounds him, displaying the system information. Dark primal words, yellow, level 1. Effect, deals 20% damage to health or restores 20% health to the dead. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Lam Wein looked at the glowing flame in his hand with curiosity, restoring 20% of the living target's health. He suddenly had a new idea and turned around. In front of Lam Wein is the scorpion spirit with 60% health. Without hesitation, he decided to try. The flame quickly shot towards the scorpion spirit, and immediately it seemed to regain its vitality, causing it to roar excitedly. The scorpion spirit's health has now recovered to 80%. Only then does Lam Wein nod in satisfaction. The ritual is complete, and it's time to head to the main city. Just the wind and sand ahead, searching for that first leader. A mysterious unidentified object suddenly appeared behind him and quietly touched his shoulder. Lam Wein was a bit surprised and turned around. Wait, could it be? The scene shifts outside, and the unidentified object turns out to be Mrs. Lam, who hurriedly pats his shoulder in panic. It's not good. Uyen, your dad just hurt his back. Come here and help out. Lam Wein quickly ran down to wait for Mr. Lam to sit in the chair. Slow down a bit. Mrs. Lam helplessly scolded him. You're old already. Why still try to do things? Even fixing the air conditioner? He wasn't careful. Wouldn't it be better to call someone to fix it? Now look at this. You really hurt your back, didn't you? Meanwhile, Mr. Lam was trembling from the pain. He, although pale from the pain, still forced himself to reassure. Save where you can. Last week, the washing machine broke. Wasn't it just a simple fix I did? Mr. Lam continued, This little injury is nothing. Just rest well. Tomorrow I have to pick up the little one from school. And he silently stepped out. Lam Wein clenched his lips and said nothing as time passed until the next day. While he was still heavily drunk in bed, Mrs. Lam was awakened. She helped Mr. Lam up and headed toward the door. Uyen is your daughter, right? Why is she so wet early in the morning? In front of them are two workers installing a TV mount on the wall. Suddenly, someone approached and started a conversation, making Mr. and Mrs. Lam panic. May I ask if you are Mr. and Mrs. Lam? The new product that Mr. Lam Yen ordered has been quickly delivered for installation. Please kindly confirm and inspect. She pinched my cheek and said hello. Lao Lam, am I dreaming or what? What's going on? Over here. He's working out hard in the gym. Lam Wein was still running on the treadmill when suddenly a voice interrupted, saying, Excuse me. A gym staff member approached and asked, Would you like to sign up for the VIP package, please? We need to hold the payment for 1 year in advance. Hearing that, he took out his bank card. This is my bank card. Lam Wein silently thought, selling unused gear, renovating the house, and might as well get a family gym membership card. As he thought of this, his expression darkened again. After all, his parents in Xiaodan should start training early so they can adapt more easily when they reach the immortal stage. She was still somewhat distracted by Lam Wein. Huh? Considering he's been working out for so long without getting red in the face or short of breath, and his figure is quite handsome too. Is he really a brother worth admiring? The gym staff suddenly froze in place, panic flashing in her eyes as she looked at the VIP card in his hand. A top-tier card only issued when there's over 5 million yuan in the bank. He seemed unaware of her gaze and turned to answer his phone. Yeah, that's a bonus from the recent gaming tournament. Yes, today you two can rest at home. I'll take care of Xiaodan's matters. The gym staff member, hearing that, looked more and more infatuated because this guest was still very young and so talented. The scene shifts again to number 1 Tui High School, where as soon as school ends, a group of students appears out of nowhere. Let's go. Let's form a team at the internet cafe next door. Oh, and me too. A figure slowly steps out from inside, with Lam Dan's eyes constantly scanning around. Behind her, 2 other classmates are chatting. Wait, come to my house today. I'm having a birthday party. My brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow, having an older brother is so great. I'm so jealous. I wish I had an older brother too. Hearing that, Lam Dan's eyes darkened. Is having an older brother really something to admire? Memories of Lam Yin with her awkward appearance gradually appeared in her mind. Thinking of that, Lam Dan quickly walked faster. Feeling annoyed, I don't need an older brother. Before she could take more steps, she was blocked by someone. The school's beauty Lam Hua Koi yelled out loud. 4 worthless guys show up. We've asked them out so many times before, but they never invite us back. This time, I personally invited them. Don't they have some respect? Lam Dan frowned in annoyance and asked, What do you want to do? Her 2 classmates hesitated and stepped closer. Class president, who are they? Endung, emboldened, stepped forward to tease Lam Dan, seeing how easily she was swayed. Let me see if I can turn her around. She immediately, angrily pushed his hand away. Damn it, don't touch me. Get lost. Lam Dan pointed at them and threatened, If you keep clinging to me, I will call the police. Seeing this, Andung rushed over and punched her hard in the back. Damn it, you ungrateful bastard. Lam Dan was knocked down before he could react, and his two classmates immediately panicked. The class monitor. He still didn't know enough and kept trying to fight, constantly spouting dirty words, acting like he's protecting you, pretending to be noble. What's with that? She couldn't fight back and could only raise her hand to shield herself. At the critical moment, a sudden hand appeared and grabbed Dung's arm. Lam Dan was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. Lam Uyen looked at him with a murderous gaze. Leaning in close, who gave you the right to bully my sister? She hesitantly called out his name, Lam Uyen, and seeing the wound on Lam Dan's face, his expression grew even more grim. Andung was immediately stopped and furious, wanting to strike. Damn it, where did that damn dog come from? Those guys all rushed to help at once. Today, if I don't knock out your teeth, I'll take you away. You want to die, huh? Don't talk too much. Break his arm first. But then Lam Uyen suddenly leaned and punched the first guy in the face, quickly followed by the second, and then he skillfully spun and kicked the third in the head. And finally, Lam Uyen ruthlessly kicked Dung's face, even stomping hard on it until he was satisfied. The four guys are now just lying there crying in pain as everyone watches, while Lam Uyen nods to her to go, and Lam Dan and his friend are still stunned with their mouths open. The two of them gradually went outside, and on the way back, she hesitated to speak first. Today, why did you come here? Inside Lam Dan, he kept feeling confused. This guy only knows how to bury himself in games all day, so why did he come to pick me up today? Lam Uyen calmly explained that her father has a backache and her mother is taking care of him at home, which surprised her when she heard it. Lam Dan quickly turned around in panic, asking if the back pain was serious, and he reassured her calmly that it wasn't too serious. Just as Lam Uyen finished answering, the atmosphere returned to silence. Her eyes now showed some fluctuation, as if it had been a long time since she last talked to him like this. Sorry. He remains expressionless over here. Suddenly, two girls waved their hands from behind, calling them over, class president. Those two girls moved closer to Lam Dan and kept whispering, the class president, your brother is so kind, coming to pick you up, unlike my brother. That missile-looking guy, yeah, turns out you have a brother who's both handsome and talented. Why haven't I heard you mention him before? She then looked at Lam Uyen more closely, admiring his good looks. This guy is handsome. Meanwhile, someone passing by exclaimed, wow, who is he? So handsome, exactly. It seems like a former student has returned to school. He looks much more handsome than the other guys here. Lam Dan quietly observes the expressions of those around him. His fame must be quite high. Suddenly, a girl runs over to start a conversation. Hello, sir. Lam Uyen politely responds, hello. She pouts her lips. His height is also impressive. I didn't notice before. Maybe because I wasn't standing close enough to see clearly. Lam Dan almost lost himself in thought, probably having started working out long ago, now with clearly defined muscles. I didn't expect that just after a fight he would be so strong. What a surprise. She remembers how he looked before. Clearly the same person. Lam Uyen back then looked both shy and casual, just focused on his game. Thinking about this, Lam Dan felt contemplative again, wondering why she suddenly felt so different. Her two friends waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, she smiled. See you tomorrow. But right after turning away, Lam Dan stood there stunned with wide eyes, only to see Lam Uyen bend down intending to carry her, causing her friends behind to cheer. Go on, get on with it. Lam Dan blushed and hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. No need, I can walk by myself. What is this? I don't want to be carried on my back in front of so many people. But before she could take a step, suddenly a strong force pulled her back, causing Lam Dan's body to sway. Lam Uyen decisively bent down, reached out to pull her back, then lifted her onto his back despite her struggles. Hey you. Lam Uyen stood up, his face calm and indifferent. The classmates had already left. If you can't walk, don't force yourself. His gaze softly lingered on her ankle, the wound still bleeding. She must have sprained it when she fell earlier, right? Lam Dan silently lowered his head, no longer struggling, and he realized when that happened. Lam Uyen quietly carried her into the house. We're home now, Dad. Mom. The parents exchanged puzzled looks. Mr. Lam glanced at her subtly, then slowly turned to observe the two of them. It's good that they're gone. He went into the kitchen and started washing the pile of dishes in the sink. Mrs. Lam sat behind, holding her cheek in pride, watching him walk away. Do you think he now looks like a different person? He gently pats his hand in approval. That's right, he just learned how to cook and wash dishes. And he even knows how to replace the new wiring in the house. Lam Dan just twitched in her mouth after hearing that. She sat closer and whispered. And their sibling relationship is like when they were kids, even better now. Lam Dan was holding a glass of water, but she choked on her drink. Is that okay? She gently blows on the water to cool it down, her gaze unconsciously pensive. This guy is really strange. Has he truly changed? Lam Yen stands in the kitchen wearing a neat apron, having finished cleaning. She politely says, then he casually takes off his apron and goes to his room first. Lam Yen gently closed the door and Lam Dan's gaze unconsciously drifted over. She suddenly felt a bit sad. What was I expecting? As expected, he's still a shut-in who neglects his duties for gaming. Lost in thought, Lam Dan suddenly saw a bottle of medicine placed in front of her. After handing it over, he turned and left without forgetting to remind her to use it after bathing. This thing works very well. After saying that, Lam Yen went into the room to close the door. I'm playing games now. If nothing's wrong, don't come into my room. She didn't answer Lam Yen, only gently tightened her grip on the medicine bottle. Lam Dan's cheeks slightly flushed. She smiled softly and said, I know, no one wants to go into his room anyway. He made her stop at the medicine bottle, a faint smile flickering on his lips. Inside the room, he sighed upon hearing Mrs. Lamb talking to Lam Dan. See, I told you so. Their relationship has improved already. What happened at school today? Nothing much, Mom. I'm going to take a shower first. Lam Yen sighed and leaned back in her chair, thinking that perhaps the recent family issues could finally come to an end. He patted his head, turned to look at the hat beside him, and without hesitation, Lam Yen put it on her head. So I'll just go back to the game. He steps into the game and lands, causing the smoke to billow thickly in the Lord's city. Feng Sui Sha. Lam Yen sneers with a smile. Let's go catch that rat. A notification from the system suddenly appeared before his eyes, indicating that you have entered Feng Sui Sha. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man was forcefully pushed down with a crack, respectfully addressing the chief. I swear to heaven, this is just a misunderstanding. Han let out a hoarse, muffled scream. Shut your mouth and take your filthy lies to prison and regret it. Lam Yen's figure gradually appeared amidst the fog. The chief officer suspiciously glanced back, but saw no one. Han narrowed his eyes, a flash of suspicion crossing his face. Strange, is this an illusion? He calmly hid behind the wall, not yet ready to act. Lam Yen's face is expressionless, but her deep eyes hide contemplation. Patrol officers on the street are very sensitive to crime. Calculating the time needed for the criminal value to reset to 0, it would take at least 3 days of hiding. He quietly turned and walked away. It's time to get it. It's been a long time since we last met, old friend. The scene shifts to a magnificent cathedral. From the highest balcony of the church, Lord Loren Zhang spreads his arms to bless, in the name of God, cleansing your foggy past. From now on, your soul will be as pure as fresh snow, and your path will be guided by divine light. Now, I will perform the purification for you. As the cleansing begins, the shadow of Lam Uyen slowly appears. I come from the dirty temple. His gaze slowly shifted, filled with suspicion and caution. Seeing that Loren remained silent, he spoke softly. I heard that someone with a serious illness was admitted here, so I came to treat him. At the wooden door in the corner, Lord Vich is kindly waiting. Regarding Mr. Dak's condition, I apologize for the inconvenience. Yes, sir. He lies motionless on the bed, his face unusually gaunt, with the green liquid seeping from his chest. Long Uyen recalls the memories of Dak, a member of the Scorpion-tailed Lion Knight Squad in a past life, when she just reached level 15 and thanks to him, obtained a gold-level weapon. You look at that pale face, Mr. Dak. I am here specifically to treat the toxins in your body. Dr. Tramchu looked at Lam Uyen, assessing his strength, and then stepped back. Dak struggled to sit up, a self-deprecating smile curling on his lips, just relying on you, a level 16 mage, while a patrol officer on the street is even half a level higher than you. As he finished speaking, a violent cough overtook him, and he bent forward, spitting out thick, dark blood. Amidst the thick black blood, a strange object also emerged, and the toxins in his body had begun to corrode his internal organs unless he accepted my treatment method, Nisha's deep voice echoed. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive the first month. After a moment of contemplation, Dak raised his head and said, To detoxify my body, I need 1,000 grams of rotten fish oil. If you're not afraid of death, come try in the Gobi mud. As he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. System, you have activated the quest. Dak's quest. Do you accept it? Quest name. Dak's request, quest level, gold, quest content. Collect 1,000 grams of rotten fish oil to treat the toxins in Dak's body. Instead, Lam Yuan simply smirked and nodded in agreement, of course. The scene shifts to the Gobi mudflat, where the rotten fish slowly rise, and amidst the murky water float several white skulls, its blood-red eyes moving slowly, with a gaze like a blade slicing through. Immediately after, the rotten fish opened its sharp-toothed mouth and attacked the group. A level 15 elite rotten fish with 3,500 health, 500 attack, 45 defense, using the wave tail skill combined with the curse of the ear. Two men clenched his weapon and charged forward, warning to stay strong. These monsters have sharp teeth, be careful not to get bitten. Charge ahead, the subordinates are lying on the ground beneath Genji, my waist. The spiked tail swung fiercely toward him, creating a violent gust of wind. Two men's group couldn't dodge in time, only he managed to swiftly sidestep to the side. Two people fell into the water and were surrounded by them, but they were saved. It raised its tail to attack, activating the wave tail skill. The rotten fish opened its mouth wide and charged at two men, who could only grit his teeth and stare intently as it lunged to attack. The rotten fish sticks out its long tongue to lick and emits a disgusting growl. Two men's eyes widen in shock, his whole body stiffening. This time, he's definitely doomed. Suddenly, a surge of sharp energy from behind, a figure rushing forward. It's him. Lam Yen quickly grabs his collar and pulls him away. He forcefully pushes two men back, holding a blue sphere in his hand. Do not block the way. Yen's power quickly strikes directly at the rotten fish. This strike directly hit and caused a huge explosion on its head. He grabbed him and threw him straight to the ground, and two men, confused, didn't understand what was happening. Two men clutches his scarf around his neck, kneeling in doubt. So, I've been saved? The black cloak suddenly flies past, and two men quickly stands up to stop him. Wait a moment. Along the path Lam Yen passes, the green energy radiating from him surprises two men, reminding him of the great deity from earlier. Lam Yen jumps up, and the power gathering in his hands forms a magic sphere. Lam Yen casts a spell on the rotten fish, causing them to lose health continuously, subtracting 320 each time. They cried out in pain and then thrashed their tails fiercely to escape the swamp. The rotten fish roared and charged to attack Lam Yen. Two men, witnessing the scene, was terrified and shouted a warning to him, already being very careful. They try to bite him with their teeth, but Lam Yen just jumps back lightly, dodging all of them effortlessly. Is that all you've got? He kneels on one knee, one hand pressing down on the ground, the other clenched into a fist. Lam Yen pulls a sword from the space, his eyes sharp as a blade, coldly staring at them and saying, "Trash fish gather in schools, but they are just trash fish." He moves at lightning speed, continuously taking down several rotten fish. Two men and the others watch in amazement, exclaiming, "Damn, where did this big shot come from? Just now, the 8 of us almost got defeated." So he single-handedly took down 5 of them, with quite a bit of strength, but unfortunately, in a one-on-one fight, he can't kill the rotten fish. Hearing Do and Hien's words, he became even more panicked. After all, the most lethal attack of the monsters is still their group skill. Below the swamp, the rotten fish hissed and connected lightning bolts together. The green smoke suddenly flared up, blocking Lam Yen's view, leaving her unable to assess what was happening below. His face darkened, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Oh, the green smoke surrounds his body, and the system's warning blares in his mind as the rotten fish activate their group skill. I focus my resonance, causing enemies within range to be affected by toxic mist, triggering negative states like confusion, hallucination, and auditory distortion. Lam Yen sneered. A magic circle had appeared on his hand somehow. I won't fall into a trap in this world. He recalled the deathly old wolf, then ordered the zombie corpse. Go. Use your skill. The hunger. Howling. It stands on the cliff howling. The wind circle hitting the rotten fish. The system quickly alerts. Attack them. The rotten fish fall into a coma. Lam Yen covers his face with his hand. Now on the screen are continuous lines of dialogue. The system displays the message. The mask is alert. Its function is a disposable gas mask. A mask appears on his face, with a smaller mask underneath, as Lam Yen quickly moves with her sword. The corpse of the former Wolf King stands behind, guarding, as he moves down to the swamp, lies down, and accepts death. Every time Lam Yen passes by the rotten fish, the system prompts to hit the weak point. One by one, he takes them down, accompanied by the system's voice, hitting the weak point. Lam Yen jumps onto the head of one, stabbing it fiercely with her sword until it dies. The system screen displays a message along with the screeching of the rotten fish, targeting its weak point. Min just points at Lam Yen in amazement, saying she's impressive, while Don Hyen reminds them that it's still too early to be careless. More rotten fish are emerging from the swamp. Look, here they come. He orders the undead to use the dark crystal. Go now, bring the death seed. It growled, and the purple energies began to gather, activating the storm crystal skill. The Satsang Bow Cap Tinsat fired out purple magic stones. But that magic stone shot straight at the rotten fish, forcing them to thrash their tails and dive into the swamp, causing a devastating explosion. The sharp meteorites still pierce through the dirt and mud. The rotten fish stabs straight into the body, opening their mouths wide. Not Trung raises his head, disbelief in his eyes. It's clear that it's impossible. The strength and number are too great to trap the entire school of fish in one net. The crest feathers on the rotten fish jump up. He lands on the opposite cliff and calmly says, "Who said we can't kill them all?" He tilted his hat over his head to keep it mysterious. For Min widened his eyes, looking down at the swamp. "Wait a minute. This is..." Lai shouted in fear, pointing. "This bug seems to always target the bellies of the females." Under the swamp, the bright eyes watch the defeated rotten fish. Everyone look, it seems the school of fish is starting. I stared in amazement as I saw their coordinated attack. The rotten fish swarm devours the defeated rotten fish, producing gruesome sounds. Long Yen calculates in his mind that when a female fish is about to die or reproduce, it releases a large amount of pheromone, attracting other fish into a state of collective rage, while immediately activating the wind mode that does not discriminate targets. He looked down from a high cliff at the swamp, exploiting the unique traits of these fish to make them kill each other. A rotten fish sank into the mud, then suddenly leapt out, opening its mouth wide to attack Long Yen, who shouted in panic to warn the great god, "Be careful." He still stood there, calmly watching the approaching flying fish. Dan Hien quickly retreated behind the wind barrier. "What is this? Is it also a female fish? How can it have a body almost like a fish?" Long Yin bowed his head, his voice becoming deep and calm just in time. He had absorbed many living desert wolf souls and then ordered, "Living desert wolves, why?" They all jumped in to tear apart the deep rotten fish one after another. Long Yen was a bit surprised and said, "Not bad for a level 15 monster elite." He stood before the sharp teeth of the rotten fish without any fear, using the 6 demon wolves to cause paralysis rather than lethal damage. Long Yen drew his sword, but immobilizing the enemy was much easier to handle. He only needs 1 slash to kill it, and the system immediately notifies him to eliminate the 6 elite fish. Long Yen orders the dog-headed assassins to attack, and it strikes the rotten fish's head with a powerful axe blow. Yes, the blue poison sac inside the fish is similar to a cap asaksen. The toxic gas and smell will signal danger to the living fish school. The rotten fish that can still swim quickly dive underwater to escape, while others still struggle in the blue water. They open their mouths to breathe, weakly flailing their tails, staying at least 5 meters away, not daring to stop. Moreover, they cannot fully detoxify from their own poison. Once poisoned, they can only be slaughtered by others. 2 men happily jumps up and down. They're really gone now. Lam Nguyen jumps down from the cliff into the swamp, and now it's just time to gather the spoils. Lai shouted in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his own hands. That someone could clear the area so thoroughly. Unbelievable. Tumin's eyes showed admiration and disagreement, truly hard to believe. He wanted to make that person his prized possession. Below the swamp, with just a few cuts, Lam Nguyen finished cleaning up the rotten fish and was done. In less than 30 seconds, he reappeared on the cliff in front of Tumin and the others. The system displayed a message. You gained 12,000 experience points, leveling up to level 11. Lam Nguyen paused briefly, silently thinking that thanks to the hundreds of experience points accumulated in this dungeon in his previous life, he could level up quickly this time. He closed his eyes, smiled and took off his mask, secretly praising that this mask had also played a significant role in the battle. The jar in Lam Nguyen's hand absorbed all the vitality of the rotten fish, and he thought to himself that it only cost 5 gold coins to buy, but could only be used once, which was a bit costly but still worth it. The system screen displays detailed information about 1,000 grams of rotten fish oil, produced from the fat glands of rotten fish from the Gobi Muddy area, one of the ingredients for high-grade medicinal treatments. The effect is miraculous on rotten wounds, necrosis, causing dead tissue to regenerate into healthy flesh. Lam Nguyen suddenly remembered something and said, then forgot about it. A red ball appeared in his hand. The system now displays additional information about it. A silver fish skin prosthetic nose of the enemy wave, made from rotten fish leather, a resilient ball-shaped nose that emits a clicking sound when squeezed, can glow, and releases pheromones that induce fear in small and medium aquatic creatures. Lam Nguyen looked a bit disgusted at the floating enemy's nose, imagining himself wearing it and looking like a clown. His face darkened as he wondered whether the high reward was due to the task or the game designer's strange obsession, and then this bizarre thing appeared. 2 men, who had suddenly stood beside Lam Nguyen, covered his mouth and praised it, saying it was so cool and could even glow. He looked at the rebellious wave man's nose with amusement. Oh my god, it even moves. Lam Nguyen asked suspiciously, do you like this nose? 2 men smiled happily, squinting his eyes. So charming, master. Can you sell it to me? Whatever the price, it's up to you. He broke out in a cold sweat seeing his enthusiasm. Feeling helpless, he placed a hand on 2 men's shoulder, who was too embarrassed to speak for his teammate, possibly planning to stay on the mountain forever, and nervously said, sorry, he's always like that. Lam Nguyen generously handed that item to 2 men, giving it to him. He hurried to stop him. Wait, let me at least pay for it, he cut in. No need. In 2 men's mind, Lam Nguyen had already been given the wings of an angel. He was moved to tears, a true divine being indeed. The 2 of them stood back to back, speechless, wondering what on earth, does someone really want to buy this? Later, outside the church, 2 people were guarding the room. Inside the room, Lam Nguyen poured the blue liquid from the bottle in reverse. He opened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, Aunt Dai, sit up suddenly, looking at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to really be able to collect it. The system sounded a notification that you have successfully completed the gold mission and received the reward of the gold weapon, Than Hon Chi Nyan. Lam Nguyen looked at the sword with satisfaction and thought, finally, the first gold level weapon Than Hon Chi Nyan I received in my previous life. The detailed information panel appears, showing the Golden Soul Blade, a weapon type with an attack of 150, magic damage of 150, and a mental boost of 100 featuring the Soul Seal skill, which has a range of 100 to 150 meters and deals 150% mental damage to the target with no cooldown and consumes soft mana. The sword is wrapped in a layer of thunder magic, making its basic effect quite ordinary, but the accompanying skill with the Soul Seal has extremely effective combat traits, especially with hidden effects. Lam Nguyen's eyes sharpened at the thought of attacking monsters with the sword. Each time they would gather Than Hon Chi Ki inside the enemy's body, and after 3 times, it would deal an additional 250% mental damage. Lam Nguyen lightly touched the blade, and a system notification rang in his head, indicating he received reputation rewards, 1,000 for the main city and 500 for the Scorpion Lion Knight Corps. Lam Nguyen quietly calculated that the reputation he gained was only neutral like in his previous life, but it was enough to operate within the city district. He glanced at the system panel, and there was more to it. The system announced that your character has completed the mission and received a 10-point increase in the NPC's favorability. Kui happily looked at his hand while Lam Nguyen wondered if something was different this time. He looked at him sincerely and said, thank you so much, little brother. Without you, I might have died in bed next month. Lam Nguyen politely replied, no need to be so formal. Kui added, just to be polite, there's one thing I must tell you. The man wondered, questioning inwardly, was it because of gaining an extra 10 points of favorability that the hidden trait was activated? He cautiously issued a warning, saying that if you meet someone named Kui Si, you must stay away from him. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, Kui Si is my mentor? Why would he say that? Kui exclaimed in shock, Dai, he is your guide. He turned to walk away, but even though you had hidden your profession, he suddenly blurted out, you're a death hunter, right? Lam Yuan's face darkened, wondering how he knew I was a soul hunter. Maybe An Nhi thought that after hiding my identity, not even Kui Si could discover my true status. He explained seriously to him that I thought he was a member of the Scorpion Knight Order, under the King's command, responsible for carrying out secret missions, including hunting spiritual hunters. Therefore, I learned a special skill called Sensing Darkness. Lam Nguyen hesitated, sensing the darkness. Not wanting to keep him waiting, he turned to reply that Sensing Darkness was a special skill of the Scorpion Warrior. But once a Death Hunter appears, I automatically sense them, and the closer they are, the clearer my perception becomes. Seeing him question, Lam Yuan realized that he had already discovered my true identity. He was extremely surprised inside, never expecting there to be a special skill dedicated to dealing with death hunters. He looked incredulous at his palm. No, at first I was heavily poisoned, and my awareness was constantly diminished, so I didn't notice. Now the poison has taken effect, and you carry a special aura of the Dark Lord. Of course, I can't be fooled. Lam Yuan hesitantly asked, "The Lord of Darkness?" He nodded seriously. Then we must start telling the story from a very, very long time ago. The story begins with the most popular legend among immortals, that this world once had a total of 5 gods. The God of Light, the Shadow King, the Goddess of Nature, the Lord of the Water Realm, and the King of Souls. But in fact, from the very beginning, there was a 6th god, a figure in a black cloak. The crow-masked figure appeared, the Dark Lord, also known as the King of the Immortals. As the most powerful among the 6 gods, the Dark Lord relied on his strength to do as he pleased, showing no mercy. Many subordinates bowed before him, and he granted his most loyal followers immense dark power, transforming them into death spirits to carry out his divine commands. His voice reveals deep resentment. Under the brutal rule of the Dark Lord, the death spirits not only spread plagues killing tens of millions, but also turned the restless souls into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. So, the major nations began to resist the Dark Lord, and the temples once used to worship him were gradually destroyed. All records related to him were burned to ashes, and once the Death Reapers were discovered, they were immediately executed on the spot. Since then, this profession was also classified as forbidden, and everyone hated and hunted it down. He clenched his shirt tightly and said bitterly, "Old Nam, it was because I was hit by a curse from a Death Reaper during a battle that I was plagued with illness for 10 years, and at first, I thought I only had to wait for death. Until you appeared, after hearing the story." Lam Yen furrowed her brows, her eyes flashing with deadly intent. "In my previous life, I was just a mage, but I never expected that behind those legends lay such a secret. I remember my profile. Player, Lam Yen, level, rank, profession, death spirit worker, taboo, talent, dark resurrection, gate of the underworld, 35 out of 100, strength, 32, physique, 28, agility, 49, spirit, 156, experience, 527 out of 8,726. No wonder the death spirit worker became a taboo profession. Luckily, I've always been in stealth mode." Lam Yen remained silent, stroking her chin in thought. Things are starting to get complicated. I thought that after resolving the crime points, I could quietly investigate the metal in September. His eyes turned sharp, but now it seems that if I don't quickly find a way to hide the aura of the Dark Lord, I might be exposed immediately. Lam Yen asked, "Doc, is there any way to avoid sensing the darkness of the Night Squad?" Kuei's face showed clear tension. His hand clenched tightly. Unless Quan Si agrees to help him, once he discovers his true identity, Quan Si will surely kill him. The old man added a shocking piece of information, revealing that years ago, it was a death spirit who murdered the woman he loved most. Lam Yen's expression turned grim as Kui sternly reminded him, "That's why I advised you to stay away from him." Later, he walked alone on the desolate ruins, hearing the system's voice in his ear. "You have arrived at the desolate ruins." Returning 10 minutes earlier, seeing Lam Yen angrily leave, Ki hurriedly stopped him. "Are you crazy? Do you really want to find Quan Si? He hates the death out of all the deathsmiths." He paused, glanced at the man, and replied, "I have no other choice." Returning to real time, Lam Yen clenched his fists and thought if he carried this instant weapon, not to mention establishing a city, even reaching other maps might lead to great deception, forcing him to resolve it at the root. From somewhere, ice magic arrows flew over. He glanced alertly. What is that? The ice magic falling into the wasteland? Lam Yen quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. What is that? He lands safely, one knee on the ground, and in Lam Yen's eyes, distant figures rush toward him like Mongolian troops. Fai Long, leading the team, speaks out, "We've been wandering this damn place for days, and now we've finally caught that kid you were after." He stands among the crowd with a cruel smile. "Last time you slipped away. This time I'll lead more than 30 brothers." Fai Ho, wielding his sword, follows behind Fai Long, watching to see how you die, a look of contempt curling at his lips. "Soon, when your head hits the ground, remember to shout loudly. I like listening to bugs streaming and flapping their wings high up, capturing the scene in the crowded wilderness." Its eyes are like a high-definition camera, and on the phone a notification sounds. The Blood O Society you care about is live streaming. Many people are sitting on the train, with Fai Ho's voice coming from the phone. The viewers are lucky to catch this broadcast in time. He rubs his chin and smiles mockingly. "Now we are about to demonstrate how to dismantle a person piece by piece." There are currently 88 viewers online on the stream, then it rose to 123 and eventually reached 212 viewers. 4 curious people in a separate room sit in front of their computers, and the person in the middle exclaims in surprise, "What, Gifo Guild is live streaming again to torment the weak?" Outside, everyone is focused on their phones, and the guy in the black hat sighs, "Who is this unlucky guy to mess with these troublemakers?" In another company's office, the person in the middle moves the mouse with a puzzled look, feeling familiar, while the girl beside him comments, "This guy is quite handsome, so he's about to be finished." At the same time, outside in the desert, Longvian coldly turns his wrist, relying on just 2 stray dogs, which isn't enough to warm him up. So he willingly surrenders again, and I'll take another one. After that scene, the comments section immediately exploded. So cool, this guy really dares to say it. Blood O Guild. Say it again and see. I think it's pretty cool too. Front row seats selling snacks and drinks, waiting for the slaughter to begin. Phylong roared fiercely, charge all out. The 30 soldiers follow orders and rush forward together. One person is a mage casting Jamafap, Thien Loi. The one holding the same name is shooting from above. Go die. The crowd with axes, swords, and even dual swords all rush to attack Long Wien. The system notification appears reminding that the hostile encirclement attack has been identified with a 15-minute counterattack deadline. During this time, killing the encircling enemies will not count as a crime. He only waits for this moment, smirking as he draws his sword from the space. 15 minutes is enough to kill about 3 of them. Long Yuan endured the onslaught of countless death spirits. Charging at Phylong's group, the zombie army went out for a stroll. He made them see a purple lightning bolt coming, just a spark, and they dared to call it thunder. On the other side, the living dead used their tails to take down one of the capping spirits. The zombie with lightning was poisoned. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Phylong quickly ordered everyone to focus, the warriors to retreat and form a shield wall for protection, the mages to concentrate their attacks on the targets, and the archers to harass the enemies. The crowd retreated, then followed his plan, with shield bearers standing in front to block the attack, forming a formation. The wizards' staves were driven deep into the sand. The 3 of them combined their formations into a gate, with the one in front gripping his staff tightly to create an enormous thunderstorm sphere. He shouted loudly, swinging his staff toward Lam Yen. Lightning bolts shot out towards the living death assassins. Meanwhile, the 2 archers also worked together, shooting and launching arrows at the same time. Those arrows pierced through the living corpses of the dog-headed people, causing them to lose hundreds of health points continuously. There are currently 212 people online and 168 guns dropped on the screen, with viewers blocking comments. These summoned beasts at level 7 to 8 are nothing but easy targets to defeat. Disperse! Disperse! As expected, it's just another loudmouth. Let's open fire and see how long that kid can last. Phylong sneers, summoning zombies. So what? Still calling back the same one from before. Even with our continuous attacks, you just turn into a pile of minced meat, Phaiho said smugly. Today, you're definitely dead. Long Yin didn't look scared at all, she sneered coldly. Is that so? He asked nervously, what is that guy sending? The barrage of bullets flew so fast that I couldn't read, and one comment stood out above all. Wow, what is happening? Behind Phylong's group, the poison insects suddenly surged forward, shooting venom to attack the weakly defended mages standing behind. They were pulled into the black abyss, desperately calling for help as their teammates looked on in confusion and fear. Having just been attacked and surrounded by the deadly dog-headed assassins, the wizard was terrified and stammered "Oh." It moved in a strange way, continuously taking down well-protected mages, who screamed in fear, but it was already too late. Retreat quickly. The person in front also braced himself against the terrible attack from the dog-headed zombies, as continuous cries for help echoed through the space. Phylong and Phaiho looked pale, terrified. Because of this scene, the number of people online jumped from 168 to 302. Viewers were panicked and commenting, what the hell is going on? Underground ambush. Even zombies know how to coordinate attacks. Tell those chickens to come out and take the hits. Who said they need to be torn into pieces? Now the land itself is a component. The surviving mages called for caution, warning about infected wounds and urging cleansing before treatment. But before they could finish, they were struck by a powerful attack. No one else, the one delivering the blow, is Lam Uyen. Behind him, there's a faint movement, and he coldly swings his sword in that direction without even turning his head. The assassin was stabbed in the stomach and couldn't believe it, asking how did you know? Lam Uyen glanced at him contemptuously and replied, at least I wouldn't be stupid enough to hide among the sand. The undead spirits he summoned still fiercely attacked the Blood Lotus Guild members, crying out loudly, too strong, heads are falling, everyone run. Phaiho clenched his sword, gasping for breath. He gritted his teeth in anger, his face turning pale with red eyes. Damn it, useless trash. Phaiho leapt high into the air with his sword. I will personally cut you down. Lam Yen frowned, his lips slightly pursed, secretly smiling as the energy gathered around his sword. The source of power carried bones flying out, so let's see what happens. The skulls opened their mouths wide, as if they could swallow Phaiho's entire body. With the soul talisman hidden inside, he fights back, continuously retreating in fear. Phaiho gaping, eyes wide as he stared at the skulls. This is it. Lam Yen moved like the wind, piercing through Phaiho's body, touching. His legs, which were trembling, finally stomped firmly on the ground. He also completed his move, planting his feet successfully. His hair covered his expression, only revealing a faint smile as he faced Phaiho. He opened his mouth, hinting that he was starting to count A. Phaiho's face was swollen with a large pimple, and Lam Yen's voice still echoed in his ears. As he reached the final number, his entire body exploded into pieces, shards of stone flying with dust. Lam Yen lowered her sword and spoke softly, as expected. It's still the old friend, using their dominant hand. On the live screen, the current online viewers increased from 302 to 558, with astonished comments flooding in, and this special effect must be purchased with money. Phaiho said he was joking. The elder set off fireworks, and the incident involved someone claiming they wanted to cut someone. But in the end, he got cut into a fairy goddess of reconciliation. Does the elder lack jewelry? I shouted 666 top chop. The Huang Fi Ho player system has exited the physical live stream. At the scene, Fai Long stood firm in the middle, his cries blending with pleas for help, as he stood there stiffly like he was caught in a trap, feeling like he was hallucinating. In Fai Long's eyes, there was the image of Lam Yen, like a demon killing each person one by one. Even though they had only been apart for a few days, that kid was just standing there. Deep down, he felt a sense of fear, as if facing a devil from hell. After dealing with those commotion makers, Lam Yen cast a sharp glance behind him. Fai Long's whole body trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand steadily, his voice becoming desperate. Don't kill me! Save me! He coldly drew his sword from a soldier's back. Lam Yen slowly walks towards him and says, "Now it's your turn. You've stabbed Fai Long's head with your sword, now it's your turn to taste despair." He fell backward. Zozo burst out in triumph. Watching Fai Long collapse completely, his body radiated a blue light. A livestream bug zoomed over. Lam Yen casually reached out his hand, lost in thought. He cast a spell that blew the bug into pieces. Lam Yen calmly stands there, pieces of equipment falling on his head. Now everything has become silent. The dark starry sky above, at a certain skyscraper villa in Lam Tin, a bewildered netizen exclaims, "Why did the Great Elder also blow up the livestream bug?" There's another person leaving a comment. "Does anyone know who the boss is?" Someone immediately replied, "I know. I know, it was the boss who previously killed the vengeful wolf." I was at the scene, and all of that was witnessed by a young man accompanied by 2 servants. On the computer screen, people keep leaving comments. Right now, where's the boss? I want to meet him. It looks like a ruined stone wasteland. The Mercenary Guild has issued an S-rank invitation, the young man hidden tightly holding his glass of wine near each word. Lam Yen. At the same time, in immortal Hatza Chan, Quincy was sleeping soundly while holding a wooden box. Lam Yen naturally opened the door, heard the noise, and immediately opened his eyes. It's him again. Quincy raises his wine and softly refuses or declines, saying he's not getting up anymore. Enough wine for today. He's too lazy to move. Lam Yen, indifferent, casually says, "I want to talk to you," and the system screen displays a line of text. Cancel hidden profession. His information panel appears with details. Standing behind Lam Yen, level 11 hunter of forbidden death spirits gifted with shadow singing. Summoning, 35 out of 100 Heaven Gate. Strength 32. Physique 28. Agility 49. Spirit 156. Experience points 527 out of 8,726. The wine jar falls and shatters with a loud crack. A white scar appears on his forehead, and the boy is a death spirit hunter. The space is unusually silent, both pairs of eyes fixed on each other. Quincy spoke first, whispering each word. "How many years has it been?" He activated his own ability, the Death Spirit Hunter. Quincy's eyes turn blue as lightning elements swirl around him, yet he still dares to appear before me. All the frustration from the past has transformed into power, and the broken barrels are shattered apart. The lightning turned into meteorites falling from above, causing the ground to shake. All attacks couldn't even touch Lam Nguyen, who stared in shock, so fast. Quincy clenched his teeth and looked helplessly as his shadow moved swiftly like the wind. Lam Nguyen suddenly appeared in front of him, sword pointed directly at his neck. Seeing the tip of the sword just a short distance from himself, Quincy froze, his eyes sharp, his voice commanding. "Can we talk nicely now?" He quietly clenched his fist, surrendered, and spoke. "So what do you want to do?" Returning to Lam Nguyen's memories, he sighed and relented. "Fine. If you insist on going, consider this as repaying a debt. In the past, under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the world emerged from endless despair to uphold justice. Quincy led his wife into battle against the Deathless Minions, the Dark Lord's close servants. After the bloody battle, the Death Spirit was destroyed, and the wife, wounded while saving Quincy, was infected with the curse of the soul. Corrupted by the dark forces, she became a creature with no memory, forever unable to be freed. He watched in agony as the woman he loved turned into a monster. No, the only way to break the curse and save her was to personally destroy her corrupted soul. But since that bloody battle, Quincy was wounded so badly that he could no longer hold his sword firmly. Everyone thought he would end his life drowning his sorrows in alcohol, passing the days in despair, until one day he announced a mysterious mission. This mission can save his wife, and the righteous will receive his lifelong treasure, while the Death Ritual Master will gain a method to break the darkness, a secret artifact he obtained from a dead Death Ritual Master's corpse. Quincy plans to use the spoils as bait, both to save his wife and break the curse, and to make the remaining Death Ritual Masters pay with blood. But out of the 158 people who took on the mission, none are alive today. Returning to the present, Long Yin only points his sword at Quincy and demands to know what his mission is. He slightly bowed his head, exhaled deeply. "Well done. You've come to the door on your own. I was worried no one would play with my beloved wife for a long time." At that moment, a message appeared on the system screen. A mission assigned by Quincy. Do you accept it? The sole mission of his wife. The mission is to help Quincy's wife find peace and be released, with a 10-day deadline and a silver level difficulty. He glances and responds briefly with one word: accept. Lam Yuan turned his back and left coldly. Quincy hurriedly stood up and said, "Then good luck. Maybe you will really be able to complete my mission." Behind him, he smiled a sinister smile, of course, on the condition that your body remains intact when you return. A moment later, at the memorial site in the north of Hat Ra Town, Lam Uyen's footsteps echoed loudly down the corridor. His glowing red eyes flickered as he activated his night vision. Lam Uyen is escorted by 2 alpha wolves and a scorpion at the rear. He walks very carefully through the 5-level memorial hall for the deceased, where NPCs who died in Hat Ra Town are stored. Suddenly, a mutated creature jumped out of the coffin and charged at Lam Yen, growling. Before it could touch him, the death spirit scorpion pierced its body with its tail. He stared intently and thought to himself. Besides that, occasionally there are ghostly monsters like zombies, mummies, and spirits here. The levels of these ghostly monsters gradually increase with each floor of the sacred ground. The first level consists of level 1 to 3 zombies, which are low level. The second level features level 4 to 6 dry skeleton monsters. Level 3. Monsters are ghost spirits, ranging from level 7 to 9. The creatures on level 4 are flesh-eating demons. Level 10. The ghost wolf holding a torch stops in front of a space gate. Lam Uyen's eyes gleamed with undeniable pleasure, a slight smile curling his lips. Then he took a deep breath and moved through these 4 levels easily. The 4th level was a dark, silent space. He cautiously observes his surroundings. Finally, Lam Uyen stops in front of the funeral home on the 4th floor. He stands at the door watching cautiously. Seeing dozens of red eyes in the darkness, Lam Uyen suspects there might be some sound. The eating demon appears from somewhere, activating its wall-walking skill. On the other side, 3 more emerge, using their upside-down tearing skill. Lam Uyen quickly counted more than 10, and the system interface displayed the introduction. Flesh-eating demon, elite, level 10, 2,000 mission points. Attack 400, defense 40, skills of biting and tearing with poison, wall walking, hanging upside down to bite and tear, activating biting and tearing with poison. His eyes became sharp, his voice commanding strongly. Charge forward for the ship. As it roared, the deadly scorpion spirit activated its crushing skill, shattering the eating demons. The tail's circular part began to gather lightning. The deadly scorpion spirit strikes its tail forcefully at the attacking demons, knocking them away. Lam Uyen rushes over with his sword to join the fight, clashing, and moves in a zigzag pattern, and before the evil spirits can react, Lam Uyen cuts off their heads. On stops, with the chaos frozen behind him. Some bodies cut in half, others pinned to the ground. A remaining zombie-like demon still struggles to rise. Lam Uyen coldly stomps hard on its head, almost missing the chance. The monsters lying scattered on the ground, a system message appeared, congratulating you on reaching level 12. And silently thought, that was faster than I expected. Looking at the dog-headed corpse and the zombie eater's gaze, Lam Uyen suddenly realized that the necromancy spell could control the reanimated corpses, but it was useless against the undead monsters. A sudden surge of dark purple energy appeared behind him. Lam Uyen's eyes widened in fear as he looked back cautiously. A purple magic beam suddenly shoots straight at him. Lam Uyen jumps up and luckily cuts it in half with his sword. What is this? He felt something was wrong, clenched his teeth in fear, and said, damn it. Lam Uyen was surrounded by that thing and had no strength left to fight back. In a place illuminated by blue flames, atop the stairs stands a giant stone demon statue with its mouth wide open. The black-purple energy pillar shoots out from the void. Lam Uyen follows the dark energy, planting his sword firmly into the ground to steady himself as tears well up while observing the surroundings. Above Lam Uyen's head is a coffin, bound tightly with black iron chains and a circle at the top. He looks visibly stunned, quickly moving to another area. Inside the coffin is a woman with brown hair and long, fiery claws. She licks her lips with a sinister smile, finally waiting for someone. A loud explosion echoes as the female demon escapes from the coffin, chains shattering loudly. She smugly says, the smell of fresh blood is delicious, and the system interface displays detailed information. Vengeful spirit, master of the realm. Party level 18, health 6,000, attack 800, defense 200, skill dead bloom, fury of the female demon, fire ritual. Lam Uyen shields himself with his hands from the debris. This is a 5-star floor. The vengeful spirit, driven mad, rushes toward him, threatening to tear his house apart. Lam Uyen quickly counters her attack with his sword. Ji leapt from behind the vengeful spirit, and the system prompted to activate the dead flower skill. All the goats aimed at Lam Uyen, who jumped up to dodge. Then Lam Uyen landed away from the climbing goats, their sharp spines piercing the ground, turning it into poison. The vengeful spirit once again controlled the goats to attack him. Lam Uyen silently thought that this venom also has corrosive properties, causing debris to fly chaotically, and with this level of attack, he clenched his sword hilt with determination, cutting down all the approaching demons, uselessly exhausted in front of me. Lam Uyen kept cutting through the vengeful ghosts' climbing goats, the blackened curse energy sticking to his sword. Her body begins to shatter into pieces. She panics, covering her face with her arm. The resentful ghost clenches its fist, a vein bulges on its forehead, and its eyes glow with bloodlust. She shouted loudly. Circles of resentment radiated from her body. The system alerted that the boss had activated the Scream of the Love Maiden skill. Lam Uyen was almost blown away. This is a ranged skill. No, she is undergoing a transformation. The scream of the resentful ghost echoes through the space. The faint purple resentment wisps away, seeping through every door opening. He frowned, his eyes turning sharp as the white skeletal hand reached out from the wooden door. At the same time, Lam Uyen clenched his sword hilt even tighter. Could this be? He looked in amazement at the skeletons tearing apart the door. The NPCs from Black Sandtown are buried here. Seeing the vitality rising from the broken objects on the ground, Lam Yuan silently thought. Not only that, but there are also those who failed the mission and tried to challenge the demon outside the town. He frowned in annoyance, kneeling with his gun in a fighting stance. Damn it, she's trying to revive them. The skeletons emerging from the cave keep howling non-stop. Part of Lam Yuan's face is hidden by his hair, but his anger is still visible, along with the number behind the door. There is not only one opponent. I didn't expect this boss to be able to resurrect all its bones. He nodded and ordered the zombie hounds to come out all at once. Lam Yuan pointed her sword and said coldly, "Block the door of those guys." Immediately, a zombie with a dog's head rushed forward and used a sickle to block the door. He quietly calculated, first using the zombie army to shield and block those guys. Lam Yuan pointed and ordered, adding a bloodthirsty state. In another direction, the scorpion spirit also received the order to block the door. The dog-headed spirit leader used his hands to pull the vine tight. They and the venomous scorpion spirit with fierce eyes fearlessly attacked the vines, entering a bloodthirsty state. The venomous scorpion leader with a dog head tightly grips his weapon, growling continuously. Lam Yuan's face darkened as he called out commands. The dog-headed leader, the deadly spirit, responded. He ordered, "Charge!" And as soon as he finished, the ghostly minions surged forward fiercely. They rushed to attack the resentful soul, unleashing the powerful earth suppression skill and the heavy strike skill. She is struck hard by the giant tail of the deadly scorpion. The vengeful ghost was hit and thrown against the wall, shattering the surrounding bricks. She looked up in astonishment. Chunks of stone rained down from above onto the vengeful ghost, but she still escapes the rubble with the vines, smiling smugly. Lam Yuan is amazed by the terrifying power of the Vong Hon Wan Han. Watching her smugly above, he silently recalls the information he knows. The vengeful spirit is a ghostly monster that can pass through buildings and is immune to half of physical attacks. Lam Yuan has identified its weakness. He concentrates his power on the sword, but they also have to endure double magic damage. Lam Yuan keeps slashing and moving rapidly, but she still escapes easily. So just use the soul talisman to deal damage. The vengeful ghost shows no fear at all, taking the hits easily as he looks at her in confusion, wondering inwardly why her speed suddenly became so fast. He also notices the dog-headed corpse blocking the dry fog. A bead of sweat drips down Lam Yuan's face. The NPCs in the tomb can break through the zombie army's defenses at any moment, so we must fight quickly and decisively. He takes out a ring from his space, first thinking of a way to limit her actions. Lam Yuan clenched the ring, small sparks continuously emanating from it. The system screen displayed information about the immobilization effects, including paralysis, silver-white jewelry type, effects, plus 100 vitality, plus 100 magic power, plus 15 agility, plus 15 spirit, and the activated additional skill of paralysis toxin. There is a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds upon attack activation. Lam Yuan, wielding her sword, flies toward the vengeful soul ring. When she gets close enough, she activates the additional skill of paralyzing toxin. The vengeful spirit was caught off guard and hit by Lam Yuan's paralyzing toxin. At that moment, the system displayed a notification that the paralyzing toxin had been activated on the target. He jumps back up, attacks with his sword, aiming for her head, but she can't cast her magic in time and can only defend herself. The vengeful soul orb was knocked away, sticking to the shattered wall, and the vines were torn apart into pieces. Taking advantage of the moment, Lam Yuan knelt down, sending the falling debris flying toward her. The vengeful soul swiftly and lightly jumped down, narrowly avoiding the attack. He praised her, still maintaining his composure. Lam Yuan concluded in his heart that indeed, after being struck once by the spirit seal, this person's speed had slowed down. He summoned the vengeful wolf to the sky and gave it the command, the evil wolf howling. The vengeful spirit of the fallen wolf raises its head high, howling as it unleashes its skill. The evil wolf screams. The vengeful spirit is struck by its awakening, and the system alerts that the target is stunned. Lam Yuan begins to channel his power into the sword even though he only has 5 seconds. That's enough. He hears the crack, swings the sword like a dance, continuously launching attacks. How many of my moves can they withstand? She helplessly defends against the attacks. The system constantly displays the remaining health points, now 280. The vengeful soul's anger shows as a blue hue on her face, and the system warns that health is decreasing, now 280. June is also overwhelmed and struggling. She leans back to deliver the final blow. Crack A. The system detects the danger and issues a warning to Lam Yuan. The boss activates the destructive skill. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, purple lightning spreading across the space. The undead he summoned were all electrocuted to death, and the entire underground chamber was filled with thick smoke. A moment later, when the spell of the hateful soul ring stopped, Lam Yuan stood amidst a group of dog-headed undead, untouched by any magic damage. He used his sword to steady himself on the pile of broken debris to perform the bloodburst technique. Yet this person directly triggered an explosion that destroyed all the NPCs' graves. Now only 3 zombie scorpion spirits, zombie dog leader, and former wolf cub remain with Lam Yuan, and he looks at her with a pained expression, calculating that his undead army has suffered heavy losses. The vengeful soul collapses to its knees, but Lam Yuan remains standing firm. His eyes turn sharp, and his voice is serious. Now it's time to end her. Lam Yuan suddenly released a swarm of dry skulls and charged at her with his sword, then disappeared. The dry skulls flew forward and pierced into the belly of the Vong Hon Wanhan. She opened her eyes wide, staring at the powerful magic, and she cried out in pain, "No!" The system kept flashing warning messages. The boss is about to die. Life value 300. The boss is about to die. Life value 200. The boss is about to die. Life value 100. The boss is about to die. Life value 30. Congratulations, you have defeated the Vengeful Soul Ring, earning 800 experience points. Lam Wein gently lowers his foot to the ground, standing alone amidst the wreckage, and quietly says, "It's over." Small glowing orbs gather into one spot, catching Lam Yen's attention. Quasi's wife's soul sincerely says, "Thank you, brave person." Then her soul began to dissipate, and just before leaving, she gave a gentle smile. Lam Wein raised his hand and cupped the light source into his palm. A gold ring with a purple gemstone appears, and the system screen displays its information. A love ring, a quest item that cannot be discarded or sold. Note, this ring is an engagement gift from Quasi to the Crown Prince and also a symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring, feeling a bit disappointed and thinking that the reward from defeating monsters was just this ring. Suddenly, a red book with a demon symbol on its surface appeared, emanating a sinister aura and producing a faint, eerie sound. Lam Wein looked suspiciously at the book. This is it. Holding the book in his hand, he silently marveled. He didn't expect that the death curse spell used by the Vengeful Soul was actually a unique skill of the Death Spirit Fiend. The system immediately announced that the destructive spell, Golden Level, can only be learned under the condition of the Death Spirit Fiery Beast. Looking at the book, he was somewhat curious and wondered if the fake seal was the Dark Lord's confidant. Then, beams of light emanated from the book and enveloped Lam Wein, and the system announced that the skill book was automatically stored in the player's memory. The book in Lam Wein's hand disappeared, transforming into a column of light that merged into his body. The system notification sounds again. Fire Explosion Technique, Golden Level 1. Triggers an explosion on a zombie, causing fire damage. Consumes 60% of your own health to damage surrounding enemies. Costs 100 mana. 10-second cooldown. Proficiency at 0 out of 100. Hearing the system's voice, Lam Wein couldn't help but smile softly. This skill consumes some of the zombie's energy, but its attack power and range are very effective, making it a pleasant surprise. Returning to the familiar town, Hansha-chan, Lam Wein extended his hand and offered the ring to Quisi. He looked at him in surprise. Is this the engagement ring I gave her back then? Reaching out to take the ring, he couldn't help but recall his loved ones, the moment when the sealed spirits lost consciousness. Only when they are freed can they regain their memories and drop the most precious thing they held in life. His voice trembling softly, Quisi asked, "My wife, when she left, she was no longer in pain, right?" Lam Wein still pointed forward and replied, "Yes." His hand trembling as he held the ring, he remembered his wife's figure and couldn't help but cry. "That's so good." Bowing with gratitude, he said, "I never thought that in the end, it was the Death Spirit Slayer I hated the most that helped me resolve my regret. No matter what, I will ingrain this kindness in my heart." Then, a wooden box appeared in Quisi's hand. A box appears. Inside is a black aura crown. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. The system once again announces that the Dark Crown, a special equipment, a headgear, has an effect that makes the crime value invisible after equipping. The effect hides the dark aura completely, making it undetectable, and is a unique equipment of the Death Spirit Legion, cannot be sold or destroyed. Holding the black crown in his hand, he couldn't help but think that the Dark Crown, although lacking additional effects, was still invaluable. But hiding the value of my crimes and the aura of darkness is what I need most right now. Reflecting on the monsters I've slain, with it I can handle the trouble from the Night Corps and the Engineer, and I won't be restricted when I act within the fortress. At this moment, the system asked if the player wanted to equip the Dark Aura Crown. Lam Wein immediately answered yes, and instantly, the dark greenish-blue aura enveloped him. So, the crown automatically placed itself on Lam Yen's head. Have I finally taken a step closer to the truth? Stepping out into the town where guilds are recruiting members in the world of Feng Shui Sa, countless guilds of all sizes exist, truly deserving to be called powers. He looked at the list the system provided. Number 1, the Alliance of Rage. Number 2, the Alliance of Kinhua Twinwit. Number 3, the Alliance of Volang Tunthun. Number 4, the Holy Song Alliance. Number 5, the Eternal Alliance. Number 10, the Hak Thu Alliance. He wondered if that person might be hiding among them. Lam Wein narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that as a newcomer to Feng Shui Sha, it wouldn't be easy to approach these major alliances right now. Walking along the street, he kept looking around. It seems he needed to find an opportunity first. Suddenly, sensing someone was watching him, Lam Yen immediately changed direction and entered a narrow alley. As soon as that person stepped in, he vanished completely. Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against his neck from behind. The dangerous voice of Lam Yen echoed from behind. "Tell me," he said with a slightly trembling tone. Finally, that was two men. He rushed over happily. "Uyen-san, it's really you." In his confusion, he instinctively dodged to the side, causing two men to fall to the ground. Lam Wein, feeling a bit helpless, asked, "Is that you?" Sitting on the ground, he rubbed his foot, looking embarrassed. "Does Uyen then still remember me?" Lam Wein immediately became alert, his eyes sharp, knowing someone who knew my name. Two men quickly stood up and proudly said, "Back then, when I was browsing a live stream of some blood guild or something, I recognized you already." He recalled sitting and reading through countless comments on the screen. It took him a lot of effort to find any trace of Uyen Then Nguoi among tens of thousands of messages. Two men rubbed his nose, sounding smug, then added that he spent another 2 million to upgrade the latest facial recognition system of the corporation, which finally confirmed it was you, so praise me quickly. 2 million just to find me, huh? He ruffles his hair. A bit puzzled, that's a lot. Our Han Corporation usually spends several million just to check the system regularly. He furrowed his brow, calculating in his mind. The Han Shu Corporation, the giant worth hundreds of billions controlling the global high-tech market? This guy has such a background. What else does his help reveal? Should I end him right here? Two Min's eyes shone like stars as he raised both hands eagerly. Uyen Than, join my team.
Tomorrow there will be an S-rank hunt among the blood unicorns. As he rushed forward, his foot slipped on a piece of rock, and I heard someone say they discovered the nest of the divine extraction team. Just need to...
Two Men fell flat on his face, while Lam Wein still looked at him coldly and turned away. Go ahead, don't follow me. Forget it, why bother arguing with this fool? After a moment of silence, he sat cross-legged and burst into loud laughter, just like a great master. Soloing the elite Bloodo Guild was as easy as peeling a melon, no need to form a team at all. Seeing Lam Wein remain indifferent, Two Men gently pats his head, sighs, and laments. This hunt will see 3 teams from the Blood Oath Guild attacking to test the newcomers. If they perform well, they might still have a chance. He silently opened the system panel to check. 0720 Guild, 0820 Guild, 0920 Guild, 10 Dark Guild. He stood up, pretending to show a face of suffering. It seems I can only try my luck on my own. While Two Men was still stunned, Lam Uyen suddenly whispered the specific time into his ear. Hearing that, his face lit up with a joyful smile as he turned back. He impatiently turned back and said coldly, I want to know the exact time for the hunting action. After hearing that, he knelt down and crawled forward to hug Lam Uyen's leg at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Uyen God, have you agreed? Feeling uncomfortable, he quickly covered Two Men's mouth and just called Lam Uyen. He glanced over and saw him blushing and struggling to breathe. But before setting out, some preparations were necessary. Two Men opened his eyes wide in surprise. Elsewhere, a skull floated in the air, silently observing its surroundings. The skull mounted on the tree in the dusty village marks the hideout of the Vulture Gang. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the surrounding space. The vultures on the ground with their beaks open, while Lam Wein coldly observes in the middle. The lord of the land is right in front. He bows his head and lets out a heavy sigh. The system immediately issued a warning. Vultures Gang, deadly, level 12, 1600 HP, 250 attack, 70 defense. Skills include curved spear, death spirit body. They surround Lam Wein while he stands still with his hands ready. Let's go. When Lam Yen turned around, the vultures still stood silently in a terrifying manner. Immediately after, they all raised their heads and roared loudly. Immediately, their eyes turned bloodshot and emitted terrifying growls. He threw his cloak aside and strode forward. Then, the surviving assassins, vultures, and their allies clashed in a fierce battle. The vulture soared up as the spear shot from its claws streaked straight ahead, activating its skill, and the spear curved. Lam Yuen's cold eyes follow the flying dagger as it plunges downward, smashing into the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. The vulture's eyes are full of suspicion as it looks around but sees no sign of him. Lam Yuen suddenly appears behind it and delivers a deadly strike. In just a moment, he wildly slashed at the vultures before him, taking your lives. I acknowledge that you have successfully eliminated target group Vulture Man A. You have successfully eliminated target group 6 of the Vulture Bandits. You have successfully eliminated target group 10 of the Vulture Bandits. It is about to fall to the ground right behind Lam Uyen. His eyes look ahead with a hint of suspicion. On the high throne, there was no sign of the Vulture Thief Shadow. It had disappeared. Suddenly from behind, it appeared and lunged to attack Lam Yen, the leader of the Vulture Gang, level 19 Lord, 6,200 color, 820 attack, 220 defense, with skills including curved spear, stealth, backstab, activating skills, backstab. He stands still, his hand subtly moving to activate the death explosion skill, and the zombie vultures swarm in from all directions, surrounding and dying. Lam Weyen's eyes suddenly flash with the brilliant blue light as a fierce explosion erupts from the sky, shaking everything around. As the dust settles, it remains intact, only slightly charged a few times. Lam Weyen bounces on his feet, leaps into the air, and rushes forward quickly. He rushed swiftly towards the vulture, his hand emanating a powerful aura. Lam Uyen's eyes lit up with a terrifying coldness. This strike, the haunting fist technique, has proven effective. He swings a silver-white fist straight ahead. A powerful punch directly hits its core, causing the vulture's eyes to bulge in pain, sending you to hell. The strike knocks it down, dust billowing into a straight line. When hitting the ground, Lam Uyen remained in the same stance. You have killed the vulture sect leader. It's over. Congratulations on reaching level 13. With a quick move, he opened the system notification panel. The Dark Primal, Golden Core, level 3, Levo, deals 20% health damage to the target. Or, restore 20% of the zombie's health points. Cost 60 mana, 6 seconds cooldown, proficiency level 20 to 300, fire explosion technique, Golden Kim, level 2. Effective. Detonate a zombie to deal fire damage to nearby enemies. Consumes 100 mana, 10 seconds cooldown, 2 out of 100 proficiency, dark primordial, gold, level 3, effective. Deals 20% health damage to the target or restores 20% health to the zombie. Consumes 60 mana, cools down 6 seconds, proficiency 20% to 300, fire explosion technique, golden core level 2, effect. Detonates a zombie, causing fire damage to nearby enemies. Consumes 100 mana, cools down 10 seconds, proficiency 2 out of 100. A notification from the system appears asking if you confirm using the 10 skills book to upgrade this skill. Lam Nguyen nods and confirms. After completing the operation, don't just sit and ponder. The results are good, right? Previously, you used the skill book to level up. The original dark spell, one trick, now directly upgraded to level 3, and also increased the level of fire explosion technique. His face grew a bit contemplative. For now, the Legion of Undead is sufficient, with 130 undead beasts acquired. Terror Command Outpost, Vulture Lord of the Undead, level 19, health 6,200, attack 820, defense 220. Skills, Sweeping Slash, Deadly Poison Guard, attack with 20 poison damage. Skills, Sweeping Slash, Stealth, Baffle, Terror Command Outpost, Deadly Poison Guard, attack with 20 poison damage. Lam Yen's eyes shone with a powerful aura, so after the Vulture Lord of the Undead was reborn as a zombie, it still gained an extra skill. He suddenly recalled the battle with the former wolf, when the former wolf died and was resurrected, gaining a new skill called Immortality to Rage. The evil wolf armor damages 400% of normal damage to surrounding enemies and makes them faint, a relic of the ancient beast. The health points of the owner, Deathclaw, the owner's attack power, Invincible Rage, and a 20% chance of critical hit increase. Lam Yen continued analyzing and speculating each possibility. Could it be that reviving a boss-level monster also grants an extra skill, which seems quite interesting? While thinking, the system announced that the hunting action you participate in will officially start in 2 hours. Hearing this, he merely smirked. Lam Yen adjusted her torn shirt proudly and prepared to cast her spell. The scene shifts to a deep forest where the Blood Mist Cave is located. He irritably shields his eyes from something blinding, and he is there. Seeing 2 men twisting and writhing in front of him in that bright gold outfit like a Golden Knight statue cosplay, he still wanted to spin around confidently. Wenshin, I spent 50 gold coins on this special invitation to have a top-tier craftsman create this super-grade armor. Don't worry, I definitely won't get in your way today. As soon as I said that, 2 men's belt couldn't hold anymore and snapped. He kept talking without noticing his pants had slipped down somehow, and 2 men suddenly stopped, feeling that something was off, and fell silent. Lam Yen pointed and tried not to laugh as she teased him. This is the first time I've seen this kind of split armor. Very unique. He was pulling up his pants while walking Bien Min. The craftsman over there said, "This is the latest model." As he was speaking, the hat on 2 men's head fell down and blocked his view. He tries to rub it open but can't. Wait a minute, I don't see the way. Yuenshin, save me! 2 men staggered and kicked someone's leg, then shouted out loud. His head hit something very hard, causing the latch on 2 men's helmet to open. He regained his sight and looked up in confusion, only to see a figure twice his size with a fierce face staring intently at him. Chukwei forced a smile, but the more he smiled, the more he felt afraid of him. Are you okay? System notification. Captain of the 3rd team of the Hawk Thu Guild. Chukwei, profession soldier, rank level 15. 2 men stood frozen, beads of sweat pouring down and his heart pounding wildly. Huh? Why does it seem like this person is smiling, but I feel like I've been bitten by a poisonous insect? Am I imagining things? Suddenly, from behind, a hand clenched tightly around his collar. Losing patience, Lam Yen sternly reminded him to quickly smile and take off that stupid equipment on him. 2 men scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, right? Chukwei glanced at him with a fierce expression that didn't change, but a hint of mockery flickered in her eyes. Lam Nguyen looked straight at her calmly without any fear. This made him grit his teeth in fury. This kid dares to look at me with that gaze. He's really someone who makes people uncomfortable. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, you two! Huang Vu appeared leading a group of people shouting loudly. Anyone named 2 men. He held a weak background check form in his hand, his eyes scanning Lam Nguyen's group. Huang Vu stared intently at the paper without looking away. Then he raised his hand and pointed directly at him. You, right? The weirdly dressed one. As he finished speaking, Huang Vu's group all burst into quiet laughter. What kind of fashion is this? Look at his flashy golden outfit. Is he cosplaying something overly extravagant? 2 men calmly stepped forward, pushed his hand away, and forced a dry, slightly angry smile, saying, I am I. You in strange clothes? The 3 of you are the big brothers of the Dark Guild, right? Oh yes, this is my friend. Before he could finish speaking, the sword tip was drawn up and pointed directly at him.
Huang Vu sneered with contempt in his eyes and said, Fine, we are not interested in the Rain Soldier's name. Remember this, not because it costs twice as much to register, but because our captain is especially kind.
Lam Yun lowered his gaze silently, remaining completely silent. Chokwei stepped forward, standing aside and said, What are you doing? You should be friendly with your new friend. He sneered and said, I was just joking, Captain. Huang Vu calmly drew his sword and sheathed it. He flicked his head dismissively, clearly warning us not to be arrogant just because of our captain, and to be grateful and cherish this opportunity. Got it. From now on, we will do our best. Yin Thang stood behind, clapping loudly. Everyone stood at attention, and I will now officially start the roll call. He stood there awkwardly, fidgeting, nervous beyond belief, never expecting to actually act alongside members of the Great Guild, yet he remained silent. This is a player participating in the S-star level hunt, with Huang Vu standing in front, his brow furrowed, his equipment definitely fine. It won't break in the middle, right? Thinking of this, Lam Wein closed his eyes in deep thought. All of them are just new players who just entered the main city area. He stepped forward into the cave. Now that everyone is gathered, there's no reason to hesitate anymore. Let's get ready to start. With steady steps and a cold gaze, everyone can rest assured that when facing the guild, even death itself must give way. Everything will be very safe. Everyone was laughing like fools. From men turned around and shouted loudly, "Uyan Than, hurry up! I heard this cave even has glowing slimes." Huang Vu was speechless. Again, damn it, this guy is here just for an outing! He calmly moved forward, saying nothing. As we approached, Lam Yuyan couldn't hide her excitement. I smelled a thrilling scent. In the blink of an eye, everyone entered the cave, blood boiling. After a while, they had to stop in front of multiple entrances. How did they find the way so quickly? But honestly, all along the way. We haven't encountered a single level 16 fierce beast yet. These fierce beasts are active at night and are likely resting deep inside the cave right now. One of them raised his hand and voiced his doubt, trusting the captain, and asked which easy path we should take. He still showed no sign of impatience, just a faint smile, and I think we should split up and act separately. As soon as he finished speaking, they all started arguing and splitting up to act, but isn't that a bit risky? Yeah, what if they encounter a level 16 elite? Our captain led us on a reconnaissance mission beforehand to ensure the safety of this operation. When everyone saw us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting to gather. He frowned in disbelief and said, "What? The team leader had already done the scouting?" His cold eyes narrowed as he nodded in front of the shop door. Yes, after our reconnaissance this morning on these 3 streets, the middle one has a very strong pheromone signature from the fierce beast, making it highly vulnerable to sudden attacks, while the other 2 streets are actually very safe. Chu Kuya kept talking non-stop, saying that the more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to find valuable discoveries. To ensure both efficiency and safety for everyone, I decided that our Song of the Blooming Orchid Guild would take the middle path, while the others would go on the sides. His eyes flashed with a cunning glint, a sly smile crossing his face. What do you think? They still trust Chu Kuya Jamjap's words. As expected from the Great Guild, every move is so meticulous. You are the leader of Team 3 in the Song Thu Society, the senior with the highest rank among us. On the other hand, Lam Yen points to the other side. We go on the left. Hearing Chu Kuya's words, he smiled softly. Of course, there was no problem. So, does anyone want to go with them? The others still looked a bit worried about the 2 of them. What about those 2? The guild says he's famous, but one person feels strange and not very trustworthy, the other. He looks him up and down, assessing him, and he's just a freak with a poker face hiding his level and class, probably because he's too low and afraid of losing face. But I think it's pretty cool, so you should go ahead. Chu Kuya, unable to resist the gossip of others, mocked again. It seems their luck isn't great, and although I am the team leader for this mission, I can't force everyone. He ignored those words, glanced back, and said, "Let's go." He stared intently at the backs of the 2 entering the cave, a contemptuous smile on his lips, 2 fools who knew nothing. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites hang overhead. Water droplets silently drip down, gathering into small pools on the ground. Both of them stepped carefully, moving deeper into the cave. Following behind, 2 men held his sword and shield, his eyes showing a hint of fear. The divine aura, the temperature dropping too quickly, feeling strange, and fear made his face turn pale, as if he was being stared at intensely, even feeling it grow stronger. The calm, cold voice sounded, emphasizing each word softly, so you finally realized there really is something here. Hearing that, 2 men felt a wave of panic rising. Why? But the captain refused to say that he had scouted this path. Is this path really safe? He sneered with a sarcastic smile. Do you really trust him? So, a level S team leading a group of rookies clearly means they want to use living people as bait. He looked at him with suspicion. The divine stone, so why didn't you? Yen's eyes flicked to the wall, noticing the small water droplets flickering and moving. Doesn't that reveal his position? His hand gently squeezed the water ball, then suddenly jerked it away from the wall and threw it forward. Because I also want to see how many I can catch, a voice from the darkness inside the cave echoes, and red eyes flash in the shadows, quite intriguing. From the darkness, divine beasts crawl out one after another. Iron-eating gods. Essence. Level 16, life force 3,300, attack 440, defense 100. Skills, iron tail sweep, wall breaking without corrosion. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above, and in an instant, a fierce spiral of fire erupted, burning everything in its path. In another direction, Huang Vu charged like a beam of light, launching an attack at it. Before the divine beast could counterattack, he immediately swung his sword. You fools, see the power of me! After finishing, Huang Vu turned back with a confident smile towards the Zukui pillar. The team leader, those imposters attracted monsters instead of us. Sharing the fighting power, it's much easier now. They really believe those lies about scouting the way. He forcefully swung his spear straight at the divine beast, waiting until most of them were dead before the 2 iron-eating divine beasts in the caves had only a little blood left. Then he slammed them into the wall with great force, and at that moment we struck to harvest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. From behind they charged straight at the true Quay. Unfazed, he clenched his fist tightly, a confident smile appearing on his face. Hey, those unruly guys, who are they shouting at? Just go all out. In a blink, the pillar unleashes its power and knocks down all 3. He stood still, his face twisted with interest. Useless trash only fit to stay at the bottom of the food chain. On the other side, Tumin Don stammered, Uyen Thon, it's you. It turns to face and prepares to swing its tail to attack, activating the steel tail sweep skill, swinging its metal tail across, causing 60% damage to the targets. Lam Yen orders the vulture assassins to charge and counterattack, activating the flying hook skill, launching attacks towards the targets. Maximum range of 10 meters for recall, attack causing 60% damage, activating skills, stealth, semi-invisible state, reduces the chance of being detected by the target, activates skills, backstab, sneak attack, attack from behind, causing 80% damage to the target. The 2 sides clashed and fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. I can't believe he's managed to tame so many strong beasts. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening, even more impressive than the battle at the desert camp. Truly awesome. He glanced over and replied lightly, that day I just happened to prepare a little. After hearing that, Min couldn't help but be stunned. What, in less than a day, has Yuan Shin already tamed so many powerful monsters? As he was speaking, a system notification appeared. You have successfully defeated 55 divine beasts in the slaughter event. Your brother is coming. It's done. Not bad performance. Watching this scene behind him, his eyes were blank, so impressive, I wish I could be as strong as Uyen Thon. Suddenly, a slight tremor in the cave caused Tu Min's body to wobble. Was this an earthquake? He was about to turn to inform Yuan he was stunned. Yuan. You only see him raising his hand to absorb the divine energy of the divine serpent. Yuan Thon is busy. Let me check the situation first. I can't bother him with everything. I also need to use some of my own strength. Tu Min turned the talisman towards the opposite direction, seemingly from this side. He felt the tremor approaching closer beneath his feet. Tu Min widened his eyes, looking at his feet, feeling like his form was lost. Before he could relax, a tongue shot up from the ground. He fell to the ground in fear. Calmly standing up, Tu Min only managed to see the fiery tongue flickering before his eyes. His eyes widened with shock and tension. What on earth is this all about? Suddenly, the tongue lunged straight at Tu Min with dangerous force. Struck by it, he fell to the ground screaming in pain. In a flash, the tongue shot up and wrapped around him. It immediately wrapped around Tu Min, holding him in control, intending to save him. It forcefully dragged Tu Min down to the ground. Tu Min's eyes flickered with a look of desperate horror. It's all over. A streak of light cut through, tearing the space apart at lightning speed. He walks over with a red, dirt face, grabbing his trembling collar and pulling Tu Min along like a gust of wind, even though he's still terrified. Moving to another corner, Tu Min backed against the wall, coughing continuously with a pale face. The divine beast, that thing is definitely a giant, but earlier when it came out, we were too slow. Before he could regain his composure, the ground suddenly cracked open and trembled violently. Overcome with fear, Tu Min shouted loudly and his voice echoed through the cave. It's dangerous, we're out of time. A giant monster suddenly erupts from the ground, roaring loudly. Tier 1 Blood Beast, Lord level, level 20, health points 6,300, attack 850, defense 280, skills include Vai Tao Kitch, Bat Thuok Beach Lui, Dia Mach Tiem Han, and Dak Sha Funza. When reading that information, his face immediately turned pale and his body kept trembling. The action guide states that the Bloodline Cave is home to elite level creatures, but this guy is clearly a Lord level. Although Tu Min was scared, he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of him. Uyen Than, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying monster here. Let me bite it. You should retreat quickly. Lam Ween was unafraid, only smirking. A terrifying monster, huh? In that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had learned from my own way of becoming a beast. He stammered, "What?" It's on all fours, the growling echoing through the cave as it approaches step by step. Without hesitation, Lam Uyen drew his sword and charged straight at the enemy's formation. Well then, let's see if you can be defeated, Tu Min worried. Oyen God. His voice deepened as he ordered the vulture killers to attack immediately. The vulture leader to launch the spear, and as soon as the command was given, they all unleashed their weapons to attack. As it quickly used its tail to block their attack, the boss activated the skill, the Iron Vulture Strike. The kite's weapons clashed against its tail, making a screeching sound. Long Uyen seized the opportunity to leap onto the head of the Steel Legion, immediately focusing all his spiritual energy to activate his skill, the Soul Seal. Immediately, an explosion shook the area. Long Uyen slowly stepped onto the ground to observe. But when the dust settled, it was unharmed. The tough skin of the beast only suffered minor burns. He looked suspiciously at such a powerful force, wondering if it only caused small scorch marks. It roared in anger, opening its mouth wide, and its thunderous growl shook the entire cave. Poison burst out from the monster's mouth in a spray, releasing toxic streams that formed blue fumes in the air. Uyen then watches carefully from the side, worried and shouting. A direct attack strikes the ground, and the chosen beast stares intently at Long Uyen as he retreats. Looking closely at the ground, it's been corroded by its attack, indicating a high-concentration corrosive strike. Long Uyen slightly furrowed his brow, assessing the situation. It's a bit more difficult than he imagined. The tail of the creature charges toward him, aiming to attack when he's unprepared. But he quickly jumped up, dodging its attack, yet it made things even more exciting. Long Uyen's face darkened as he immediately summoned his undead. Come out here, foolish lord of the land. A vulture-like undead assassin immediately appears. As soon as it shows up, it stabs the dagger in its hand into the tail of the mechanized beast. Standing to one side with a stunned expression, the undead monster that Yuan Than summoned is also Han Sao's new subordinate. His eyes light up with admiration. Truly very cool. The deadly vulture-like assassin quickly moved behind the Tuochi Lieti. Holding two knives, it raised them again, then activated the system skill, Bui Thick. It ruthlessly stabbed at the tail of the fierce beast. The boss activated the skill. Unyielding Fortress, increasing defense by 150% for 10 seconds. I stood there carefully, but it reacted too slowly and was knocked into the wall by the tail of the mechanical beast. I exclaimed in horror, "Wow! His reaction speed is so fast! Does he also have eyes on his back?" Lam Uyen also couldn't help but wonder after hearing Han's words, does he also have eyes on his back? And immediately recalled the actions and reactions of the spirit lizard earlier, which has simple eye structures mainly relying on changes in light to sense its environment. Once the enemy stands still and doesn't move, they become very hard to detect. Then Lam Uyen thought of the characteristics of the lizard species. However, their visual perception is extremely sharp. Their quick reflexes and sensing abilities can detect very small movements of the enemy. Some species of divine lizards even have infrared sensors to detect the heat of enemies' bodies, making their sensitivity to movement far surpass that of humans. As if understanding, Lam Uyen smiled softly. It seems that to deal with this guy, I have to let him walk into the trap himself. Thinking quickly, he kept throwing fireballs at the creature repeatedly. Not only that, Lam Uyen shouted provocatively, "Come on, let's see if your scales are tougher than my fireballs." Without a doubt, it quickly charged at Lam Uyen. He stepped back while throwing fireballs at it, then focused on luring the beast away. Good. Keep it excited so it concentrates all its attention on me. Two men quickly intervened. Uyen Than, it's dangerous. He explained hurriedly that the defense of the level leader's elite troops is too strong, and these fireballs can't harm it at all. Uyen Than is taking too much of a risk. Oh my, he realizes something is wrong. Wait a moment, the divine spirit is running in that direction. Looking closely, clearly Lam Uyen is heading towards the group of divine spirits on the other side, where the divine spirits are gathered. Quickly, Lam Uyen reached the front of the approaching demon pack. It was time. He immediately turned around, and this was the moment. Then, Lam Uyen quickly dodged to the side, causing the evil spirit to lose its balance. It stumbled and, in the blink of an eye, charged into the midst of the attacking gods, quickly torn apart by them. Your master's plan was successful, and Lam Uyen couldn't help but mutter softly, "You big-headed fool, you don't even know how to break a car." It kept howling in pain and anger. Turning around, Lam Uyen prepared to use her skill. Get ready for an explosive feast. The system's voice rang out again, activating the skill, the fierce attack. Immediately, the divine beast exploded upon being eaten, dealing massive damage to the troops. Its master has lost quite a bit of blood, and Lam Uyen sneered, breaking through the armor. Its eyes saw him standing right in front. It roared in anger and charged. Lam Uyen quickly stepped back and ordered the bandit Ken Ken, the leader of the Ken Ken, to the left. The two of them land on opposite sides, causing the divine beast to become disoriented, and it also has one more weakness. Its eyes cannot lock onto enemies on both sides at the same time. Ken Ken Thief immediately drew a bow and aimed directly at the mechanized beast. It then opened its mouth wide, took a deep breath to unleash a powerful attack. Lam Uyen jumps up and then attacks downward from above. This strike will send you to hell. It screams in pain after being hit in its weak spot. Thuktit Litik has been defeated. The system notifications keep ringing. Enemies weakened, leveled up, leveled up, leveled up. Congratulations on reaching level 14. He stands silently on the corpse of Thuktit Litik, surrounded by thick dust. 5 minutes later, Lam Uyen arrived at his fallen enemies turned into zombies, and the system announced that his health had recovered 85%. Another notification sounded, the shadow of the original Amkim level 3 effect. Deals 20% damage to the target's model, or heals 20% of the Sat Than Lan in Sat, costs 60 mana, cooldown 6 seconds. Proficiency 200 to 300. Seeing this notification, Lam Uyen pondered for a moment. It seems that if he uses the skill scroll one more time, he can directly upgrade the Dark Origin to level 30. Looking at the possessed relic in front of him, he thought again. Although the destructive spell has consumed quite a few life points, harvesting this guy is worth it, based on its system display information. The Divine Life Eater, level 20, with 6,300 health points, 850 attack, 280 defense, and skills including Iron Tail Attack, Shield Blade, Earthbane Injection, Sand Venom Spray, and Death Spirit Body. Seeing it, Lam Uyen made a decision. From now on, you will be my meat target. At this moment, Tum Min's urgent voice rang out. Yun Shen! He carried a spear full of gear and rushed toward him with a bright gaze. This is the first time I've seen so many spoils of war. Now let's just count them. Lam Uyen looked back at the chaos behind him. In a hurry to leave, there are still a few fake rats that haven't been cleaned up yet. Amidst the blackened corpses of the divine beasts, Ju Kui, weapon in hand, wears a sinister smile. These fools are not worth mentioning at all. The soldier then issued a sweet command, all under the captain's leadership. With him here, even level lord monsters would have to kneel in praise. The guild leader beside me reminded us that judging by the sound just now, the battle between the two sides is probably about to end, so let's go over there, just in time to finish it. Han kicked the corpse at his feet, then Ju Kui led the other two forward. Let's go, and finish this fight. Suddenly, a surprise attack caught them off guard. They hurriedly separated, dodging falling rocks. Ju Kui roared in anger. Who dares to ambush the Hot Thu Guild? As the fog slowly dissipates, a figure gradually appears before them. Long Yin clenched his sword tightly, his icy gaze not intending to kill outright, but to personally finish the job. The guild leader stared in shock, stammering unable to speak, pointing straight at him. No, it can't be. Those two had clearly been devoured by the divine beasts. Tu Ming was so furious that he slapped him directly in the face without any hesitation, yet he still had the nerve to talk like that. I thought the Hathu Guild was a reputable organization, but I never expected you to use players as bait to clear dungeons. Huang Vu didn't have time to think and immediately rushed forward to block Tru Kuei. So what if he did? If becoming a stepping stone for our Hathu Guild is their honor, then that's the privilege of you bunch of trash. On the contrary, his face turned pale and his lips pressed tightly in an extremely ugly expression. Seeing them kneel, these two guys actually still came out alive. Could it be that when they entered the cave, there weren't many gods lurking inside, and all the monsters gathered around those unlucky ones? He was so angry that his foot stomped loudly as he cursed nonstop. You guys are truly shameless. Inside, Ju Kui couldn't help but laugh, his eyes showing a hint of drunkenness. That guy, the more he looks at him, the more annoying he gets. Might as well just deal with him right now. He slowly stepped forward with a deep voice, and although I don't know what kind of terrible luck you guys encountered to survive right now in an instant, Ju Kui suddenly moved, his speed so fast that others couldn't react in time, and the lucky moment was over. His iron club swung down fiercely right where the two of them had just been standing, causing them to immediately lean back to dodge the attack and retreat. Without hesitation, Shinja tightly gripped his sword hilt and thrust it straight up, relying only on his momentum. He clenched the iron chain of the hammer, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The clashing of metal echoed sharply, affecting the surroundings. He quickly stepped back, one hand pressing on the ground to keep his balance. A sneer curled at the corner of Tru Kuei's lips, a contemptuous smile. So what? This is what the little bastard wants to play. As Lam Yen swung her sword, black skulls appeared from the void, and he charged forward, smashing them one by one. Tru Kuei stood amidst the thick smoke, his eyes fixed straight ahead. In a flash, he froze, clearly startled. Damn it, you can't escape now! He swung his sword straight at him. Trio Kuei reacted just in time to raise his shield and block the fierce strike. You think I wouldn't be prepared, you fool? He sneered and looked straight into Lam Uin's eyes, proving that those who rely on luck to survive are doomed. As he finished speaking, Trio K's figure suddenly vanished into the air, so it's best to go to sleep with one eye closed. He said nothing, just stood there observing his surroundings. Without a sound, he swung his weapon from behind. After all, he's just a useless trash. Lam Uin tilts his head, his cold steel-like gaze piercing through the darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashes a torrent of magic and power that surges forward, because even a small life can be toyed with at any moment. A booming explosion erupts, shaking the ground and rocks flying everywhere. Two men stands nearby, panic mixed with concern, while Uyan then remains calm. Hoi and Huang Vu stand in front of him, sneering. This clueless guy, hand him over to me. Hey, did you just start up enough? Now it's my turn. Over here, Trong Kuei looks at him lying under the broken rocks, clothes torn, not moving. Fine, I don't have much time to play this game with you. He cruelly laughed and swung his fist, intending to send Lam Uin to his death. But Trong Kuei froze in shock, eyes wide open in disbelief. What? His fist was blocked by his hand. You're the captain of the third team of the Hakthu Guild, right? Now Trong Kuei was filled with terror. How could this guy be? Lam Uin still bowed his head, but a cold smile had already appeared on his lips. His eyes turned red as the surrounding magic gathered. I think I finally understand the strength of the 10th ranked guild in the capital district. Lam Uin tightened his grip on his wrist, his power making Trong Kuei tremble. He tensed his body and jerked hard, but the chain's force seemed to imprison Trong Kuei in a cage of steel. His eyes turned red, muscles tense as he exerted all his strength. Before he could react, Lam Yen had already grabbed him and slammed him down onto the ground like throwing a sandbag. Trong Kuei was flung far away, forming a straight line on the ground. He stopped, grinding his teeth and coughing violently. Truly underestimated a bastard like you. Truong Kuei, furious, grabbed his weapon and charged forward again. Don't just stand there, come on. Ahoy and Huang Vu responded in unison. Understood. All three charged towards Lam Uyen. Go die. He wasn't afraid, just stood there staring intently with a sneer. The rabble are truly just rabble. They didn't do much at all. As the strike fell, Lam Uyen's shadow vanished without a trace. Above, two sharp piercing blades appeared, spreading their wings to attack them. Caught off guard in an instant, they were too flustered to react. What? His eyes widened with clear anger and panic. In front of Trong Kuei, skulls rushed toward him as if to tear him apart. The attack made Trong Kuei reel in pain, and he was knocked to the ground in front of those two. Just as Trong Kuei raised his head, his legs appeared before him, and he stammered in panic. Wait, stop for me. Damn it, if you really kill me, the Dark Guild won't be a pushover. Think carefully. Lam Huiyan stared intently, his powerful gaze fixated on Trong Kue, then he shifted his focus to his feet. I only see two heart-shaped eyes hugging my leg. Lord Huiyan, indeed you will never admit defeat. That just now really scared me to death. He showed disgust and kicked him away to the side, so you moved aside. Lam Huiyan changed his expression, raised his sword high, and declared coldly, as I understand it, your Dark Guild not only acts arrogantly outside, but also treats its members very cruelly. If you lose rank or equipment and suffer losses, they will come after you too. Have you thought about how to explain things to them yet? He was a bit panicked, sweating profusely, trying to negotiate. This time I guess I've failed. Tell me, how can I get you to let me go alive? Lam Huiyan lowered his sword, pondered, then spoke. Then, make a list of the high-level guild managers among your players for me. List their class, rank, and characteristics. At that moment, thunder roared around him, and in his previous life, the ultimate skill he used had never been heard of before, and no one knew what it was. I don't know how to respond. He probably has a very rare hidden profession, and no one has known about it from the beginning to the end. Hearing this, Chiu Kuei stammered and asked, The list? What do you want it for? Lam Huiyan didn't bother to listen to him, and directly stabbed his sword through Chiu Kuei's hand. Watching the blood flow from his hand, he sat down coldly. Does it matter if he writes or not? Write! Chiu Kuei's face turned pale. I will write it now. In an instant, the list was already in Lam Huiyan's hand, and it seemed that all the masters of the Dark Guild were here. Although some professions are a bit special, they are not harsh with the characteristics of the number one advance. He stands behind, clutching his injured hand, hesitating. Elder, can you let me go now? He turned around and said with a slight pause, I can let you go. Before he finished speaking, Chiu Kuei quickly responded, Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Without waiting for their reaction, Lam Huiyan cast a spell that pierced through their bodies. But you have harmed many innocent players, and it's time to give them an explanation. The three of them's treasured items appeared one after another. Books Nuet Ma Trui, Bainan, type, weapon, effect, total attack 45, critical hit plus 30, physical attack plus 30 with skills. Burst power, burst power. When attacking for the first time, increase attack speed by 20%. Quang Vu Tru Kiem, Thendong type, weapon effect, attack power plus 30, hit rate plus 20. Lam Quang Fat Bao, Thendong type, weapon effect, magic damage plus 20. Master Two Men was secretly holding something. Huiyan Thon, look at this. They also found a treasure orb, but haven't checked it yet. He brought it in front of Lam Huiyan. I'll choose first. The rest will belong to you. Master. Two Men quickly shook his head and said, No, no. Master Lam Huiyan sighed and withdrew his hand, then smiled and said, I want to buy it. I can't take advantage of Huiyan Than. He also didn't want to argue with Two Men. It's up to you. Lam Huiyan looked at the items in the bag and shook his head. Nothing suited me at all. Take everything. He happily nodded. Okay, Huiyan Thon, I will transfer the money to you now. I have received 54 gold coins. The two finally left the cave. During the day, outside the Blood Lion cave, there were indeed some silver-grade equipment. Right now, getting golden equipment is not easy at all. Su Ming reached out to say something but hesitated and couldn't speak. Brother Yuan, there's something I don't know if I should tell you or not. You seem suspicious. What's going on? As he spoke, his body involuntarily tensed up. I heard that the Dark Guild's people have a secret weapon. If they can't win online, they'll take revenge in real life, so maybe I should have my bodyguards follow you. After hearing that, Lam Huiyan showed no reaction and simply waved goodbye. Thanks for the reminder. It's just a bunch of pests. I have my own plans. Back in the present, I just took off my helmet to play. Then I heard a voice outside saying, Huiyan, come get ready for dinner. Lam Huiyan stands up from his seat and responds, I'll be right there. He walks to the door, just as his hand touches the doorknob to open it. As I just opened it, a giant shadow with a device on its head stood there like a towering figure. Mr. Lamb picked up the iron helmet and tilted his head to ask his son, Huiyan, do you think this is the iron helmet you need for gaming? Is this iron helmet broken? He looked over a bit surprised. It seems to work fine and isn't broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? He waved his hand broadly, looking a bit confused. No. Dad, why did you buy this? This was discovered by Mom when cleaning the toddler's room. At that moment, a strange feeling arose in his heart, a vague memory fleeting by, also around this time in his previous life. Lamdan secretly practiced his profession. Mrs. Lamb stepped out of the kitchen with a smile and said, All right, you two stop standing there and come eat dinner now. She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. That guy doesn't understand new things and spends all day trying to find common topics with you, even just turning on the computer all afternoon and not knowing. Mr. Lamb awkwardly replied, It's not like that. Huiyan, don't listen to what my mom said. Dad's just worried that you might damage Tudon's things while cleaning, so he's just checking. He gently bows his head, his eyes deep. If my parents are exposed to the immortal world, I can use my innate talent in the game to support them. When the mutation arrives, they will also have the ability to protect themselves. Lam Huiyan gently smiled with a determined look. This game isn't hard. Tomorrow I'll buy 2 more iron helmets to play. Mom, you should try it too. Mother, don't spend money recklessly, her mother said with a slightly serious tone. He smiled softly. It's okay, don't worry about it. By the way, hasn't Xiaodan come back yet? She looked at the watch and softly replied, Today is Friday, so Xiaodan is probably out with her friends. I will call her later. You eat first. Lam Huiyan suddenly spoke up. Let me call her. He took out his phone, dialed a familiar number, and the screen showed his sister's name connecting. The automated voice said the number was temporarily unavailable. Lam Nguyen looked at the screen with a gradually darkening gaze. Even if Tu Dan didn't want to answer, he would still send a message to settle things. He wouldn't just ignore her completely. Mrs. Lam looked at him softly and said, "Eat your meal, Nguyen. Probably Teo Dan is out eating. We won't wait for her anymore." He gently shook his head, speaking calmly. "Dad, Mom, you go ahead and eat. I'll go buy some things. If I'm late, the shop will close." She immediately agreed, so the meal was left untouched. Seeing that, he told Nguyen to go ahead. As he left, Mr. Lam's voice softly echoed, remembering the days when Nguyen and Teo Dan stuck together all day, and wondering when they became strangers. "Let the kids talk more with each other, and we'll worry less." Mrs. Lam smiled. "That's true. Nguyen just isn't good at expressing herself, but she's still the older sister." He stepped down the stairs heavily, darkness enveloping him. In his mind, fragmented memories flickered. In the previous life, Lam Dan painfully embraced his shoulder as he opened the door just as he was about to rest. Seeing that, he was startled and worried, asking, "Little Dan?" "You," she told her brother, leaning on his shoulder tiredly as he headed to his room. When he reached Lam Dan's door, he suddenly stopped, his pain saying, "It's not related to me. Don't call the police, and don't tell our parents. Understand?" He stopped, his eyes filled with unspeakable pain. Returning to reality, he continued to think in his mind. In the previous life, after Lam Dan started playing the immortal world, he quickly awakened his hidden karma. But it also bears many burdens that don't belong to her. Everything started when that mysterious organization appeared and brought it to her. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that the Chat2 organization is a mysterious group founded by 9 players, and only those chosen by the players can join. His mind continued to race, knowing that among them is a prophet who can sense the chosen players in the real world and send members to invite them to join. Suddenly, the strength of the Order organization had become so powerful that nothing could rival it in the game. Not only that, their influence on the real world was also growing stronger. Although their actions were mysterious and unpredictable, they also did some good deeds, maintaining social stability, making their true intentions hard to decipher. At this point, he felt a pang of sorrow, recalling how, after being invited to join, Xiao Dan often undertook dangerous missions but never mentioned this to her family, and now the image of Lam Dan, injured and struggling to walk, appeared vividly in his mind. Lin's crazed expression slightly furrowed his brow, hoping it wasn't them. As he stepped out to the door, his eyes lit up with a fiery glow, and he thought, but even if it is them, this time I won't let the little girl get involved recklessly again. He strolled through the night when suddenly he spotted a familiar figure, quickly hiding in a nearby alley, his eyes following the person talking at the coffee shop, his breath slowing as he carefully observed every tiny movement in the space. Long Yin Yi, as expected, the little man has already met them, but the distance is too far to hear the conversation, so he can't act yet. He clenched his fist lightly, took a deep breath, feeling a bit unfamiliar after not using his skills for a long time, and focused his mind to activate his stealth ability. A faint glow envelops the body, the surrounding air shimmers gently, and his breath and aura completely vanish. He silently thinks that his current stealth technique is level 3, with a duration of 5 minutes. Long Yin quietly observes the surroundings, then moves into the cafe and stops at a spot just enough to hear the conversation. He thinks to himself, this distance should be enough. On this side, Tu Fan and Hach Sam are talking with the young group. Hach San's deep and clear voice rings out. "Sister, I've already told you everything you need to know. As for what's real or fake, that's for you to judge. Joining us isn't just because of the organization, but because when the disaster comes 3 years from now, he looks like a normal person, calm but with some pressure. You will be like us, brave enough to stand up for this world." Tu Fan pouts, his voice light with a teasing tone. "Look, you scared the girl. Quickly withdraw that terrifying aura of yours." Hach Sam frowned slightly, his tone serious. "I am discussing something important, also for her sake. The situation is already like this, and it still involves her somehow." As he was speaking, he suddenly looked towards where Lam Yen was standing, causing his heart to race. Hach Sam's eyes suddenly turned angry. He lightly touched the ring on his finger, activating the stealth skill. A powerful wave of energy spread out. The system notified that the invisibility effect had been broken. Countdown started. Hach Sam frowned and looked in the direction he just stood, unable to speak. Fearing others would notice something unusual, he then looked towards the hometown and said, "Boss, did you give the order? Why didn't you say it earlier? Just give me a takeaway." The boss's voice from the hometown called out, "Wait a moment." Soon after, the boss came out holding 2 glasses of water and said, "Here it is." From afar, Lam Yen froze. Your own man froze, narrowing his eyes as he thought, using the stealth skill of his ring equipment. Luckily, the stealth concealment had 3 modifiable wires, but at this moment, the system voice announced that the stealth effect had been removed. Ha Chishan lifts his glass to drink, then turns to Lam Dan with a low and decisive voice. "Lam Dan, I hope you'll consider whether you want to join us or not. Someone with true righteousness will not stand by with folded arms in the face of disaster. Once you've thought it through, call this number." He then placed a business card on the table. Lam Dan, now holding the card, slightly bowed his head, speaking softly but with determination, understood. After saying that, the 2 men stood up and left. Then Tufan suddenly turned back with a teasing tone. "Little beauty, I'm waiting for you. You must come here." From afar, Lam Yin activates his stealth skill to monitor the situation. Seeing the two others leave, he immediately stands up and chases after them. As he reached the door, he saw no one around and was startled, saying they had disappeared. Suddenly, a glass of water was thrown at him, leaving him frozen for a few seconds. From afar, Sam's shout echoed loudly. Indeed, something was wrong. Suddenly, a cold system voice rang in his mind. The stealth effect was about to end. From afar, a loud shout rang out, confirming that something was definitely wrong. The space returned to silence, only the steady beat of his heart echoing in the cage, as a bad premonition grew that everything was only just beginning. And Hetsam slowly approached the water glass he had just thrown away, his eyes fixed on the faint residual glow of the stealth skill that had just been broken. He slightly furrowed his brow and calmly said, "Maybe I've been too sensitive lately. It's no big deal." Tufan stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, smirking softly. "Big brother, you're too tense. Relax a bit." After saying that, he turned around and looked around. "Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us?" Hetsam stood up, was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "According to the prophecy, sooner or later she will come." Tufan shrugged, his eyes shining with interest and saying, "That's also true. So far, the prophet's predictions have never been wrong." He chuckled softly. "But what I want to know even more is which girl I will be paired with in this benefit." Hetsam looked at him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "Let's see if you can keep your little life through the upcoming great crisis." Tufan chuckled happily and said, "It's still early." His voice was deep and cold, carrying a certainty that made his leaning posture stiffen, causing his smile to falter for a moment. Not far away, Lam Yen was standing high above, silently watching the two men's figures gradually disappear. Luckily, I managed to activate my stealth skill just before it was destroyed. Escaping at the last moment, I quietly closed my eyes. These people are even harder to deal with than I thought. If I get too close, my forbidden profession might be exposed. The pale blue light gradually fades around him as he looks at the starry sky, whispering to himself, "I no longer have a place to belong in this immortal world. I must be more cautious, and it's time to move out." Lam Dan just arrived near her house and was nervously fiddling with the business card Hotch Sam had just given her, her mind in turmoil. As she looked away, she saw a familiar figure and, surprised, asked, "Why are you here?" Yen stood there, holding a bag of food, her hair slightly tousled by the wind. And he said, "I happened to buy some things. You haven't eaten yet, right?" Lam Dan shook her head. "It's okay." He gently lifts the bag and says softly, "It's late, so don't make Mom work hard anymore. I bought some food, so later when you get home, if there's anything you want to eat, just have it." She looks at him, and he appears slightly embarrassed. This guy clearly can't even take care of himself, so why now? He then turns and walks into the house, saying, "I'm leaving." As he walked away, he glanced back at Lam Dan and whispered, "We're going home." The door swung open, and their voices rang out, "We're back!" Mrs. Lamb quickly ran out, worriedly asking Lam Dan if the child forgets time while playing, if she has eaten, and if she needs her to warm up some rice. She shook her head and said no, she didn't need it, and that she would go to her room first. She looked over, then turned to her son. "You haven't eaten either, right, Uyen? Let me make some more for both of you." He shook his head gently, voice hoarse. "No need, Mom. Rest early." At this moment, Lam Dan was exhausted in her room, breathing heavily, her mood suddenly sinking, and she couldn't understand what was really going on lately. She tiredly lay on the bed and said, "Ever since playing that game, all the strange and bizarre things started to happen." The scene darkened in her memory as Lam Dan fought fiercely against the savage monster, the girl with purple hair. The wizard and her team suddenly shouted as if tearing the space apart. "Little Dan, run quickly. Your speed is faster than mine. I will hold back the monster." The cold gleam of the sword shone. Rocks and dirt flew up. In front of them was a giant monster with long blades, and the system's cold voice rang out, "The long blade path." Usually, level 5, HP 300, attack 50, defense 8, skill of chaotic sword dance with the effect of fast swinging dual scimitars causing double damage. At this moment, the monster is getting closer, swinging the dual scimitars rapidly, causing the mage and her team to fall flat on the ground. Lam Dan gritted her teeth and shouted, "Go ahead, let me block them." Her eyes were determined, ready for battle, saying, "I am the front line. There's no way the front line would abandon the back line and run. Leave this to me." But not just one. Dozens of others moved simultaneously from afar. The sound of hundreds of blades slicing through the air creating a deafening screech, making it feel like the entire world is about to be swallowed. Lam Dan grits her teeth, clutching her sword tightly, her spiritual power surging through her body. She charges forward, her sword slashing across. The blue light stretched into a streak, slicing through a monster, and a loud explosion echoed. She spun around to block the second attack, but their strength was too great, each strike causing her arms to tremble with each blow. Lam Dan kneels, gasping for breath but still clutching her sword. Suddenly, a monster appears behind her, slashing with a sharp blade, and a huge beam of light sweeps away the dust as Lam Dan's body suddenly begins to glow. Her hair billowing wildly, a silver light enveloping her entire body. The system suddenly sounded, cold and echoing with a heartbeat, congratulating the player on activating a hidden class. Now helping you awaken, Lam Dan has to lower her sword to the ground, struggling to stand firm, exhausted and trembling. Suddenly she is seated, gripping her sword. Her gaze now is cold as a sickle, with each strike coming so quickly that the movements are no longer visible. The howling monsters scream in pain as their bodies explode in bursts of blazing sword light. Dust billowing everywhere, Lam Dan leans on her sword for support, her breathing ragged, her nose trembling, her body almost completely exhausted. The system's voice boomed once more, deep and resonant, piercing straight into her mind. Lemon Chi sword. At this very moment, a colossal golden beam erupts in an explosion. Sweeping away the darkness, in that dazzling light, Lam Dan's eyes shimmer with a brilliant green, deep as a gemstone. Reflecting the golden rays spreading across the space, swirling around her body like countless stars gathering, forming a massive energy vortex. The system's voice still echoed in the space. Lemon Chi's sword. Lam Dan froze amidst the fierce battlefield, her hand still gripping the sword. Returning to the present, she was exhausted, resting her arm on her forehead and thinking, that feeling is real. Even in reality, you can sense the changes in your body. Lam Dan took a deep breath. Her exhaustion ignited from within. And if the disaster he spoke of truly occurs, can I protect everyone? Her hand fell into the air, enveloped by a mysterious blue light, as if absorbing or releasing a huge source of energy. Can I really do this? Lam Dan clenched her fist tightly, doubt quickly turning into determination. If even this kind of power can't withstand the disaster, then what hope do others have? She suddenly turned and approached the shelf, picking up the photo frame and saying, whether I join them or not, I must grow stronger quickly and protect them. At the same time, in another room, Lam Yuan was holding a photo frame and thinking just like her. He told himself that moving house shouldn't be delayed. My spiritual power still needs to be used for the game. I can't always be on guard. It's also best to let them live their peaceful days. The next morning, as the sun rises and shines on the paved road, a polite voice suddenly calls out. A well-dressed woman standing beside Lam Yuan gently asks, are you here to view the house today? He looked around with a mix of surprise and pride and asked the woman if she knew of any fully furnished houses with high security, secretly wondering if someone so young really had money. As the woman agent looked at him and asked if he had checked the prices in our area. After all, this area. Lam Yuan took the shiny black card and interrupted her. I haven't checked yet, but I think this place should be enough. She happily held up the card and said, this is a special VIP card, only for customers with a deposit of at least tens of millions of yuan. Oh my god, my lucky star. At this moment, the woman's voice suddenly sounded like she was shouting, making everyone around gape in amazement as the property owner returned home. Employee 2345 sincerely offers to serve you. A few days later, he took Mr. and Mrs. Lam to the villa he had bought, and they looked at the contract in shock. Mrs. Lam asked, Yuyen, am I hearing wrong, or did you just say this is our new house? Her voice both amazed and incredulous. When he led his parents inside to tour, Mrs. Lam was stunned and incredulous, asking, a private pool, wow, this is just like on TV, so impressive. Meanwhile, Mr. Lam was walking through each room, overwhelmed by everything in front of him, sweating profusely as he said, this forest is also way too big. As they entered the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the tall glass doors, reflecting off the shiny furniture. The spacious room featured a soft sofa and a white flower vase on the coffee table. And seeing this, his parents suddenly froze in place. Lam Yuan smiled reassuringly and said, there's no mortgage. He used prize money from previous competitions plus income from dog training to pay it all off. Just stay calm and rest assured I'm right here. Usually just at home playing games. His words short but firm, making his parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lam took Mrs. Lam's hand happily and said, I never thought I could live in a villa all my life. It's truly thanks to my son's luck. She smiled happily and said, my son has grown up so quickly and can now handle everything on his own. Looking at his parents' eyes at that moment, there was no mistaking it. It was pure pride without any hint of demand. Lam Yuan's smile was not a triumphant or boastful one, but a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart, and finally all his efforts had meaning. Waiting for that day, he was walking under the sunset of dusk when he turned into the alley beside the shop, thinking that the safety of the villa was no longer a concern. And then he guided his parents to try playing the game, a little to be cautious of the organization's shadow. As he finished his thoughts, he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with confusion, and in his blurred vision he saw the dark silhouette of a group approaching, their fierce and threatening presence only faintly outlined in the dim light. Each of them carried crude weapons like sticks or steel pipes, when suddenly a man in the group spoke up, finally letting me wait. He and his accomplices looked at him with arrogant expressions and said, finding you wasn't easy. Lam Yuan immediately recognized the hostility and familiarity from the leader, thinking to himself, is he the leader of the Hakdu Guild, the one I defeated before? Without waiting for orders, the surrounding accomplices suddenly charged forward. Their shadows stretched long and fierce as they rushed toward him, his voice roaring, aren't you supposed to be good at fighting? Why don't you pretend in real life? Finish it, smash its head in for me, one of the accomplices thought. He was so terrified he was paralyzed, and he burst out laughing happily, scared to the point of trembling. He then rushed towards Lam Yuan, swinging his steel pipe and shouting, seeking death. But none of his accomplices knew that was just a moment of mistake. Lam Yuan still stood there with cold, piercing eyes. Lam Yuan carefully examines the stealth skill, then looks at the attacker, smirking and saying too slow. Lam Yuan seems to be defeated before him, the steel pipe crashing onto the cracked dirt road, the sound echoing through the alley. The gang members were stunned, only catching a flash of blue light streaking across the sky, and in that moment Lam Yuan appeared before the squad leader, his whole body radiating a crackling lightning-like glow with a cold and intense gaze. His hand clenched tightly into a fist, then delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, causing him to gasp and spew blood from his mouth as his body bent backward from the impact. Bright blue sparks burst fiercely from Lam Uyen's body, spreading out like shockwaves, knocking all his henchmen far away to the ground, dust filling the air. The captain's body was slammed onto the street, the ground trembling with heavy impact, fresh blood flowing from his mouth, and he was terrified, wondering if he was dealing with a human or a demon. As the captain's frantic thoughts raced through his mind, a heavy metallic clang rang out sharply. Lam Uyen slammed the steel bar down onto the ground right beside his ear, causing him to jump in fright, cold sweat dripping down his neck, his eyes wide with shock. He just stood there, the oppressive atmosphere around him blending with the thick smell of death, his eyes glowing with a cold red light, and his low voice slowly uttered each word. The captain hadn't even had a chance to react before Lam Uyen suddenly stomped his foot down on him. A painful cry escaped as he looked down, muttering irritably, "This damn stubborn guy, really stubborn enough not to come willingly." He lay trembling on the ground, body convulsing, voice trembling as he desperately begged, "Wait, I was wrong. Please, boss, spare my life. Don't kill me. I still have use. I know a hidden mission." His breath was rapid, his voice trembling as he desperately tried to speak in the tense silence. His eyes blazing with anger, he threatened, "Tell me." The team leader lying on the ground hurriedly blurted out the information, gasping for breath. Inside the main city, there is a blacksmith named Hoa Kiem, who always takes on delivery missions. When his favorability is high enough, he will craft a gold equipment for you. Lam Uyen frowned in thought, pondering that indeed someone had obtained a gold equipment very quickly, supposedly linked to an NPC, so maybe this guy wasn't lying. He asked again, "So what?" But he had clenched the steel bar so hard it was deformed. Lam Uyen's eyes turned cold as he stares directly at the captain, his voice carrying an unshakable threat. "I hope you won't do anything stupid because I have many ways to deal with you, both online and offline, if you dare to harm my family." At this point, he clenched the steel bar until it shattered, almost whispering, "This is the consequence of your actions." He helped the person up and, in despair, replied, "I understand now." The scene shifts to a Western-style tavern immersed in the evening atmosphere, under the bright moonlight, filled with the scent of alcohol and lively conversations. The night here is bustling, but still carries the tired, weary aura of those who have endured a long day. The sound of beer bottles clinking echoes like warming the atmosphere of the tavern. On the table are hot dishes, soft steamed buns, spicy tofu with sauce, and fragrant vegetables, all blending together to create a cozy yet lively scene under the bright moonlight. Joachim slammed the beer barrel onto the table, his eyes wide with surprise and suspicion as he asked, "So, you're saying you can supply me with 100% of the mining rights? You're not joking, right?" He continued, "You look very clean, clearly not suited for mining work. But if you really can do it, then at that time, I will make you a weapon for free." Yen stood silently by the table, her gaze calm as ever, just nodding slightly, thinking to herself that Senra didn't lie, and the next step was to start the extraction. As she turned to leave, she suddenly saw a drunken man staggering up, slurring, "Where are you going? Let me have a drink with your sister." He grinned mischievously and staggered over to the girl who just walked past. She startled and stepped back, annoyed and saying, "Get out of my way, I don't know you at all." The beautiful girl with the seductive figure was walking dreamily, her voice slightly slurred as she said, "Don't touch me," and pushed away. He laughed and said, all right, you follow me, I definitely won't touch you." The strong smell of alcohol made Lam Uyen frown unconsciously. Before he could react, the man turned to look at him and shouted, "What are you looking at? Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out?" As he finished speaking, he forcefully swung his arm, knocking the drunkard away. Lam Uyen sneered, truly reckless. The atmosphere in the bar suddenly grew tense, and the beautiful girl turned around cheerfully, saying, "You're so handsome, thank you, I can invite you to lean on me." Long Yen just glanced over, flatly said no need, then turned and walked away, leaving behind her call, "Don't go so fast." The hurried footsteps mixed with the chaotic sounds as her slender high heels lightly slid on the wooden floor. A faint sound echoed when her heel hit a gap in the wood, causing her beautiful body to tilt forward, her long brown hair swaying with the momentum. In that moment, Long Yen's eyes flashed with a cold red like fire. His reflexes were so quick they seemed almost instinctive as he reached out to catch her, his breath mingling in the close distance, suffocating. Long Yen's strong arm held her waist tightly as the beautiful girl sank into his embrace, her head resting on his shoulder, cheeks flushed with wine, her eyes misty yet mischievous, revealing that she liked Hyo Vu, her younger brother, and her sister too. He was speaking when suddenly she rolled over and fell asleep. Long Yen frowned, a look of helplessness flashing across his face as he muttered, "This is really troublesome." He opened the door of the room. The faint sound of the hinge echoed softly in the silent space. Moonlight shone through the window frame onto the cool stone floor. Long Yen gently laid her down on the bed, her brown hair spread across the pillow. Her lips slightly parted as she breathed steadily. Then he turned and left quietly, closing the door behind him as the room was bathed in the faint blue light of the quiet night. The scene shifts to the venomous snake mine, moisture seeping from the rocky walls into the air, the flames of torches on both sides flickering fiercely. In the confined space, each strike of the axe hitting the sharp stone of the dog-headed miner echoed rhythmically. In the hazy light, Long Yen stood in the middle of the cave, holding a stone in his hand, his cold eyes scanning the area as he silently calculated. Currently, there are 12 zombie dog-headed corpses at my gate of the underworld, perfect for exploitation. I can gather quite a bit in a short time. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the depths of the darkness, knocking the dog-headed miner back and catching him off guard. In his line of sight, hundreds of small shadows rushed forward, with dozens of half-grown giant rats with gray fur, sharp claws, and glowing red eyes pouring out from the mining tunnels. The system suddenly roared to life. The rats and the boss appeared. Level 10, with 1,200 health, 70 attack, 15 defense, skills of fierce tearing and brutality, continuously attacking the target with 10% bonus damage. Long Yan quickly withdrew the spirit suppression, ordered the attack, and eliminated them all without leaving a single one behind. The roar echoes loudly as claws tear through the tunnel, and each rat and beast is shredded in moments, blood splattering everywhere, hot and foul-smelling in the air. The spell array swiftly and quietly destroys them all without leaving a single one alive. The greenish light of the magic formation appears, with glowing runes swirling slowly in the air. Long Yen softly says, gathering various monsters to make his strategy more comprehensive. Dark aura from the formation spreads out, enveloping each creature, as blue-black light flashes, transforming them into faint, ghostly forms that twist and are then drawn straight into the center of the formation. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed behind him, flames and smoke billowing through the tunnel, causing the walls to shake violently. Long Yin immediately leapt back, his robes fluttering in the swirling gusts, raising his hand to shield half his face, squinting his eyes, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" A giant red figure lunged out of the darkness, slashing against the beast, its blood-red eyes glaring like fire, sharp teeth clashing with a terrifying screech amid the swirling dust. The system voice suddenly rang out, fierce and commanding. Level 16, health 3,800, attack 300, defense 150, with the pursuit frenzy skill and keen sense of smell. Suddenly, that figure swung the spear, causing it to roar even more fiercely, as if driven by an invisible force, rushing towards Lam Yin like a raging storm. He raises his sword stance, the blue glow on the blade rising wave after wave like the sea, his voice deepening, cold to the point of suffocation. This is the boss of Yu Mining, and someone is deliberately leading monsters here. A fierce golden light suddenly appeared, the weapon beginning to take effect. The old Sun Tai Duong raised his hand high, and his attack shot straight forward, accompanied by the relentless roar of the dog-headed miner. Faced with this unexpected attack, Lam Yen's legs step back to try to hold steady, but the overwhelming power pushes him further away. In Yen's mind, the thought immediately appeared. Was that the target lock skill? No, that's not it. At the same time, the system interface displayed detailed information. Former Sun Tai Duong used a holy armor spell on you, increasing the target Phaeda's defense by 20 points. Holding for 60 seconds, Lam Yen faces the same light beam and suddenly freezes, confirming this is a preacher's buff skill. Amidst the intense battle, a reporter glances around and murmurs, "What's going on today?" What defies the crossbow run out of bolts? Isn't this the holy priest from the Super Divine Triangle? Why is he acting alone like this? His eyes are full of malice, give the order, quickly sees the opportunity, and just then, he releases a cursed insect from his hand. On this side, former Tai Yang kept urging Lam Yen that I didn't intentionally lead monsters here. You should run away, I'll handle the trouble alone. The system update displayed current online users at 15, and a flood of comments erupted, sparking a solo showdown. Are the priests of the Flower Worship Guild also domineering? Because this priest moves as swiftly as a rogue, the priest is already fighting. Long Yin looked at the interaction numbers and nodded with an idea. At this point still showing loyalty, just right, having just bought a villa, spending quite a bit of money. The boss coming to the door himself, I'll happily take it. The atmosphere grew more and more lively. Online users increased from 15 to 70 to 130, and the comments became more curious. Why does this person look familiar? Because the great god once soloed the world boss, take a seat and watch. Today will definitely be a good show. Hasn't the great god made a move yet? Hurry up. The chattering sound rings out loudly, piercing deep into the mind as the dog-headed miner relentlessly chases after the former Tai Duong. Its huge legs were about to crush him, but luckily Lin Wuyan blocked one side. Tai Duong looked confused, sweat covering his face as he mumbled nonsense. You are. The scene shifts to another side, and Trio K's eyes are intensely watching something. He angrily exclaims, "Damn it, losing to a monster like this isn't shameful at all." The no DM guy walks by and interrupts, saying that the top player is spamming everywhere online again. It's so frustrating, my mind keeps boiling. To his subordinate beside him, he agreed wholeheartedly. That's right, if we only consider personal power, I dare say no one can match our guild leader. Trio K's eyes were full of cunning, and his calculated words revealed that no DM from the Kung No Guild had also watched that livestream. Honestly, Kung Thon only has the advantage in the guild and position. When it comes to Tha Tak, no one has ever been able to compare to Dai Than. When no DM heard this flattering remark, his eyes widened, and he demanded the other person to say it again for him. Trio Kwe looked surprised and continued, "You are no DM of the Kung No Guild, right? Look, I'm not the only one saying this. There are also many passionate comments on the live stream praising him, and some say that Kung Thun, as the leader of the top guild, should have stepped down earlier." No DM, angry, immediately thrust his sharp nose threateningly towards Trio Kwe. No? Deem stared with determined eyes and asked, "What are you?" He tried to explain, "What good does it do to take your anger out on me?" Everyone says the same. But you should also understand that it's just because the god of unity is too modest. After all, in times without heroes, it's the little guys who become famous. No? DM is now more concerned about the current situation, so that kid is still live streaming, right? Drokue confirmed firmly. Yes, right there in the mine. The furious demoness started shouting in anger, ordering everyone online to follow him. Inside the mine, Lam Juyin was still fighting bravely against the dog-headed miner, each strike leaving an endless glow. In the face of danger, he told Tai Duong, "You can go now. Now its main target of hatred is me." As expected, the bulldog-headed miner rushed up angrily, ready to tear at Lam Muyin. It stomps heavily, crushing the earth and rocks as it moves, causing the ground beneath to shake and making him stagger, collapsing to the ground. But that image was just a trick to deceive the opponent with a high-quality feint. Lam Muyin's voice rang out loudly. "Go!" The bulldog miner carelessly took the direct hit he delivered in an instant. The system panel once again updates the shocking data with 1,297 viewers. I must study every frame, learn every detail. The moves of the master are too perfect. The monster's attraction is incredibly stable, moving so fast it's almost a blur. Oh my god, the expert really has a very strategic way of fighting. So powerful. The hands of the dog-headed miner start to weaken as he tries to hold on to the rocks on the ground. It is still trying its best to catch up with Lam Muyin right in front of it. But suddenly, the zombie dog miner's corpse all rushes out. They tear into the dog-headed miner mercilessly. Lam Muyin stands beside him and warns the opponent that if they keep blindly rushing forward and ignore the surprise attack from behind, they will suffer a heavy loss. However, you don't need to understand this principle because I will defeat it with an unstoppable sword strike. The dog-headed miner is howling in pain as a series of bites from the zombie dog-headed creature tear into his body. The undead leapt into the air, clutching a weapon tightly, ready to strike. Within seconds, the weapon was slammed into the head of the dog-headed miner. On this side, Lam Muyin is ready. The haunting gauntlet is on, and he rushes forward, declaring it's time to end it all. One punch to deeply strike the opponent to end its presence in life. Everyone is still buzzing and debating who the real boss is. It's so hard to tell. Husband hitting wife, I really got beaten by the great hero. The system quickly sent a message to Lam Yen, congratulating you on defeating the Chain Mouse. And the Baoline Lord, your level has increased to 15, and you received the Pursuit Spear and Agile Boots. The detailed item information is also displayed clearly. The Silver-White Pursuit Spear, a weapon type with a total attack power of 20, attack speed of 5, agility of 25, and a skill called Pursuit Strike that, after every 6 attacks, enhances the next attack by 10% attack speed. The Silver-White Agility Boots, a gear type with agility of 30, movement speed of 5, and a skill called Stasis that increases movement speed by 10% when not in combat. Tai Duong, with dizzying eyes, runs over and quietly asks himself, "Is this move the great god who single-handedly defeated the ancient vengeful giant? Great hero, we are friends now, and I will help you in the future, so we will be invincible in the world." He turned his back and replied to Tai Duong, "You've got the wrong person," which made him confused and wonder, "No way. I've watched your videos many times. Even if you turn into a ghost, I will still recognize you." As they prepared to leave Kwangthi Mine, a sudden burst of fire attacked from behind, and Long Yen quickly responded with a powerful blue beam, his eyes furious as he shattered the ambush attack from the low-level enemies. Laughter echoed endlessly from the mouth of the cave, causing Long Yen and Tai Duong to look back in confusion. The no DM who just appeared sneered and said, "Then turn him into a beast to see if he can still recognize him." A group of no DM experts are also discussing, saying that with a half-elf, isn't the situation a bit too intense? Come on, he's a great god. Just go live streaming. Show them the outcome of fighting the guild and the rage. Let them remember that our guild leader and god are the strongest players in the West. Lam Yen carefully observed the situation, thinking to herself that the members of the guild and rage want to defeat her to hand over someone. It seems the equipment is coming right to her door. She has no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, the system analyzed and confirmed the hostile siege attack with a 15-minute counterattack window. Defeating the attackers within this time would not count as a crime. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a golden weapon suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The former son boldly declared war, just as I had long awaited, feeling the thrill of fighting alongside my comrades. And I will shine in this desolate hell. In the name of this bond, protect what matters most, Lam Yen quietly pondered. Who is your true confidant? Actually, you just need to step back a little. The furious man shouted loudly, "Hey, you useless guy, listen carefully, the new god is here." Before he could finish his sentence, Lam Yen had already quickly responded with a strike, followed by a provocative question. "What are you saying?" His strike hadn't stopped yet. His arm swung around and no DM's face was flushed from one side to the other. The seemingly enormous body of the guy couldn't withstand it and spun headfirst into the ground. The live stats are skyrocketing, with 5,630 viewers now. Everyone's buzzing and chatting. They got slapped even before the fight started. No DM isn't bad at all. Using her face to block the Divine God's attack, the live stream is embarrassing itself. Rare sight, unbelievable. So the Divine God just defeated the boss and now he's solo against a bunch of people afterward. No Dean was beaten to a pulp, but still didn't forget the big girl. A stray dog, no guild needs daring to attack someone behind their back. Do you think you're the great god or something? Charge at him for me. The subordinate charged forward and shouted loudly, "Listen to my command! All soldiers attack! The mages and priests at the back, the archers move unpredictably. I don't believe he can handle this alone." Lam Wein immediately analyzed in his mind that these people coordinated quite well, so first he activated his stealth skill on their rear lines. No DM Sport subordinate shouted angrily, "That kid is hidden, mage. Switch to the elimination mode quickly." The wizard behind immediately nodded in agreement. However, Lam Yuyin appeared too quickly and he warned the enemy too late. The sudden situation made them scream in horror. What? He's behind us? No DM outside still confidently giving orders, just using a bow. He just defeated the boss. They probably don't have enough HP and magic power left. Just charge in. We have the advantage in numbers. Hold him down. A series of comments are flooding in. This is intense. The first time I heard a group bullying someone and talking as if they were above it all, it's hard to say. After all, the Kung No Guild ranks first in the Western Desert. If the great deity turns the tables, the Kung No Guild won't know where to hide. The furious demon behind him taunts his subordinates to take him down. Just defeat him and come to me for the reward. No limits, just kill. They rush forward wildly, unleashing continuous flames at Lam Uyin, but he only needs a few light sword strikes to eliminate this creature. Lam Uyin assessed the current situation and quickly devised a strategy. The narrow terrain of the mine shaft limited the advantage of the undead minions' numbers, but taking them all out in one go was still quite feasible. Facing the raging flames rushing toward him, he stood firm as if he had a plan. The crowd followed Lam Uyin closely. Even the online viewers were restless, commenting anxiously. After all, the great god is just a human, and this siege is overwhelming. No one can stand it. Unfortunately, it's really unfortunate. They've already exploited our weakness. Remember, the great god is only one person. Facing an entire group, stay strong. The great god tried to defend himself, but resorting to sneak attacks isn't bravery at all. Right after those words, he had to swallow his words as Lam Uyin held a sword to his throat, threatening him to call for help. He's here. You even whispered to no DM that they can't turn back anymore. However, I want to know, leading a whole team to such a defeat, do your berserkers have any responsibility to save the people? This guy still doesn't understand, he stammers back. What do you mean by that? Sure enough, on the other side of the cave, the dog-headed miner's corpse is lying among the crowd.
This time, Lam Uyin is determined to unleash the deadly skill. His hands tightly grip No DM's head, ignoring his frantic shouts, and demands to know what he's doing.
Lam Uyin coldly demanded, "Go ask them yourself." Just seconds later, his sword brushed past No DM's neck, causing a fan to be shocked and the viewers to reach 1 million. Oh my god. I knew it. How could the great god make such a silly mistake? No DM looks like an idiot, destroying the entire team even easier than a monster tree. Got it. This move is perfect. As soon as No DM is defeated, the loot appears. Lam Uyin quickly packed everything, including the surprising loot, and hurried to leave before the place became too crowded. The weapon he received this time was the Blood Twin Blades with a golden hue, a weapon that increased physical attack by 50, attack speed by 20, and storm strike by 30, with an attached skill that absorbs 10% of damage dealt as health points. The scene shifts to a different place, and an unusual silence settles in. Suddenly, Hua Kim's voice is heard, and I immediately take back what I just said. You really are a clever and cunning young man. If possible, I hope you will try to cross over. I still need a lot more, and the system has just been updated. The blacksmith's rapport level is increased by 100, currently at friendly. Given this data, Yen's heart is a bit contemplative. The blacksmith can only receive up to 100 iron ingots a day, so this is a long-term task, but this mining hall is enough for a month. The equipment dropped from the guild is too much to sell all at once, which would cause him trouble, but selling to individual players, though a bit troublesome, is faster than he expected. But searching for the first lead through the guild is too passive. I should start with the existing clues first. Remember that the subordinate of the #1 lead has the ability to speak snake language. This might be related to the clue about the hidden snake civilization in the underground tunnels, and the breakthrough point could be right there. His legs quickly moved forward, everything seemed hurried. The scene inside appeared much darker and gloomier. After some movement, Lam Yen encountered the mouse spirit and immediately began to think carefully. The mission received from Chief Sadola was to eliminate 30 mouse spirits. This task was normal, but there was also a hidden dungeon inside the sewer. The hideout of the Village of Love. The hidden dungeon can drop blood insect duplicates, which are rare items that permanently increase attributes. But the hidden dungeon has a limited number of entries per week, and if it gets leaked out, there will be fierce competition. So I must use the death spirit to seize the entrance first. As long as you find the room with the snake, that's where the hidden dungeon is. This is also the only hidden dungeon we know related to the sewer and the snake. Lam Yen walked for a while before finally confirming that the main target was here. A fierce and angry outbreak was unfolding right before his eyes, and the sound of shifting was extremely heavy. Lam Yen was stunned inwardly. No, could the snake in the demon fox's nest really be this big? This is the King Snake Ming, level 60, with unknown abilities in attack, defense, and skills. Lam Yen was a bit panicked, her legs running non-stop, her mind filled with fearful thoughts. Could this be the product of the Snake People's civilization? Such a high-level creature, level 60, I absolutely cannot let it hit me. In this urgent situation, he's determined to activate the stealth skill because failing to do so would result in fatal damage and significant loss of equipment. Moreover, hiding in this dangerous situation is really useless. Running away like this is not sustainable. Lam Yen gradually plans to use the terrain to see if it works. He then charged straight into a triangular hole, preventing the Min King Serpent from reaching him. But after running just 3 steps, Lam Yen's red eyes suddenly widened in realization. The giant King Serpent crashes through the terrain, its massive mouth ready to swallow Lam Yen as rocks collapse and dust clouds obscure everything ahead. The King Cobra uses its massive body to ram through everything, waiting for it. Up above, he runs anxiously, realizing it's not going well and he can't stop it. Lam Yen ran for a while and reached Thuk Thiet Liet Tik's position. He quickly devised a strategy to use lightning to buy time, fighting magic with magic. I can't believe he still hasn't dealt with the person. Thuk Thiet Liet Tik quickly moves to confront Min Vuong Sa, and the tense situation begins to unfold. Min Vuong Sa remains very aggressive, always opening his eyes wide to attack, and even Lam Yen feels a bit worried as she looks back. Luckily, he has taken advantage of the triangular terrain to temporarily distance himself from the danger ahead. Outside, Min Vuong Sa is still trying hard to break the surface, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, and the force of the collision makes Lam Yen lose her balance and kneel down. However, that is just a minor detail within his plan, and his eyes are full of confidence. The eyes of the King Cobra try to look down, but no matter how much it wants to, it cannot penetrate. Everything has been carefully calculated by him. Lam Yen's confident expression moves as she speaks. Even such monsters can't stir up any trouble here because this is the Western Mac Imperial Palace, where the Tranquil Grandmaster is stationed, and all approaching monsters will be easily eradicated without exception. The King Cobra looked around cautiously outside, while Jiang Wei still remained alert. The Snake Civilization and Western Mo Kingdom have a blood feud, with the strength of the Western Mo Kingdom overwhelming that of the Snake Civilization, causing some of them to retreat underground to seek revenge. When all monsters and beasts approach the Imperial Palace, the Tranquil Grandmaster will destroy them without hesitation. Although this snake is strong, it's not a match for the Grandmaster. Perhaps the lair of the snake demon is near that monster, and following the trail might yield some results. But to prevent such situations from happening again, I still need to visit the market to try my luck and see if the snake-repelling potion can attract low-level snake demons. This type of medicine only attracts low-level snake demons, so there's no risk of running into that huge beast over there. The scene in Western Mac Country becomes clearer. Everything seems very grand and magnificent. The shopkeeper here is happily thanking you for your visit and inviting you to come again. The item Lam Yuan bought is snake-repelling medicine that emits a special scent to attract low-level snake monsters. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed somewhere, and I searched everywhere in my mind just to find your shadow. Chikot, long time no see, Lam Uyen immediately recognized the name as the one being hunted by the boss in the mine. Old friend Tai Duong approached and suggested, "Let's go to Chikot first. Finding you in this vast map isn't easy, but I can feel our souls calling each other." Despite the other's sincerity, he coldly asked, "Do you have something to do?" The notification sound rings out at the same time, and the former Sun Tai Duong has sent you a friend request. Tai Duong confidently says, "Of course I have something to do. Hey, do you want to join me in attacking the Chikot raid? If we fight side by side, it will be even faster." Lam Nguyen coldly leaves. "No, I still have something to do. Wait a minute. Chikot, don't you see how cool the super god of the Ten Horns is? Join us. Together with Lan Nguyen and Tin Yan, we can become a super god quadrilateral, become each other's wings, and awaken the world that is sinking into darkness." Lan Nguyen, in the previous scene, suddenly stopped and analyzed in his mind. He is the second-ranked guild leader of the Glassflower Moon Guild and a core member of the Order organization, rumored to be one of the chosen by the heavens to establish that organization. This is an opportunity, whether it's a lead about the Order or a chance to advance. But tomorrow, the hidden dungeon will reset its attempts. If you miss it, you'll lose this week's reward, so it's better to get the reward first and then contact Lan Ngui. Because of that clue, Lam Nguyen immediately agreed to the former Tai Duong's invitation to add as friends. Before leaving, he told Tai Duong that next time they should do the dungeon together because he really had something to do now. "I'll go ahead," he replied happily. "Sure, I'll wait for your invitation anytime. No problem."
Lam Nguyen wanders inside the cave and contemplates. Based on his past life experience, there should be a snake near the hidden dungeon entrance, so he decides to look for traces of the giant snake nearby. His eyes eagerly observe a water stain on the ground, and suddenly, Lam Nguyen's eyes light up as if he's seen something important.
A series of small snakes are moving, their long tongues sensing the surroundings. He begins to realize that these small snakes are actually monsters from the snake lair, but it's best to stay cautious. The continuous strikes cause rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Lam Nguyen appeared with a dog-headed beast corpse, happily exclaiming, "I finally found it." The scene inside appears as an illusion. A torch lights up, illuminating the surroundings. The system updates the location, indicating you've entered a hidden dungeon, the lair of the blood snake. After reviewing some data, it's a normal hidden boss, level 10, with 1,000 health points, 500 blood seed points, 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills including blood seed condensation and larval blood seed condensation within the social snake, increasing health points by 500. Lam Nguyen glared and simultaneously launched his attack. "Go now!" Immediately after the command, the relics appeared all at once, facing off against the swarm of young snakes below. As the lizard's relics are ready, he commands loudly to eliminate them all. The skills are gradually activated in sync with the Thunderbolt Crystal unleashing the Violent Ice Thunder skill. Two blue-purple holes facing each other in tense confrontation. The system continuously notifies you. Have you used the Bloodflesh Seed? A special item. It randomly increases the main attribute points of the player by 1 to 5. And for the human race class, it will increase endurance by 0 out of 100. Long Yen is curious about the seed and guesses it's an item dropped from the hidden dungeon. The Bloodflesh Seed. Not real, he uses the Bloodflesh Seed. 1 point of spirit, plus 3 with a resilience of 1 out of 100. Right after using the seed, Long Yen nodded in agreement, saying Senda can only eat it 100 times, but the benefits are quite significant. Moreover, the production of this rare item that permanently increases attributes is limited, so it can be sold on the market for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each. As long as I clear the hidden dungeons once a week, I can get thousands of these. Even without joining a guild, I will never run out of gold. And so, he decided to use more. The system sound rang out. You have used the Bloodflesh Seedling 1, physical attribute plus 5, endurance, 2 out of 100. You have used the Bloodflesh Seed 1, strength plus 3, endurance 3 out of 100. You have used the Bloodflesh Seed 1, spirit plus 4, endurance 4 out of 100. Lam Yen's eyes gradually filled with energy, determination stronger than ever. Still not stopping, he continued using the Bloodflesh Seed 1, mental attribute plus 3, endurance 100 out of 100. The current physical condition of the player Lam Yen, level 15, Cursed Soul Hunter profession, lacking the Dark Resurrection magic, is as follows. Gate of the Underworld 89 out of 150, Strength 77, Physique 101, Agility 119, Spirit 318, Experience 2040 out of 16,739. With his impressive current stats, Lam Yen thinks he's used enough, and he'll store the remaining 900 Bloodflesh for now. After renting a shop, he'll sell them and then just go clearing once a week. He was about to leave, but still glanced back, calculating the situation. Just leaving 3 Death Spirit zombies is enough to scare off normal players, and for now, no one will find this place. The snakes here don't resemble the ones he controlled before, suggesting he might have some kind of mutant ability. A level 60 monster definitely shouldn't appear at this stage. The system suddenly updates with a call from reality, your sister is calling you, and Lam Yen finds it a bit strange and ponders. Xiaodan, with her personality, actually came to find me on her own. Could something have happened? I pick up the phone to ask, Xiaodan, is something wrong? Lam Dan replied softly, no, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lam Wen, a bit confused, answered, I have. On the other end of the line, Lam Dan's friends loudly asked the class monitor's brother if he was available to help him clear a dungeon, and he confidently replied that he could, though he was a bit surprised that Tudon had asked him to go dungeon crawling with her. Suddenly, a judgmental voice cut in and said, see, I told you Lam Dan is a troublemaker and her brother is just as bad. Listen up, so confident, not even asking about the dungeon. Lam Dan, has your brother gone crazy playing games? Do you two often team up to cause trouble? Are you secretly in sync like that? Even the girl next to you is annoyed and going along with her brother. I think so, VMK. Then let's choose the hero level Ton Valley dungeon. No guild has cleared it yet. Lam Dan softly reminds Lam Wen over the phone about the hero level valley. Have you heard clearly? The arrogant Wang VM, mocking attitude, and the hero level valley. Stop messing around, Lam Dan. Your brother is the troublemaker, and so are you. You were born as 2 social outcasts. I doubt your parents are good people either. When it comes to your parents, Lam Dan couldn't hide her anger and shouted loudly, you! But her brother quickly reminded her, it's fine, little Dan. No need to argue with him. I'll go to the valley right away to finish it. Lam Dan was very confused and thinking, even though he often played this game and had earned quite a bit of money. But the toxic dungeon with hero difficulty is only second to the deadly difficulty dungeon. Did I cause him more trouble? Just then, a voice called out, Little Dan! She turned around in surprise and asked, Thien, why you? At that moment, the system provided additional information. Thien ranked in the top echelon and joined the team. Tien replied to Lam Dan, I already heard about it, but this morning you and your friends congratulated him on moving into the new villa. When the stupid Vuong VM overheard, that Vuong VM is no good, I came to be a witness, and at that time I will make him apologize to you right in front of your classmates. Lam Dan suddenly felt grateful to her friend and said thank you. Thien, it's right to have someone to testify. When the results come out, you all must see clearly. Somewhere, Vuong VM's sarcastic voice rang out. I've met plenty of girls like her who chase after vanity. Aren't her parents the ones who work in someone else's villa? This can also be considered living in a villa. To introduce this guy accurately, he is the unmatched young master Vuong VM, pursuing Vuong VM, a hired team member who is searching for a wife and joining the ranks. Lam Dan angrily retorted, Vuong VM, you're just lucky to have been reincarnated. Well, what right do you have to mock others? Seeing your friend angry, I suggest you don't bother with him. It's not worth it. Vuong VM couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, I can't take it anymore. You two go teach her a lesson. I'll pay double. The 2 obedient subordinates eagerly jumped up. I've wanted to touch her face for a long time. Fine, young Master VM is generous, so let me tear her clothes apart. But the situation is far from as easy as they expected, with continuous slashes coming from the direction. The weak henchmen struggle and keep crying out in despair. Lam Yen has arrived, and his presence truly forces the opponent to bleed. He asked if she was okay, and she replied softly, No, everything's fine. Behind her, Chin Qian kept praising him. So fast, so cool. Wang VM suddenly got irrationally angry. Sneaking up on the hired players I brought in. Do you know how much I paid them? Can you even afford it? Without them, how could we get through this? Right after that, Lam Yen didn't hesitate to move in front of the opponent and question him. You bullied my sister and even mentioned my parents. Wang VM started to become more cautious, stammering, Hey, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Just a few seconds later, Lam Yen made Wang VM's face swell up, him clutching his face with blood splattered on his skin. He even pushed past the opponent. Regardless of which dog you are, if you like to bark and bite people, you deserve to be slaughtered. Wang VM lying flat on the ground but still trying to persuade us. Isn't there a mistake? My dungeon team needs 6 people. If you defeat 2 of them, how can we enter the dungeon? Lam Yen coldly declared. The missing person I will arrange myself. You just need to shut up and wait. He already had a plan in mind, ready to trigger the tactical battle in the Hoi Tan Chi Kok dungeon. No matter what, I also need this skill. I can call the old sun to make it easier to contact Lan Nui at another step, so I immediately sent an invitation to team up with the old sun. Tiny looked at her friend with wide eyes and whispered in her ear, Little Dan, your brother is cooler than I thought, and even super cool. Lam Danrin responded, So what? Just normal. Wang Vim, before he could finish speaking, scoffed and said, People as pathetic as you can't find anyone decent. You're probably useless. Even the little monsters at the dungeon entrance could beat you, he said, with his sister beside him looking speechless. VM Tio, look! Isn't that the Dao Lao from the Super God Steel Triangle? As soon as the old senior Tai Yang appeared, he declared his presence, and when the voice of fate rang out, we and you were destined to sink into a sea of treachery from which there was no return. From this moment on, the old senior Tai Yang officially joined the team and was teleported successfully. Wang Wiem, with admiration in his eyes, is the old senior of the ancient era, the main woodmaster of the Crystal Flower Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the Western Mo. Old senior, I thank you very much for leading us into the dungeon. Sen Tian was surprised that the old sun also came here. Such a big boss wouldn't just form random teams, and Lam Dan and Guang was following him angrily. I don't really understand either. But the image of the old sun quickly disappeared when he saw Lam Uyen, who ran over and shouted, Zikot, you finally remembered me. I knew it. You would definitely lead me into the dungeon. I just received your team invitation and came right away. Forming a super team together would be great too. Lam Uyen quickly stopped Tai Duang's mouth, his face showing clear disgust.
Wang VM Hawk couldn't believe his eyes. What, the senior veteran wants that guy to lead him into the dungeon? How is that possible? Isn't he just an ordinary player? His sister Hawk said. Brother VM, isn't the veteran in the wrong team? Let me go talk to the senior veteran.
Former Tai Duang stepped forward to explain to those people that he was just an ordinary player. I specifically came here for that brain. He is the real expert among the experts. The abbreviation is the Great God. Have you never... Lam Uyen quickly stopped him and asked him to go ahead. All right, let's get into the dungeon quickly. Wang VM raised his hand to point and criticize. I see now, Lam Dan. So, your sister also hires players, but the dungeon with heroic difficulty like the Hoitan Chi Kok is a dungeon that even the top guilds have failed to clear. A preacher from the second-ranked guild like him, how could he do it? Lam Yuyan angrily turned his head to remind him, hold the mask back, and watch carefully how I surpass him. The system is updating the situation. The team is entering the heroic difficulty of the Rotten Toxin Cave. A frenzy is shifting around Lam Yuyan's body, and the shifting state is ready. There is already a monster waiting inside. It is a common toxic sludge type, level 18. Health points 4,700, attack 580, defense 75 with the skill Deadly Spray, which shoots flames causing additional burn effects for 10 seconds. The truth is, the monster's attributes here are too strong, making Lam Dan even more worried. He really hopes he will be okay. It would be better if my level was a bit higher. Wang Wei followed behind but kept judging. He was searching for a target. It's not about killing the monster slowly later. I won't let him achieve that goal. Come on, lure the surrounding monsters here. His sister eagerly nodded. Yes, I'll listen to you. Young Master VM. This time, let's see how he handles it. The stinky toxic sludge at Dang Dong's neck is waiting. Thick dust billowed into the air as a loud rumble sounded, and Lam Yen looked sharply in that direction. A cloud of foul-smelling ichor appeared around, causing Thien Thien to be terrified. Why are so many monsters appearing just after a short while? Lam Dan also has to be impressive in life. I didn't see anything like this in the video. They didn't wait to bring the cart or immediately rush toward them. Wang VM tilted his body, pursed his lips, as if luck wasn't on your side. Tai Duang here is also excited and ready to fight. This situation really gets people pumped up, those gods of yours. Your fighting spirit has been awakened, and this battle will elevate both you and me. He simply calmly endured the recoil, poisonous scorpion lightning. The moment the Cap Tinsat appeared, it took down the Hoitan Tik-Tik, and the Tinsat Bocap Loi Quang Ti unleashed the Water Crystal Thunderstorm skill. Lam Yuan didn't wait for everyone to react and shot forward like lightning. Everyone stay safe. He swung his sword a few times, causing some of them to fall. Lam Yen narrowed his eyes, watching everything carefully. She also started to draw her sword to fight. Lam Dan suggested hiding behind me so I could handle it, and Thien Thien Vu reminded her to be careful. Before she even had to make a move, Lam Nguyen rushed to deal with that disgusting toxic creature. Don't mess up. Seeing this, Lam Dan was stunned and sighed, so he's actually this powerful in the game. Really strong. He slowly turned around and gently patted her head. Lam Nguyen seriously reassured Lam Dan, "Don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely not let you fall into danger." She felt embarrassed and lowered her head, biting her lip. Lam Nguyen, though not receiving an answer, still felt very happy. While she blushed and pushed his hand away, little Tien Tien beside her looked on in admiration, feeling safe with her big brother. Vuong Viem, suddenly proud, finally saw it clearly. Acting spoiled isn't that hard after all. If one person can suppress them, then how can we lose with my pure silver equipment? Lin beside him immediately agreed. That's right, with Vuong Viem's gear, they definitely can't afford to buy it. Vuong Viem turned again to show off. "You fools, watch carefully," he said as he wiped towards the ash residue. "This is the true strength of Viem Theo Tao." But Vuong Viem didn't have time to show off before being slapped so hard he was disfigured. He collapsed to the ground, screaming and crying out in pain, "This monster is too strong, it hurts so much I want to die." Lam Viem saw Vuong Viem like that and lazily threw out a sentence. "If you want to die, wait until I pass through the door, then die." Then he slowly performed a skill, originally intending to get a golden equipment for Xiaodan, but now he can only use the silver one for now. Lam Viem took out several pieces of equipment and directly handed them to Lam Dan, saying these items suit you, take them and use them. The equipment includes an accidental battle armor, a silver type, equipment, effects, plus 50 physique, plus 15 lethal damage. Skill, Chem, Accidental Soul. Accidental Soul, when dealing lethal damage, 8% of the defense force will be converted into a shield of equivalent value. Mylin's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights when she saw these items. So cool, so cool. A piece of white silver equipment, which could buy a lot of cheap goods. That one. It's also worth hundreds of thousands, yet she didn't even blink, while Vuong Viem was still struggling. He reminded her, "That's enough. Is it really necessary to be so hopeless?" When she saw Lam Dan refuse them and decide to rely on herself, "You should still keep it for self-defense. I will think of a way." Lam Yen watched this scene and only faintly smiled helplessly, still as stubborn as before. He said nothing more and moved to coordinate with Tai Yang to defeat the Hoitan Tichdik, while she and Thien Thien also charged forward to fight them. The other side, Vuong Viem and Mai Lin, also refused to fall behind. A Hoitan Tichdik swings its tail forcefully at Lam Dan's sword. She frowns, steadies herself, and tells herself she can do it. It saw that and immediately shouted excitedly. Then a series of skills poured into that disgusting creature, with a system display showing 24 out of 4,700 health points. Lam Dan was surprised as she looked at Lam Yin, certain it was him. Then she regained her composure and continued fighting. Lam Dan silently resolved to herself, still acting like a child as always, not wanting him to interfere in her affairs. He noticed her attitude and sighed softly, wondering if it was so hard to give her a little equipment. The two brothers kept defeating the dense swarm of toxic slime one after another. Thien Thien stood to the side, unable to help but giggle, one secretly sharing the loot and supporting, while the other knew the truth but remained stubborn. The camaraderie between these two brothers is truly wonderful. Watching them chase each other is even more exciting than killing monsters, while behind them she is being chased almost to death by Vuong Viem and Mai Lin. After a long struggle, the group finally has a moment of peace. The sun pauses, leaning on its hand with a sigh of determination, finally revealing the boss right inside. He turns to discuss with Lam Nguyen, our core. "Let's head back first. Now we won't be penalized for leaving the dungeon. If we fight the boss and get wiped out, we'll lose levels and gear. The risk is too high." He couldn't help but frown and confirmed, "You're right." Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Vuong Viem shouted loudly, "Ha, what a joke, the little monster is so powerful, but when it comes to facing the boss, they're just scared and cowardly." Thien Thien didn't bother to care and turned to Lam Dan, Xiaodan. "Actually, your brother could have led us to fight all the way here." She heard that. She couldn't help but reflect, maybe if I were a bit stronger, I wouldn't have caused him so much trouble. Lam Nguyen quickly regained his composure and led the team. Tai Duong was right. The death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he used his supernatural power so everyone didn't need to intervene. Lam Nguyen curled his lips, opening the portal to retreat alone. "I can handle this myself." He was terrified when he saw this scene. So many monsters were summoned back. What exactly is this guy's deal? He sneered contemptuously, "You guys have already formed a team with the core members, but still don't know his true strength. Whether it's fighting a world boss alone or defeating the Bloodo Guild solo, among all the players I know, he's the strongest." Inside the cave, Hotan Tik Dich Vuong was quietly resting with his eyes closed when suddenly a magic orb flew towards him. Hotan Tik Dich Vuong immediately sensed it and opened his eyes wide, but he still couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the attack. Hotan Tik Dich Vuong, furious, immediately charged out of the cave, continuously shouting. The system interface displayed information. Hotan Tik Dich Vuong, A-level king with 21 health points, 10 sight points, 1,200 attack, 300 defense, skills including Flame Burst, Fire Shield, and Disruption, is slowly approaching, while the small group watching from behind is also terrified. With 1,200 attack points, just a touch would mean instant death. Lam Dan, stubborn by nature, decided to step forward and help. Clearly, everything was her fault, so how could she let him fall into danger? She strongly suggested that I attract the enemy's hatred for him. But before she could do anything, Lam Dan was trapped by a magic circle. Tai Duong the Ancient activated the skill Sacred Cage. He calmly approached and warned her, "Watch here." Her rushing in only causes more confusion for him, which made her straighten up. What did he just say? Tai Duong calmly suggested, "Let's enjoy the elegant moves of the true heart." Lam Uyen stood calmly in front of the constantly gathering energy of the huge mouth. Ho Tun Tik Dik Vong activated its skill. As it just unleashed its fiery spray, I jumped high and the astonished voice behind exclaimed, controlling the boss's skill range perfectly. The summoned monsters saw their chance and rushed forward, and by the time Ho Tun Tik Dik Vong realized it, they were already on its body. The situation immediately became more chaotic than ever, and a sigh of admiration was heard as the timing of the boss's skill cooldowns was perfectly calculated. Tai Duong enthusiastically praised, as if he had known all the monster's moves in advance, making this battle truly a work of art. Lam Dan was trapped so he could only obediently watch the battle. Is this his true strength? Lin also narrowed her eyes. Lam Dan's brother is amazing. Keep going. Kill that big snake. Her words made Vuong VM's expression turn dark. Give me the wood. He clenched his sword tightly, constantly calculating. If he kept fighting like this, they would really fail the level. So he wouldn't be able to lose face in front of the class, right? That's right. As long as he could land a surprise attack and make him slip up, one strike from the boss could kill him. Lam Ween is still fighting fiercely against the monster. The system displays information. The Bloodthirsty King activates the biting skill, with 315 health points remaining out of 10,000. He immediately wanted to seize this opportunity. It used the biting and tearing skill with an 8-second cooldown. A good chance. Vuong VM suddenly charged forward to ambush, still aiming to fight the boss alone, but was hit from behind. He is now right behind him, and Lam Ween has also noticed Vuong VM. He looks on with tears in his eyes, muttering under his breath, "You idiot!" Thinking quickly, Lam Yuan smoothly turned away. It seems he's given up on life. This move makes him lunge forward with his mouth open. What? I can't dodge this? Lam Yuan raised his leg, ready to kick, then let it disappear with him. He kicked Vuong VM hard in the side, catching him off guard. Without hesitation, Lam Uyen quickly used his skill, activating the fierce attack technique. An explosion suddenly erupts, affecting Vuong VM and Hoi Tan Tich Dik Vuong. The system displays a congratulatory message to the entire server, announcing that an anonymous player has hidden the ancient sun. Tian's epic quest, chasing Vuong VM. First time clearing the hero difficulty dungeon Hoi Tan Chi Kok, Tian was so happy he laughed snowily. Never thought they would actually clear it. Little brother, your older brother is really cool and powerful, right? Can he lead us into the dungeon? Lam Dan was stunned and nodded slightly. He's busy. We'll talk later if there's a chance. Tai Duong also couldn't help but feel happy, excitedly showing off, as expected of the core member. This time letting him take the spotlight. Next time, I'll show you the peak of the priest. My Lin behind keeps twisting and turning. Great God Kaka, could Afrin be? Tai Duong, angry, glared and immediately grabbed it, shouting, "I recognize it," then kept spinning his staff to cast a skill. You and the villain ambushing Chikot with the rotting smell, go to hell. The game system once again displayed, indicating that VMTO had been killed. Did you use the Dark Resurrection spell on the corpse of the Hoi Tan Tich Dik Vuong? He replied without hesitation, yes. Long Yin observed his surroundings and silently decided, sending this big guy ahead. Then he spoke. If the pests have been eradicated, let's divide the equipment. Tian immediately refused, saying that he kept attacking all along the way, so we shouldn't ask for more gear. Just passing the level is enough. Long Yin softly explained, he only needs to carry the skill and the skill scrolls. The rest you can arrange yourselves. He has 3 items in hand. Combat techniques, skill carrying, and skill scrolls. The remaining items obtained include Rotten Corpse Protection, White Silver, item types, equipment, effects, physical stats plus 30, movement speed plus 20, mental strength plus 10, accompanying skills, Liet Diem Hanto, skill effects, 10% increased resistance to fire attribute damage, non-Theo Hoan, Then Dong, item types, effects, physical stats plus 10, strength plus 15, explosive damage plus 5, Rotten Fire Spear, Thane Dong, weapon type, effects, attack power plus 15, strength plus 5, physical stats plus 5, Man Tiep Trung Hua, Thane Dong, equipment type, effects, movement speed plus 10, physical stats plus 10, mental strength plus 5. Tai Duong quickly chose the Rotten Corpse Protection. Coincidentally, our team leader was collecting foot protection gear, which was truly a timely rescue. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe I should buy all these items and split the money based on everyone's contribution. Lam Yen politely replied, just go ahead and do that. I don't need it. Lam Dan had no objections, and Thien Thien Tietun smiled, feeling like she was about to get rich. Everything is settled now. He decided to leave so Vuong VM wouldn't bother you anymore. Next time you face difficulties, just tell me directly. I'm going on a few missions now. She hurriedly called back. Hey, wait a minute. Lam Yen looked back confused. What's wrong? She needs the equipment. Lam Dan had already become suspicious. Since entering the dungeon, he had shown incredible skills. I've never seen a beast resist retreating like that. Could he also be someone with a chosen profession, hiding his true identity? Hearing that, she cautiously asked if he had felt any changes in his body since playing this game. Lam Yen frowned in silence, worried about being noticed. But since Chodan had contact with the organization's members, she still couldn't reveal the secret of the Death Hunter. This was also to protect the girl. He turned around and lied without blinking. No way. Why are you asking that? Could it be that you've changed somehow? After hearing this, Lam Dan felt awkward. She awkwardly turned and walked away. No, nothing happened. That's right. I still have a task to hand over. I'm leaving now. Lam Yen slightly curled her lips in helplessness, watching Lam Dan. She's grown up but still a terrible actor. But this time she can say she acknowledges her brother, right? Unexpectedly, Tai Duong called out, "Chikat!" He brought along a squad, waving and greeting non-stop. That's great, you're not leaving yet. Dunawit just decided to open the deadly difficulty mode of the funeral hall. I insisted that Chikat must join, so there would be no mistakes. Lam Yen frowned in thought, surprised that she had already come into contact with Lan Nuit, and took this opportunity to investigate whether the disciple of Jin Hat Tin was hiding within Kinhua Tui Nuit. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke slowly. Fine, I was about to try the next deathly difficulty level. Tai Duong warmly put his arm around Lam Yen's shoulder, looking cheerful. No wonder he's Chikat. Come on, let me introduce you. These are all core members of our guild. He introduced him as the leader of the Super God Triangle, who was also the president of the Water Moon Glass Society. Seeing that he didn't introduce himself, Tai Young had to step forward. This is Tin Nan, a master in charge of the magic defense, a very rare profession, a mage of the Triangle of Steel. He didn't show any respect to him at all. Fine. Tai Duong, I still haven't acknowledged him as a teammate, and randomly letting a dozen people join isn't a wise move. Tin Yan clearly showed his displeasure. The death challenge has a very low tolerance for mistakes. An outsider like you won't be able to cooperate with us and will only hold us back. I don't want to take risks. Do you understand what I mean? Tai Duong, angry, stepped forward to defend Lam Yuan. What are you talking about, Tin Yan? Chikat was the one who led me here just now. Not only did he not listen, but he also silenced me with a mouthpiece. I've met people like this before, so don't say we're bullying you with numbers. I'm giving you a chance. Tin Yan set a condition for him. If he can reduce the boss's health by half, I will give him the gold equipment on my character. But if he hesitates and causes us to fail, he must compensate us for all losses. At this point, he didn't politely give an order. Do you understand? You still have time to leave now. Lam Yuan, hearing this, was provoked and calmly replied that of course he would accept the free gold equipment. So, let the supervisors handle it to prevent anyone from ending up in debt later, as they continued to confront each other openly. An Nuit finally had to step in to mediate fine Tin Yan. Letting Tai Duong's friend join was agreed upon earlier. If you had objections, you should have mentioned it. Then this has already been decided, so proceed with the original plan. Everyone cooperate and clear the dungeon. He was pointed out and nearly lost his temper. Lan Nuit, you're helping an outsider. Death penalty in the dungeon is severe. I hope you remember that. Lan Nuit, however, paid no mind and decisively turned to leave. What I decided, I won't repeat. Let's go into the dungeon. Tin Yan didn't argue and only silently vowed, Lan Nuit, I will show you that the street dog is untrustworthy. I am the true teammate you cannot do without. The scene shifts inside, with system machinery appearing, displaying energy levels. Common, level 18, health points 4,700, attack 580, defense 75, and skill fire burst. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots down to the ground, and the alert immediately turns to vigilance as everyone looks in that direction. Lam Nguyen and Lan Nguyen's team arrived only to be surrounded. Tai Duong was terrified and muttered in despair. The monster density in this dungeon is ridiculously high. They were ambushed immediately after entering. Find an opportunity to break through the encirclement. The whole team immediately takes their positions. Everyone does their part. Stay strong. Let me draw their hatred. You guys look for a chance to rush out. Okay, Xiao Yue? Tin Yan, who has long wanted to eradicate this pest, finds this persistent guy annoying and wishes to burn these lightning orbs into his head. Suddenly, a thunderous beast charges at them, startling Tai Duong and making him realize he's overlooked the rear. Lan Nguyen and her team had to rush forward, and she reminded him, What are you thinking, Tin Yan? Lift your spirits. Over here, he quickly shouted. We're in trouble. There are monsters behind us. We have no space at the front. The entire team's situation immediately fell into chaos. I have no choice. I'll use this young beast as a mount. It's just for the car's stone. It will be killed by the monsters. This is the battle pet she exchanged with white silver gear. Lam Nguyen then slowly stepped in. Leave this to me. He immediately summoned countless beastly shockwaves to attack. Lam Nguyen's overwhelming healing beast forced the toxic sludge to retreat. They charged wildly, attacking from all directions. Of course, he didn't just stand and watch, but charged into battle as well. This attack saved Lan Nguyen's team from defeat, blocking it just in time. Great, my strategy didn't have to sacrifice anyone. Tin Yan, who lost his aura behind, gritted his teeth in frustration, embarrassed in front of Lan Nguyen. You won't get out of this dungeon, you country bumpkin. Just as he was about to speak, Lan Nguyen, who I mentioned earlier, rushed forward to block Tin Yan. Everyone hold your ground. Don't get distracted anymore. The game system displays that a new wave of monsters has appeared. The team immediately regains their fighting spirit. Tai Yang closes his eyes, trying to focus and activate his supernatural power while Lan Yuan continuously attacks the swarm of toxic sludge. He was forced to quickly catch up with the team's pace. Long Yu silently observed his fighting style, able to analyze and neutralize threats in the blink of an eye. His reaction and Kaozo skills are both extremely rare talents. Once this mission is over, let's invite him to join the guild and see how he performs. The spirit crystal over here also only knows how to stand around idly. He decided to cheat now, so his impression in Lan Nguyen's mind has surely worsened. He couldn't help but frown inwardly. Truly foolish, but also an opportunity. Seizing this moment to get closer to Lan Nguyen so she lowers her guard, then extract information from her. Lan Nguyen desperately ducked to avoid the groups he deliberately created. But because of the toxic residue ahead, he was caught off guard and ended up on the defensive. Damn it! Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lan Nguyen's hand, and Lan Nguyen pulled him away from there, suggesting they work together. I'll handle the group on the right, you tail the one on the left. Got it? Lan Nguyen quickly responded, got it. Immediately after, she turned around, let him go, and then flew up. Lan Nguyen landed and quickly teamed up with Lan Nguyen to defeat the two rotten corpses. She and he each attacked from different directions, taking them down. They rushed forward together, breaking the encirclement. The teammates behind the barricades immediately lit up upon seeing this. Indeed, the combined skills ignite their passion. The club president and that handsome guy are so alike. It's uncanny. After dealing with everything, Lan Nguyen gently curves her lips and chats. I've never seen a skill like that before. It's a skill learned after class change. Lan Nguyen modestly replied, nothing special. Luckily, I learned it from a skill book. He took that opportunity to propose joining the second-ranked guild, Hidden Dragon. Are there any experts with special skills among you? I want to exchange techniques with them. Lan Nguyen also straightforwardly said, then you can join the Crystal Flower Water Moon and explore on your own. But Lan Nguyen firmly refused. Well, I still prefer playing games alone. That face of yours made her freeze up. That familiar smile, was it an illusion? It really looks exactly the same. The love affair was abandoned behind and made Nguyen Jiang and Loi furious. What exactly did that bastard say to Lan Nguyen? Why does Lan Nguyen look like that? Suddenly, Tai Duong hurriedly ran over. Report, I have collected the fragments of the exploding moon. Once it's over, everyone can share. Nguyen, we will continue fighting the boss according to the original plan. She simply nodded calmly, but he used that as an excuse and proceeded to make a request. Wait, I want to apologize to this friend. Everyone saw it just now. His strength far exceeds our expectations, and with his abilities, he could perform even better. Tingan's eyes turned sinister. I suggest letting him help attract the next boss's hatred. Lan Nguyen analyzes the situation. If I go to attract hatred, I won't have a chance to fight the boss anymore. Not to mention draining half of his health. Do you want to settle the debt and abandon the Golden Kim Moon? Tingan replied, you think you can match a few moves with the boss. Dream on. You're overthinking it, as long as you can complete the mission. I can still let you see the Huang Kim Moon. Lan Nguyen will take a look. I disagree. Changing generals in Lam Treon involves too many uncertain factors. He stammers, don't say that. Lan Nguyen, I see you also value him very much. Why not let him decide for himself? Lan Nguyen secretly thought that wanting to contact the second guild in Lan Nguyen was a trick by that Tingan. First, let's make him stop temporarily and then deal with him later. You agree with their suggestion. Alright, I accept. The whole group moves to the Chikot battlefield. Tai Dung has invited you. Chikot, let me see the full extent of your strength. Thanks to Miem Mai, this Ngushuan definitely doesn't know the boss's group attack skill that counters his healing beast. This is going to be interesting. You gather your strength in your hand, thinking to yourself, the boss in the deathly difficult dungeon is truly formidable. But based on my past experience, I already understood its mechanism perfectly. The lightning orb shot towards the target, catching the beast off guard. It displays its information. Poison Tincture of the Blood King, Level King, Rank 25, Health Points 15,000, Attack 1,500, Defense 500, Skills including Flame Burst, All Things Cauldron, Spirit Summon, and Fire Shield. The team members are stunned. The boss is now at level 25 on Death difficulty. The players are only at level 15 at most. The gap is too big. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Tinyan happily thought to herself, taking the chance to strike. That kid will definitely regret it. Lam Yen approached the boss without hesitation. You lead as usual, starting by striking the ground, but your tactics haven't changed at all. The whole team acts on instinct, facing the enormous figure of the beast, so seize the opportunity quickly. Tin Yan stands silently in the corner, watching this scene unfold with a look of admiration, like a timid mouse. The team's silhouette is tiny before their formidable opponent. Lan Nguyen urged Tin Yan to use control skills quickly, but he only cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's too late now. The barrage of firepower sent everyone flying in all directions, and some couldn't hold back their curses. Tin Yan, what are you doing with your skills? She questioned. Why aren't you using the lightning spell to disable the boss's tail? Wasn't it arranged for you earlier? Do you know how much of a wasted opportunity you've caused? He stammered. Lan Nguyen, I'm sorry. Oh no. The other two members are hopeless. We're all done for. Healing takes time. How can I face the boss alone? There's no chance left in this round. Even if we out of the dungeon at a deadly difficulty, the losses will be heavy. And now we are truly at an impasse. Lan Nguyen warned seriously. At this point, I just hope everyone learns a lesson and that the new teammates don't make any careless mistakes. On the contrary, those of us who have always been in sync are now holding him back. Let me inform him to abandon the dungeon. The guild will bear all the losses. You understand, it seems they won't be able to join the fight for a while, so it's better to handle it myself. Behind the Toxic Sludge King are the weak points. Just use lightning to paralyze the tail and you can unleash your skills freely. Seeing the boss charge forward, Lam Wuyin dismissively swung his sword too slow. The lightning strike was recalled, and he ordered it to break. The system announces that the Spirit Shock Lightning Hitter has activated the Magic Thunderstrike skill. The power spreads throughout the boss's body, causing paralysis. Lam Wuyin gave additional instructions. Good, the back of the boss is safe now. Move up. The beasts under your control rush aggressively toward the target. Unweet was shocked. He still has an electric-type resurrection beast, and he even knows how to deal with the boss. I feel especially embarrassed to think, how could he know? Does that mean I am even weaker than a resurrection beast? Taeyong regained his fighting spirit. That's great. As long as he's truly confident to face the boss, let's quickly heal and go help him. Meanwhile, he realized, wait a moment, helping out is just pretending to be clever. His summoned beast can't hold out much longer. Just the boss's gunfire damage is enough to kill them all. The blood bar of the summoned beast is almost empty, and its body wavers uncontrollably. Lam Wuyin activates the Dark Primal skill. The healing beast's bar fills again, and its power surges back. Unbelievable, no. How can he still heal the summoned beast? That means he can kill the boss alone. You shout loudly with determination. Everyone get ready. The boss is at the brink of destruction. Let's go. System notification. The reincarnation. King activates the skill. 10,000 movements. Lam Yuyan is fighting desperately, ordering the old wolf to stop them. Lam Yuyan carefully analyzes the situation. This group is unstable, and the other is always hiding in the shadows controlling the snake. We must catch him. His eyes suddenly shifted elsewhere as if he had realized something. Lam Yuyan looked at the snake that was being subdued and found it. He uses his fastest speed, then rushes forward. Now with a confident fist raised, you have nowhere left to hide. The haunted gloves are equipped. Lam Yuyan's punch, wrapped in a blue flame, heads straight for the prey. But when it hits the iron bars, nothing happens. Now, he hesitates for a moment. No. Lam Yuyan just observed and carefully analyzed. This door bears traces he left earlier. This is my position, King Snake. He's trying to lure me into sacrificing myself. The former wolf's death is a deliberate signal from behind. Just then, Lam Wuyin also quickly realized the snake spirit's behind him. So let's see who can't resist and strikes first. He swiftly acts, activates his skills, and disappears, causing the snake spirits to lose their way. The person who just stood before us disappeared into the void. And from the darkness, a voice echoed out, yet no fire was set. Suddenly, appearing among the snakes, I will not let the second person discover the secret in the underground tunnel. This is my territory. He surveyed the water surface, noticing some movement and almost realizing the anomaly. Without hesitation, he acted immediately, exploiting the opening. Become prey for my snakes. At that moment, a snake's head suddenly appeared and spat out a burst of dark magic that destroyed everything around. At this time, Lam Yuyan suddenly appeared from behind. Where are you going to fight? He made him panic. What? Lam Yuyan didn't hesitate and swung his hand to strike, but he narrowly dodged in time. He gritted his teeth in frustration, daring to play me. When he stabbed the staff into the ground, the snake spirit also charged forward aggressively, seeking its own death. Lam Yuyan quietly assessed that he wasn't good at close combat and had been keeping his distance all along. As long as he used the death spirit to trap these snakes, he would have a chance to win. Thinking about it, he also charged straight ahead to challenge. Not just you who can endure reincarnation. Let them play with each other slowly. When he stubbornly refused to believe his eyes, it was again a corpse spirit. How could it be a coincidence? No way! Lam Yuyan, while attacking, sarcastically asked if besides stealing these snakes, the other person has no other skills. Furious, he cursed and wielded his weapon, saying a person would die without knowing much. But he refused to give up and straightforwardly responded, Go ahead. Without those snakes, you can't withstand a single blow, truly causing the earth to shake. Embarrassed and momentarily surprised, how do you know about that great person? Suddenly from the ground, more snakes rush up. Smirking triumphantly, didn't expect this, I also have snakes. Let me catch you and interrogate you slowly. Lam Yuyan remained calm, carefully analyzing. No wonder the ambush from the beginning was so ambiguous. His snakes knew how to leverage the terrain, so it's clear he has already become a subordinate of the top expert. I have to find a way to catch him. In that moment, Lam Yuyan cut through the bodies of the snakes. When he lost his ring, he decided to deliver the final blow and end this here, to punish you. Lam Yuyan remains calm, cleverly taking advantage of the moment to lure him closer. But this dark magic curse is so powerful it knocks him down. Lam Yuyan is stunned to find himself bound by the snakes, with his magic attacks also carrying a control effect, making his movements noticeably slower. You were so confident as you swaggered over. And I even thought you mistook a zombie for something else. But it turns out you're really a death spirit hunter. It just seems your skills aren't quite enough. What are you talking about? On the surface you seem calm, but inside you're also afraid of being exposed. How does he know this profession and even the skills of a death hunter? When he doesn't bother to answer, he just laughs confidently, as if he has the upper hand. Tell me, how did you learn about the boss? Today we have plenty of time. Lam Yuyan chuckled softly, returning the words exactly as they were. Soon I will make you vomit out everything you know. Behind you, a terrifying three-headed snake appeared. When did you dare turn my snake into a death spirit? You still stand there, bound by two monsters, my endless death spirits, while your snake is suffering losses. Give up and retreat. When you can't accept it, you still fight back with all your might, lie in the rain. I will not be defeated by a mixed breed like you at the start. Lam Yuyan immediately broke free from the binding and began to recover his strength with the blood surge technique. He hadn't run far when Minwon caught up and chased after him. The next day, it used its whole body to tightly bind him. Lam Yuan shouted loudly, "Go catch him! Use the skill to wrap tightly." He then slowly stepped closer, running fast, but in just a short time, he had identified the area where the snake controller was operating. Furthermore, during this period, the snake controller still did not possess the formidable strength he had when the demon god descended. If I could master this control technique, this snake puppet would just be a sacrificial offering delivered right to my door. Something suddenly shone from the rubble, catching his attention. Lam Yuan carefully picked it up and examined it. It was a decisive watch, without any attribute aura. Senza is not equipment, perhaps it is some kind of token. If he is hiding within the Manhwa Tower guild, now is the best chance to find Lan Nguyen for verification. He hasn't had time to move yet. A message from the system's micro-message system sounds. The recipient is Lan Nguyen. Can I go out for a moment? I want to talk about the Hoitan Trikok. That night, when the entire kingdom was lit up, Lan Nguyen approached the empty seat and apologized for being late. She waved her hand and a small ring appeared on the table. This is the golden crown equipment she promised. Do you think it suits you? That is the extremely rare Huang Kim body concentration ring. Lam Yuan looked at the ring on the table, deep in thought considering its magic recovery effect. Since acquiring the fire destruction technique, my mana consumption has increased. Lan Nguyen truly has good intentions. Lan Nguyen Tan placed more items on the table, including the item that appeared in the Blood Lotus Pond, which had been agreed upon earlier for you to choose. Lam Yuan calmly examined each item carefully, finding them very suitable for me even beyond my expectations. And for the item that appeared in the pond, I only need to master a few skills. Lam Yuan, with a playful lean, I thought you were the kind of person who's very eccentric, but I didn't expect you to come to a place like this bar. Today, I trained at the guild hall and met a master. The guild badge on him looks very similar to the one on the water moon glass. I want to exchange techniques with him, but I'm not sure if it's convenient. Lan Nguyen also becomes serious again. Kongam, let me ask in the guild. He takes out the watch he picked up earlier, the one he carelessly dropped. Do you have any impression of this? Is there anyone in the guild who wears this kind of decisive watch? She held the watch in her hand, trying to recall. A decisive watch. Let me check. It seems this isn't a secondary equipment. Honestly, this jewelry is the first time I've seen it. Lam Yuan wasn't disappointed. I understand now. Please help me investigate the Kongam matter. It's extremely important to me. Lan Yuan happily agreed. Sure, I'll keep an eye on it in the guild. He kept asking again. And honestly, if you just took the golden equipment, the people in your guild wouldn't mind. She tilted her head to look away, feeling annoyed, but this time it was really his fault. Moreover, you look very much like my younger brother. Sometimes even I find it hard to tell them apart. If he were still alive, he would probably be your age. At this moment, Lam Nguyen finally understood the reason behind it. No wonder her reactions had been so strange several times, and he could only entrust her, trying to suppress his grief. Lung Wei pushed back the watch. Everything is over now. That's right. If you're willing to trust me, then next, try to prepare some anti-electricity water. You'll need it soon. He silently considered that within the organization, the Internal Order Division already knew about the next Special Thunder Attribute Dungeon. It's just a pity that the method to produce the strongest anti-electric medicine is in my hands. And the system simultaneously issued a notification that 100 roots of demon grass had been submitted, completing Amos's assigned task. The two of them stood up to leave the tavern. I will think it over. So I'll go ahead now, Lan Nguyen suggested. Come with me. Both of them left the tavern without noticing that Tin Nan had seen everything from the corner. He was so angry he clenched his fists. That bastard is dating Lan Nguyen. I have to get rid of him. Suddenly, Lan Nguyen and Lam Nguyen had been standing behind him for a while. Tin Nan, you're too much. You came to the tavern too? Tin Nan hurriedly explained that he just happened to be passing by. Then he raised his voice to warn Lan Nguyen that there was nothing worth talking to this kind of person and that she should stay away from him. Lam Nguyen responded uncomfortably, saying he called her here because of some matters related to the guild, and she didn't need to overthink. Tin Nan looked furious and sharp-eyed. Great God, didn't you say you wouldn't join the guild? So why are you talking to our guild leader about this? Do you have another purpose? Lam Nguyen looked at him intently and thought to himself, he's truly a restless spirit. Then he replied cautiously, of course, Leader Lan Nguyen's swordsmanship is excellent. I also wish to learn a few things. Is that not allowed? Tin Yan strongly objects, and I think you have other intentions, Lan Nguyen. You need to be careful with people like this to avoid trouble. At this moment, Lan Nguyen finally speaks. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need your approval to drink with anyone. Tin Yan started to panic. No. Lan Nguyen, I didn't mean that you coldly brushed past him enough. I came here especially to prepare equipment for you. You disappointed me so much. Tin Yan now tries to justify himself. Lan Nguyen, you misunderstood me. Seeing Lan Nguyen leave with Lam Nguyen, he becomes even more furious. Blaming everything on that bastard, if I eliminate him, Lan Nguyen will only look at me like before. Tin Yan's mind is now completely clouded and losing focus. To eliminate him, scene transitioned to a quiet room where Tin Yan slowly walks in with a gloomy expression, directly requesting, so you're here? Come help me deal with someone. The masked man calmly replied, what's the rush? Let me finish this drink first. But Tin Yan quickly bargained. After the job is done, I'll pay you double, sending the photo to the other side. You must kill him. The more brutal, the better. In the end, the man agreed without hesitation, not caring about the money for her.
Then I accept, but before leaving Tin, Yan reminded him to choose a crowded place. He smiled cruelly, slowly torturing him in front of the crowd. Then the masked man also sat down to check Longlian's information.
He stared intently at him. This person. I think I've seen him before. Right now. In a town near the desert. Darkway was holding the treasure in his hand, examining it carefully. I've never seen a watch like this before. It looks like just an ordinary piece of jewelry, but you can try your luck at the cavalry unit to see if it works. This money is your ticket in. Lemuian helplessly thought, I didn't expect even someone as knowledgeable as Dark to be unaware. Well then. Thank you, sir, Darkway said with a hint of regret. It's nothing. I just woke up, and without a good reason, it's hard to meet the leader. Just then, a girl stepped in. Uncle Dark, are you feeling well lately? I brought you some delicious food. Darkway greeted her warmly. Thank you for visiting the old man again. Her appearance made Lam curious. Meanwhile, Darkway suggested that if you really want to go to the military band to gather information, you could ask Suat for help. The girl is Captain Sid's daughter, but she quickly denied it, saying no. She hasn't been his daughter for a long time. Now she's just an independent tailor. Lam Wein also spoke up, sensing there might be some misunderstanding between them, and perhaps I can help clarify things. Darkway began to persuade, saying maybe now the captain regrets everything, the father and son, fighting so fiercely, so this uncle will give some advice. The advice softened him a bit. All right, young friend, you just followed me. I thought I wouldn't have a chance to give him this gift, but it seems Lam Wein has already seen through it. It looks like she just needed one more opportunity. Edit just opened the gift box and admitted, maybe so, giving the gift to Lam Wein. Edit instructed, this is a suit I sewed for a year. I hope you will deliver it to my father. Then she told me his response. Lam Wein took the gift and firmly assured her, you can rest assured I will deliver it quickly. You have accepted the hidden mission, where family bonds are covered in dust. The mission name, Dusty Family Ties. Activation condition, containing a hint for Dark to gain his favor. The reputation of this Hit Vi squad is greater than that. The mission involves delivering the ceremonial dress personally sewn by Edit for her father. The mission rank is Gold, with a 12-hour time limit, transitioning to the scene outside the heavily guarded Hit Vi squad's headquarters. They hurriedly stopped when they saw Lam Wein. Stand back, who are you? Answered their questions calmly. Don't worry, I received the message from Miss Edith to come here, to deliver an item to the commander. A guard said he would relay the message. Miss Edith, you wait here. I will go inform the squad leader. Lam Yun carefully observed them. The Hit Vi squad is considered the strongest strategic force outside the national sorcerers in the western Mo ancient country. Establishing good relations with them could be very beneficial. After a while, the guard returned and told you to follow him. At the same time, another spirit led a strange creature with a lion's head but wings. Lam Wein thoughtfully considered that to acquire a distinguished position among the elite scouts like Master Hit, she still needed to elevate her reputation before she could buy it. After walking a while, they stopped in front of a tent where soldiers pointed out that the commander was inside the front tent. She kindly replied, thank you. As soon as he entered, he still carried many thoughts. The strength of Captain Sid is terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 demon lord, and he must absolutely not reveal that he is a death hunter. Inside, he found a man waiting, and Lam Yun was cautious. Captain Sid, you've caused trouble again. As Sid turned around, he directly asked about Edith. Tell me, how is Edith doing now? Lam Wein placed the box on the table. Edith misses you very much. She entrusted me to deliver this item to you. This is the formal outfit she spent a year making for you, hoping you can understand her feelings. Hughes took it. This little girl must have poured a lot of effort into it over the past year. Why hasn't she come to see him? It seems that over the years she still loves sewing. Look at these fine stitches. Truly a work of art. Like that year, he was stubborn, believing his daughter couldn't pursue a humble profession like tailoring, and even forced her to leave. It's been 10 years since they last met, and Hughes carefully smooths the edge of his coat. Lam Wein quietly thought to himself, despite the chaos, she has a gentle side too. I need to find an opportunity to ask about the watch. Then he said, Lady Edith bears no resentment. Hughes replied, tell her myself that I no longer care about fame. I just want her to come back to me. He agrees. Of course, I have a matter to trouble you with. Do you know the origin of this watch? Hughes confirms. As for the watch, I can be sure I have never seen this model before. After finishing, he immediately said, go quickly and reply to my Edith. Lam Wein responded, all right. Suddenly, he called him back. Wait a minute, what is your identity? Lam Wein worried. Has he discovered something? Hughes sighed and thought, who is this reckless person? If he truly recognizes the girl, then he shouldn't doubt you. Thank you for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone bullies her, you can use the reputation of the Hit Vi Night Squad to deal with them at any time. Lam Wein was startled, but reassured that he would protect Edith's safety. The system displayed a notification, confirming his status, and his reputation with the Hitty Knights Guild increased by 1,000. The reputation of the Hit Vi Squad has reached friendly status, and he has been granted the honorary member status of the Hit Vi Squad. He thought, I didn't expect him to directly give me the assets of the Hit Vi Squad. After all, this item cannot be obtained through any other channel except from Exit himself. With this, I can dominate in Taymak. My current reputation with the Hit Vi Squad is 1,500. My reputation shop is open. I can't miss this opportunity since some items are only available here. The shop owner cheerfully greets the young soldier. Do you want to buy anything? Lam Wein replied that he wanted to buy a hit beast and thought to himself that he had already obtained combat skills earlier, so activating a mount would be like having a mobile artillery. The shop owner enthusiastically introduces it. The rare hit is expensive. There are only a few left in the entire room, and it costs 300 gold coins. Before the owner can finish speaking, Lam Yuan quickly agrees. No problem. System notification. 300 coins spent. The riding beast hit creature has been activated. Edit hesitated. Did your father really say that? Oh my, I thought he had forgotten about me long ago. Always busy with his knights. System notification. The hidden mission of Dusty Family Bonds has been completed. Edit takes out a small box. This is a token of gratitude. Please accept it and pass my message to your father that I am very happy to have made beautiful clothes for everyone. I want to stay here and continue working, and the skill system report has been received. Lam Yuan thought that the golden equipment could be immune to spells and control effects. So with it, I could almost completely counter that snake controller. Then said thank you, and I will leave now. Hughes's voice echoed from the tent. It seems Edith really enjoys her current life, so Mr. Wyan can rest assured. Lam Yuan quietly considered that if there was no clue about the watch, it would be better to ask him directly for intelligence about the snake, then asked, Commander, do you have any intelligence related to snakes? He replied, after the snake civilization was expelled, all the snakes in Feng Shui Sha have long been wiped out by them. Are there any rules for the snakes in the dreamscape? His face darkened. Lam Yuan wondered if that snake had any special features. Hughes explained that it was said to be a giant snake, but the one in the illusory dreamscape was too vague to attack. Now, you are also a proud member of the Hit V squad, so if you're interested in snakes, this mission is assigned to you. Lam Yuan agreed. Duangan will go immediately, then wondered, could it be Min Vuangsa again, appearing in someone else's dream? Could this be related to the snake controller? The system has received a new mission. Lam Yuan stands in front of a large villa. A man opens the door, carrying a woman, and then suddenly, how dare a lowly person like you defy Lord Bathuk, Biardo commands arrogantly. Attack him recklessly. Following Biardo's orders, those guys immediately attacked. He's truly a petty scoundrel, always looking for trouble. Lord Bathwak is pleased with her. That is her honor as a lowly person. Lam Yuan stepped in to stop them. It seems this is Lord Bathwak's house. Truly eye-opening. One of them pointed at him and sneered, where did this lowly commoner come from? And how dare he interfere in Lord Bathwak's affairs? Biardo sneered slowly, wanting to be a hero to save the girl, so stay and fight. The girl whispered urgently, go quickly, facing Kalat won't end well. Lam Yuan quickly pushed those guys away. The person he's looking for is here. Where is Bathwak? Biardo stammered, do you know who you're touching? This is Kalat's territory. Kalat stepped forward. Where did this trash come from to dare touch him? Immediately notify the Hit V squad and lock this person in the prison for him. Lam Yuan produced his badge. He was the one rescued by the Hit V squad. Here for his lord's nightmare, they were surprised. You are a knight. Kalat frowned, hanging these useless people up for him and starving them for 3 days and nights. Biardo replied, yes. He kept rambling, truly blind, unable to distinguish between knights and commoners. Finally, you've arrived. If you can solve his problem, he will ensure Ziddy recognizes your contribution. He responded, I hope so. Inside the mansion, there are many large bookshelves, and the servants are busy with their tasks. Sitting at the head of the table, Kalat speaks, and in his dreams, he is always chased and screamed at by a giant snake. Even an experienced monk couldn't find the cause. It's unbelievable that someone like Bathuk has to suffer like this. He's looking for someone to deal with that deadly snake. Do you think you can handle it? Lam Wei thought, as expected, King Ming is letting go, then replied, Lord Batsu, you need some time. He said, I hope you can secure the victory. This will be good for both him and you. Suddenly, the maid accidentally spilled the bucket of blood on the floor, splashing it directly onto Kalat's clothes. Uira shouted in anger, you little bitch, you damnable woman! I must teach you a lesson, and slapped her across the face. The maid cried in fear, pleading don't. He flew into a rage, unable to handle even the smallest trouble, truly a born scoundrel. Then he raised his foot high. Lam Wei quickly carried the girl away. Surprised. You? He changed the subject. Lord Ba Thuok. They are still discussing the delegation. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to do that. Kalat laughed awkwardly, but he was doing it for their sake. Even something like this he couldn't handle. How could they survive in the future? When these kids had no home to go back to, he was the only one kind enough to take them in, and they were very grateful. Tell him, Anna, is that right? The maid whispered. Yes, she is very grateful that the master took her in. Kalat was pleased with the answer. Step back now, boasting about someone as noble as him. These poor folks in the slums are not even worth a slice of black bread. But even the lowly have their purpose. Winning his favor is their reason for existence. Don't you think so, knight? Lam Yuin remained silent, thinking to himself, is he criticizing me for meddling too much? Kalat ordered the steward to set up a banquet, arrange a private seat for the unnamed knight, and secretly boast. If it weren't for working for him, I probably wouldn't taste the delicacies of the noble house in my lifetime, ha ha ha. Beardo reports that Lord Renzone has followed your orders and carefully prepared the meat. Dish gifted by Lord Renzone himself, praising it as very good, but perhaps because this knight is not used to such fine cuisine, bring him a bowl of fish soup instead. Lam Yuin secretly marvels that this is an important task. Once it's done, they can deal with this Lord Renzone. Then he responds, all is well. Anna brings the soup and invites the young knight. Kalat is peering around. Has the knight figured out how to handle this yet? Don't delay too long. Lam Yuin takes a sip of the soup, hoping to observe a bit more inside the room tonight. He places the glass of golden wine firmly on the dining table. Are you kidding me? You think Khalat's room is a place you can just enter? Figure it out yourself. He only needs the result. He secretly despises him, truly a foolish and arrogant fool. Lam Yun, in his invisible form, slowly approached the door, thinking to himself that based on his attitude during the day, there must be some secret inside the room. And to complete this task, he would need to use some special tricks, with the stealth skill activated by the system. Suddenly, he heard a scream from inside. And startled, he realized something was wrong. A fragile girl was slapped hard across the face by a large hand. Khalat said, "You really don't know your place. Serving me, Lord Khalat, is that all you're good for?" Beato added, "That's right. So many people want to serve Lord Khalat but haven't had the chance." The fragile girl begged, "Please let me go." Khalat pressed his face close and smiled, thinking a knight could protect her. "But isn't that just what I told him to do?" Beato sneered, "What knight? As long as Lord Khalat speaks, he's just a servant." Lam Wein clenched his fist. So these maids were all forced to serve him as slaves. Khalat angrily threw the girl to the ground in pain. "I, Khalat the Marquis, not only hold power in the Western Mo Kingdom, but also have the status of a marquis in other countries. And you will never escape my control for the rest of your life." Beato bowed to flatter. A smart person like Khalat would never put all his eggs in one basket. He smiled confidently. Of course. The system appeared before Lam Wein. No, Khalat's status was granted by the Western King. How could he have such treatment in another country? But when? The system notification updates Khalat's nightmare mission to arrest the traitor, with the level set to Imperial Gold, task details to imprison Khalat for treason and find evidence within 48 hours. And Lam Wein ponders. Just as he suspected, Khalat is a traitor. First, contact the Hitvi military team, then decide what to do next. The system notification has used a tool to send a request to arrest the Hitvi squad. Khalat narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, and suddenly his expression turned slightly furious. Khalat's voice was serious. "That damn snake kept me awake at night, and you won't find peace either." The door suddenly swung open abruptly. Lam Wein spoke. "Lord Bakthuak, I think I heard a scream first. Let's stall until the knights arrive." Beardo continued, "Do you know that barging into the Lord's residence without permission is a serious crime?" Lam Yin looked down and said, "Go ahead. I want to talk to the Lord about some matters." Khalat's face darkened. "Go? You're just ruining my fun and want to leave?" A mere knight thinks he's the center of the universe, and his knight badge can't hide the stench of poverty radiating from him. Beardo said loudly, "My lord, shall I give him a little punishment?" Khalat angrily pointed and ordered, "Hang him up for me. I want him to see that in the end, those of low bloodline will meet their fate." Beardo smirked and slowly approached. Rest assured, the guards, startled, turned around. No one is an assassin of the Lord. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons and ran inside. The girl looked up and said, "You run quickly. Don't sacrifice yourself for me." Lam Wein calmly replied, "They haven't reached the point where I would sacrifice myself." The guards started to rush forward. "Catch him and take him away." Lam Wein quickly grabbed a weapon in his hand and prepared himself. "Go ahead." The girl quickly held his hand tightly. "All right." The guards retreated with a blue glow in front of their eyes. "What is that?" The castle door remains intact in the night. Suddenly, an explosion erupts before their eyes. The girl crouches down, gasping for breath alongside Lam Wein, while the guards are still chasing. He's on the other side. Quickly move up and don't let him escape. Lam Wein's eyes turn cold. With so many maids and servants here, it's not suitable to use death spirit or blood magic. The maid standing nearby observes, "It's her. Does he really intend to assassinate the butler?" Another maid widened her eyes and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense!" The maids witnessing the scene in front of them. Lam Wein easily and quickly defeated each guard. "Save me." The guards are all unconscious at Lam Wein's feet. Then just need to follow the master and the butler. Wait for the squad of knights to arrive. Suddenly, a glowing chain appeared and wrapped around his ankle. Lam Wein's foot jerked back. This is a control technique. Just the right moment to test the stealth spiritual artifacts equipment skill. The system announced that the magic resistance skill was activated and the control effect was lifted. Beato was holding a magic staff in his hand. "You guys are just a bunch of soldiers. Except for some strength, you have no brains at all." Lam Yuan's ankle is being tightly held. And why isn't there a master among the guards? Hit him for me. That's right, he's still in the hands of the butler. After all, the butler is a master from the Royal 5-element wizard troupe. Beato quickly rushed forward. This dagger can transfer lightning into his blood. "That smell isn't very pleasant. Keep it for yourself." Lam Wein quickly gripped Beato's wrist. His body tensed and he said, "You are not under control." Beato collapsed in pain, blood pouring from his chest. Kahlo stared in horror at Lam Wein, trembling as he stammered, "I called you here to carry out the mission. You want to rebel," he said coldly. "I think your treasonous actions are more serious than the trust." Kahlo stammered, "What? How do you know?" Beato tried to stand up. "If you've been discovered, then go die." Lam Yuan quickly dodged the attack, meaning he couldn't kill you. The mission requires capturing him first. Beato was stunned. "What?" The mage knew advanced magic. Lam Yuan's dark eyes moved in front of him. His punch lands with a powerful flash, sending Beato's body flying by the force of the light. He is struck and collapses to the ground. Kahlo hurriedly ran up the stairs. "You bastard. I will definitely find Sit to punish you and execute you." He was surprised to see Lam Yuan's foot right in front of him. "You, why are you here?" His face coldly said, "So you don't want to kill me anymore?" Kalo hurriedly explained, "There's no such thing. I meant to have Sit recognize your contributions. No, I want the king to award you the medal." Lam Yuin's palm begins to glow with blue fire. If I catch him, the king will also award me the badge. Yahello, terrified, raises his hand. The blue flames knocked Kalo away. When he harmed innocent people, did he ever think about his own fate? He desperately begged, "I was wrong. Can I be forgiven? I will release those commoners." Lam Yuin coldly replied, "It's too late," and angrily grabbed Kalo by the collar, pulling him up. Lam Yuin's face darkened. He demanded the confession first. Kalo stammered, "No, please, I will give you whatever you want. Everything. Just let me go." Lam Yuin's hand clenched tightly and struck him back, saying farewell to his noble status. Kalo's body was instantly sent flying into the thick fog, and Hughes suddenly spoke up, hoping I'm not late. "Is Kalo Batuk unharmed, and where is the assassin you mentioned?" Lam Yuin replied, "Unfortunately, Captain, the criminal we need to arrest is Kalo, the traitor." Hughes quickly stepped down and approached Lam Yuin. He continued, "Traitor to heaven and earth, you must clarify. Acting without evidence and attacking Kalo is a death sentence." Kalo shouted, "You all know this is a death penalty, yet you send a madman here. This is slander against a noble." Hughes looked over and continued speaking. Based on the boys' one-sided account, they still can't arrest the traitor. Anna suddenly appeared and said, "Wait a moment. I know where the evidence is. Last night, I accidentally overheard Batu's secret plot about the snake civilization, and they were also praying in the secret chamber. The chamber is nearby and contains evidence." Kalo's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "When did I have any dealings with the snake civilization?" He angrily rushed forward. "You traitor! I will tear that old woman's mouth apart." Long Yin thought to himself, the mission has already said so. That traitor must be truly guilty of treason. "Captain, please escort Batu to the prison first. I will bring the evidence right away. The specific outcome will be revealed soon, and I will bear all the consequences myself." Hughes sighed and said, "Whether it's a great achievement or a mistake, it depends on the results of your search. Leave 2 knights to help with the search, and the rest take the Baron back to the camp." They agreed. "That's all." Long Yin continued, "Lead us there. Don't worry." Anna hesitated, but replied, You're different from the others. I trust you. The secret passage from the Batuk house connects to this place." Long Yin followed behind, pondering an underground tunnel, just like where the snake people would go. However, why did she come here and hear the conspiracy at the same time Anna pointed to the door? This is the secret chamber they encountered alone. Long Yin nodded. The next step is up to me. Keep an eye out, there are no special marks on the door. Stay alert, I am about to open it." Inside, the silence was strange and still, as if no one was there. Suddenly, giant snakes lunged out, forcing us to retreat. "What the hell is that?" Long Yin gently cut the snake's body with his hand. "Don't be afraid. Just a few snakes." Our guards exhaled lightly, relieved. "Thanks to you, I didn't expect there to be snakes here. There's definitely something wrong." Long Yin turned back and looked, feeling like she wasn't surprised at all. And upon reflection, if we were wiped out, then the evidence against the demon lord would be gone. Could she be the snake demon? Wei Trang turned human? Secretly interacting with the master, when they see the master about to be exposed, they choose to cut the tail and escape. The snake repellent potion works, making the snake people feel excited. Whether real or fake, it can be tested. This is a snake repelling potion that can drive away the snakes around here, so there's no need to worry about snake attacks anymore. A cloud of smoke billows over Anna. "Sorry, I also don't know what that thing is inside here, but the evidence must be in this." Long Yin said nothing, only looked at Anna, the blue flame in his palm. "Maybe I was overthinking it. It's okay. This isn't her problem." They started to go deeper inside, found the evidence, and the knight suddenly spoke. "Oh my god. This is a spiritual creature of the snake people. The king had already ordered the destruction of all items related to the snake people. So Baituk was hiding so much. Here is Baituk's badge. He really colluded with the snake people. This is a serious crime." Suddenly, Anna's face darkened as she stood behind them and said with a smile, "You knights must make him pay for this." Kalo angrily shouted, "A whole night has passed. Where is your evidence? How dare you tarnish Baituk's reputation? When I get out, I will deal with you useless fools." Hughes suddenly opened the door and said, "We have found the evidence. Interrogate him now, squire. Move out. That's it." Kalo panicked. "What? No way. I have no relation with the snake demon." The squire angrily shouted, "Hold on. Confess your charges right now. A traitor like you deserves to be crushed." Hughes spoke in a deep voice, truly surprising everyone. Who would have thought Kalo was a traitor? "Yet you also achieved a great deed. I have reported it to the king, and soon you will be rewarded." Long Yin smiled and replied, "Thank you, Commander. This is what I should do." Inside, only frantic shouts could be heard. "Stop it immediately. I am Baron Tuk Kalo. Baron Tuk is not involved with me. I am just a steward." Hughes said seriously, "The snake folk civilization must hold a lot of intelligence about the Western Mat Kingdom. Next, I will send people to investigate thoroughly, and the maids of Lord Batuk will probably still need to bother you to handle the rest." Long Yin thought to himself, "It just so happens that the Tuk family still has something I can't miss. All right, I will make arrangements for them." The scribe solemnly announced, "Commander, they want to confess." Hughes glanced and said, "Oh, get ready to take notes." Biardo laughed loudly and said, "I told you so." Lord Batuk secretly conspired with others. Kalo, furious, pushed him aside and said, "Shut up, it's not your turn to speak. I admit, I did have some dealings with other forces just a little bit, but I voluntarily confess, you must beg the king for my forgiveness." Hughes's face darkened. "We fought for the country for so many years, and now he's betraying us. What a damn traitor." The system announced that the mission to catch the traitor had been completed, and the prestige of the Knights Guild increased by 1,000. Long Yen thought, "Is the mission really complete? Then where is Kusha? There must be some detail I missed. He has atoned for his sins, so now I will go arrange things for those girls." Hughes nodded and continued, "Go now. I will make Yahello spill all his secrets." He still glared as he watched him leave and then shut the door tightly. He quickly stabbed the knife into the table and shouted, "Confess honestly, who are the insiders of the Snake People?" Yahello, frightened, answered, "The Snake People. The contact with me is an undercover agent from the Southern Kingdom. Right now, at Count Kalo's mansion, Long Yen is searching through everything, and someone posted on the forum about Count Kalo's shield, which was gifted by the king and has incredible attributes and special skills, so it must be here." Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he looks down, and inside the box, it's empty again. Taken away. Does someone still know about this equipment? The knight began to inform Long Yen, "Sir, all the maids have been found. Only one is missing." His tone serious. "Who is it?" the knight replied. "Yes, it's a girl named Anna. No matter what, I have to find her. Someone can't just suddenly disappear. The most suspicious place is the secret passage from the Count's mansion leading to the underground sewer." Long Yen quickly moves to the room with the hole in the floor. He slowly walked inside, feeling from the start that something was off. Thinking back, if the Count was in cahoots with the snake person, why would he bring up dreaming of snakes? Suddenly, Long Yen turned around. Anna said impatiently, "Why rush? The one hiding in the Count's mansion isn't necessarily someone who's always there. So, of course, they come and go as they please." As he chuckled and spoke, "Is that Count Kalo doomed now?" The system appeared. The invisibility spell activated. Long Yen was stunned. He's the one controlling the snakes, so why did Anna meet him alone? Anna isn't an NPC, is she? As she continued speaking, it truly lives up to Anna's reputation as a born actress. That foolish Count probably never expected the secret chamber was prepared by her herself. She smiled confidently. Of course, they couldn't have guessed, but there was a very unusual swordsman who started to suspect my connection to the snake people and even used snake venom to test me, so I had no choice but to let someone else handle it. When she widened her eyes and continued, "Oh, those fools have always been manipulated like puppets. What does that guy look like?" Anna handed over a paper with a picture of Lam Yen. "With him in this state, I still have to continue the snake person's mission to weaken the aristocrats of Western Mac." "Oh, right. How did your snake army recover?" As he held up the paper and looked at it carefully, he angrily clenched his teeth. "It's this bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, my adorable little village wouldn't have had to leave me. He stole my hidden copy." Lam Yuan pondered. So Anna was a spy of the snake creature planted to trap and eliminate the Western Mac aristocracy. But if she was so angry about the incident, why did the system report that I had completed the mission? "Forget it. Let's find an opportunity to deal with them first," Anna continued. "So you also had a confrontation with that guy before? Isn't he just a skilled warrior who knows a bit of magic, and you can't even handle this little thing?" He said angrily, clenched his fist, "But he doesn't understand anything. His strength is much greater than you think. He can withstand the Soul Rebirth. If those Soul Reapers weren't guarding the hidden instance, I wouldn't be this troubled." Anna said confusedly, "Soul Reapers, could it be that his profession is..." As she hesitated, "Yes, that's why I need someone to borrow the King of Snakes." And his face suddenly turned red. "I want him dead without a proper burial." Anna suddenly became excited. "Absolutely not allowed. The King of Snakes has other missions. And if the King of Snakes is exposed within the scope of the Western Mac sorcerer, it is very likely that he will be destroyed by him, which would be an irreparable loss to our snake civilization." Smirking maliciously, I continue, "But I can't wait another second to eliminate him. You must give him to me." Anna's eyes narrowed coldly. "I won't let you do anything wrong," Lam Yuan thought carefully. Usually NPCs don't get too involved with players. Could it be that the one controlling the snake is using Anna to boost the reputation of the snake people? I can't let him have his way. You're about to rush in, but you can't let him succeed. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted ahead, and Lam Yuan froze in shock, staring straight ahead. A giant snake appeared behind Anna, and the King of Snakes slowly moved closer to where it was. Anna muttered through clenched teeth, "Ming Wang's snake can sense my emotions. If you truly want to strike, I'm not sure I can feel it either." When fear first set in, the two of you truly shared a deep master-servant bond. Everything was for that plan. "All right, fine. I'll find a way to handle him myself. You just keep doing your mission, and don't forget what your boss told you. You have to cooperate with me." Anna replied, Okay. Let me rest for a bit. Serving those old men is exhausting. This trip only brought some temporary gains, but I have to endure those scoundrels until I want to vomit. It's really a loss. Finally giving up and leaving, it's up to you. A small snake emerges from Lam Uyen's palm. His invisibility magic useless against Min Wongsa, so he can't act recklessly, and can only let the little snake follow the snake controller. Only after he's gone far away will he make his move. And the small snake begins to silently crawl behind him. Anna and the giant king snake pass through the gap. Take your time. It will be over soon. Very soon. And you'll see the sunlight again. Lam Uyen looks down from above. As for the Count's matter, when you go out, ask the Knights Guild and decide later. The first believer's mission is more important than catching the snake controller first. Shaking off the lingering thoughts, Lam Wein quickly jumps down. He continued to ponder. With his stealth spiritual ability, he was sure he could ambush him effectively. The system notified, paralysis activated, when he used his power on the small snake. So this was him again, his eyes looking ahead, now being tailed. Luckily, I prepared this thing in advance. I have to deal with this bastard no matter what. In the blink of an eye, Lam Wein appeared in front of the moving little snake. The blue aura beneath his feet is the teleportation scroll again, a costly one-time item he used without hesitation. Turns out, the richest believer is more than I imagined. I need to quickly accumulate my own resources. It's time to gather the strong electric resistance medicine, wait for the Thunder System dungeon to open. This batch will definitely be a hot item. Still need to keep farming the hidden social dungeon Yu Chi Sao. Right now at Khaled's castle, these homeless girls have suffered enough, just let them stay. The maids are all crying their eyes out. I can teach them how to sew tomorrow. Anyway, it's better than becoming a servant again. This is the purpose of our visit. Thank you. Lam Wein turned to leave, still waving goodbye to them. Then we will take our leave. By the way, has Khalot's confession been prepared yet? The knight asked. It has been handed over to the captain already. I never expected him to secretly collude with the Namqui Empire. It's truly a disgrace. The Namqui Empire is our common enemy. Lam Wein thought to himself, so it's the Namqui Empire. In the context of this immortal world, Namqui and the Western factions are always enemies. I hope he gets what he deserves. Suddenly, a mysterious person in black hiding behind the bushes observed them with a bird on his shoulder. Injured, the target has left the squad, can act at any moment. The bird quickly takes to the sky. Okay, I got it. At this moment in the evening, Lam Wein strolled around the town, thinking to himself that the powerful anti-electricity potion formula he held was unique. Crafting this kind of potion required a high-level alchemist, but most of them belonged to major guilds. The one-time use magic item formula is lost. If they learn it secretly and turn hostile, it could cause a big mess. It seems finding a freelance alchemist to sign a contract is the safest option, but high-level experts like that are hard to find, so I'll just post a reward mission and see who's suitable. Suddenly, Lin Yuan looked up at the notification board. He looked at the paper stuck on top, which was a plum blossom. In his previous memories, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Western MO, whose main profession was duelist, capable of long-range attacks. Moreover, she had never joined any guild, and the system now displayed a reward mission, automatically adding this friend. A message appeared on the system board, yet someone dared to accept my mission. Didn't you see the fanatical guild deliberately covering up my mission board? This is the first time I hear about it. When shall we start the mission? Right now, Mei Chao is brewing medicine. It seems you're also eager to cause trouble. Fine, I'll send you the coordinates. See you later at the house. The system displayed the coordinates. There aren't many high-level free alchemists, so I hope she's someone who can cooperate long-term. Lam Wein finally appeared in a deserted place. My Q waved and asked, Yi, you're the one taking on my mission, right? Are you the only one here, you crazy golem? Can you handle this alone? Lam Yuan's face darkened. She's the drunk girl from that tavern. She's the mysterious beauty, isn't she? My Q approached and continued. Well, I didn't expect the little guy to be such a handsome guy, so this mission depends on you. Be careful. I'll cover you from behind with my bow and arrow later. He replied coldly, No need, this one doesn't look trustworthy at all. If there's no better candidate, I guess I have to choose her. My Q behind continued. Those mutant golems are hiding among these rocks, expert in ambush. The two of them continued walking forward slowly when suddenly Lam Wein paused and looked back. My Q said. But don't worry, even if the mission fails, I won't blame you. The system appeared. Elite Magma Golem, level 15, HP 3600, Attack 300, Defense 410, Skills, Solid Body, Strong Defense. Lam Wein and my Q quickly jumped into the air, my Q ready to draw her bow. Watch out, I told you I'd protect you. Sure enough, compared to alchemy, fighting is really tough. Suddenly, many elite golem mutants appeared rushing towards them. Lam Wein quickly appeared, hiding carefully. Let me handle them. A blue light appeared in his palm, exploiting their granite-like nature. The defense of the powerful lava golem is very high, so just use their own traits against them. Fight fire with fire. My Q stared in surprise, wondering why he seemed so familiar, with his handsome cold face and decisive actions. I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me deal with the thugs at the tavern? Is he really planning to handle all these monsters alone? Fans are definitely going to scold him for this. Don't be afraid, little brother. I'll bring some healing medicine for you. At this moment, Lam Yuan suddenly swooped down from above to attack, but unexpectedly, the dog-headed leaders charged out fiercely, losing control and attacking the fierce golem with intense rage. The shimmering gold stones lay quietly on the ground as Lam Wein slowly picked one up. His face was serious. This is the core of the gemstone, with the diamond flower pattern you need, right? The system announced that Lok Queen Nan's reward mission was complete. My Q said in surprise, So it's done, or is it because I stayed up all night brewing medicine that my eyes are all puffy? Lam Yuan calmly replied, They're just some clever monsters. My Q continued, Now that you mention it, the last time you took her back to the dorm, that was also your younger brother, right? This time I owe you a big favor again, but you're so strong, why did you take on my mission? You could easily handle much higher reward tasks. Lam Wein calmly replied, straight to the point, I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a potion-making contract, but I can't trust anyone in the guild. Only you fit my criteria. This is a lucrative deal, isn't it? My Q smiled and replied, All right, I've already tested your character that night, so do you want to go have a drink and discuss your plan? Lam Uyen added, The details will be discussed later, but the contract first. The system interface appeared before my Q, and although she wasn't fond of these contracts, if it's you, little brother, it's no problem. Just sign. Lam Uyen's gaze turned serious. Better to do it this way, as if he had one more person to share the burden. The notification board appeared, confirming the contract was successful. The Lock-Kuyan non-player agreed, establishing a rental relationship with Lam Uyen while Adi had gone into hiding. She smiled and continued, Now I'm your employee. We'll see. What do you want me to do? He reached his hand behind his coat. I have a recipe. Suddenly, Lam Uyen paused. Wait a minute. This is... It feels like I've seen this scene before. The appearance pattern of the golem Hua Kwang is systematic. A giant monster suddenly appeared behind Lam Uyen, and Su Yet and Mai Q looked up to see him riding the creature. Then it disappeared. Lam Uyen's face was contemplative. No wonder. The corner of the forum screenshot was from this place. His eyes are looking down at the scattered stones. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lam Uyen and Mai Q walk into a cave together. Mai Q said, I didn't expect there to be a hidden dungeon in this stone forest, but we're only 2 people. Will it be okay? Lam Uyen thought. The previous photo on the forum only showed the entrance to this dungeon. Besides, there's no other information. The hidden dungeon is risky, but the rewards are extremely generous, so even without details, I have to go in. If I remember correctly, it was you who insisted on coming along, Maikio said shyly. Just curious. Don't worry. The loot is very valuable and no one will compete. I just want to explore and broaden my horizons. He ordered sternly. Since you're here, you must follow my command. Let's go. The entrance is right in front of us. In the context of the immortal world, the Aztec civilization was a culture that worshipped death. They pursued the transcendence of the soul, a state of immortality achieved through extremely powerful necromancy techniques. But this civilization had already declined hundreds of years ago. Maikio's voice sounded a bit scared. I have a strange feeling something's not right. Both of them looked up at the dog-headed miner opening the lid. Suddenly, Lam Uyen turned around. A buzzing nasal sound. Wait a minute. A blue light suddenly shot toward them. Lam Uyen quickly dodged the attack with incredible speed. Then the blue light shifted its target to Maikyu, striking her directly with swift precision. A multitude of monsters appeared, surrounding the 3 of them, and Maikyu was badly injured, unable to move anymore. Lam Uyen immediately stood in front of Maikyu, the dog-headed creature, to get her out of the dungeon quickly. The dog-headed leader immediately embraced Maikyu and rushed away, while she quickly took out several vials of medicine. Maikyu immediately threw them towards Lam Uyen. These medicines can temporarily boost your stats. Lam Uyen quickly charged forward. The system announced, using agility boost potion for teammate Lam Uyen, ID hidden. Agility increased by 10% using an attack boost potion for teammate Lam Uyen, ID hidden. Damage increased by 10% using a defense boost potion for teammate Lam Uyen, ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lam Uyen immediately attacks a group of dark armored spirits. That monster is very good at ambushes. Clear this group first, then focus on it later. With simple moves, he has taken down a large number of monsters. Lam Uyen continues rushing forward at incredible speed, quickly noticing something approaching. He swiftly spins around, blocking a surprise attack with his sword. This opponent is smarter than he thought, even taking advantage of the moment. A large beetle roared after Lam Uyen's attack, catching him off guard. Turns out it was just a beetle, with no defense and no damage dealt. Surely it has a special defensive mechanism. Incredible speed and devastating damage can completely make up for his weaknesses. I will absolutely not let anyone escape, Lam Uyen shouted loudly, summoning a giant scorpion to block the path of the armored beetle. With swift agility, it easily escapes from the beast that Lam Uyen just summoned back. Lam Uyen doesn't give up. There's no way it can run away. He summoned another beast to attack the divine dung beetle, and as its speed slowed down, Lam Uyen jumped high and aimed straight at its belly to stab down. The spear finally pierced the softest part of the creature, and no matter how powerful the demon name was, it was ultimately Lam Uyen's strength that caused a long gash right where the divine dung beetle was pierced. Lam Uyen exerted all his strength, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter and fly everywhere, creating a powerful shockwave, and then died. Lam Uyen gasped for breath, exhausted, knowing that although he could only bleed a little each time, he had no escape left. Death was only a matter of time, and before him lay the remnants of the recent battle. System display, is the blood returning? Lam Uyen reaches out. Good, now fight for me. A blue light emerged from the remains of the divine scarab, and its consciousness appeared. Lam Uyen was surprised, so it even has consciousness. What a surprising thing. Where do you want to take me? The scarab god lay on the coffin lid as a fierce light burst from the tomb. Surprised by its power, Lam Uyen marveled. No wonder the forum's top players didn't have information about this hidden dungeon. It turns out this step requires the scarab god to cooperate actively. The system announces, congratulations on obtaining the cursed book, which allows you to pay a price to choose the skill you want to learn. The death coffin reveals a strange book containing immense power, and the system lists them one by one. Increasing damage by level 1, curses a group of enemies, causing their damage to be increased by an additional 50%. The cost is a reduction of 200 health points and a decrease in level 1 vision range, which reduces their sight range by 50 points. Cursing a single enemy decreases the damage they deal, costing 100 attack points. Reflective attack at level 1 causes the damage dealt to be reflected back to the attacker, costing 10 strength points. Fear at level 1 causes the enemy to flee in terror, costing 5 mental points. Lamween looked at the system and thought that this civilization relied on death, with skills all being negative effects, and in terms of effectiveness, they were not easily dispelled. He paused at the damage increasing skill and decided that it was the most practical in combat, so he chose it. Losing 200 health points was not a big deal for him. The Han Than compensates for my weaknesses in assassination and finishing moves, while the Curse's spell is more suited for large-scale combat. Plus, with the Dispel Control Effect skill from the Dark Spirit, I can target key enemies more accurately during battles. The system displays details. Damage increase level 1 effect. Curses a group of enemies, causing them to take 50% more damage. Consumes 40 energy. Recovers in 8 seconds. Cannot be upgraded with mastery. Must find and carry the next curse to unlock. Lamween looked down at the black armored spirits he had just killed. Their race is the Undead. Cannot be resurrected, but that doesn't matter. He walks and thinks that the paralysis effect of the Bo Hung Thon combined with high-speed stealth ability will make it harder for the snake controller to escape next time. System notification. Atech Empire, Death Lord of the Evil Spirit, Special Monster, Unknown Level, 100 Blood, 1000 Attack, No Defense, Skill, Immortal Execution, Spirit Body, Skill Effect, Immortal. All damage dealt to the Evil Spirit is transferred as 1. Execution causes enemies to take 200% attack damage. 50% chance to activate paralysis effect, lasts 60 seconds. Spirit Body immune to fear, poison, fire, pain, and bleeding effects. Lam Wein confidently steps outside. Now it's time to prepare for the shop. Gotta start collecting alchemy herbs. Suddenly, Mai Qiu's scream echoed from somewhere, her injured body pushed aside to Lam Uyen's side. He looked around and asked, somewhere on the distant mountain cliffs, a group of people was watching down at Lam Uyen and Mai Qiu. So, you're the leader of that little group. Do you know that she has been banned by our Flame Society? It seems you're desperate. Mai Qiu calmly advised Lam Uyen, telling him to find a chance to escape later because they are targeting her. These fools keep taking on my missions only to get attacked by monsters. Now the bastard is turning around to extort me again, the leader roared. You damn witch, if it weren't for helping you fight those stone people, my brothers wouldn't have lost all their levels. You have to pay this debt to me. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins today, you two will leave here alive or not. Suddenly he stiffened, grimaced, and a dark aura enveloped him. He saw his teammates also attacked by the mysterious dark energy. What's happening? Something's wrong. A healer woman exclaimed in panic. Dead. This is the curse of the turtle spell. The curse has fallen. Lam Wein strangled him, escaping with full health. Huh, he thought to himself. Just in time to try out his new combo with the Divine Beetle, while Mei Chao looked on nervously sweating. The system notification sounded, activating the damage boost skill. The healer on the other side was still struggling with the turtle curse. The leader was furious. Useless trash, a familiar turtle curse spell he couldn't dispel. The healer is gathering her strength. But no, boss, I've never seen this kind of turtle curse before. And at the same time, the system notification sounds, declaring the dispel failed and cannot be dispelled. While he's still trying to dispel the turtle curse, the leader refuses to give up. Don't think you can get away with a sneak attack. He still looks confident. Just an old familiar turtle curse spell. We have 4 people here. Defeating you is easy. Suddenly the mage was hit by a huge surge of power. All of them were stunned. When did he make his move? The healer was knocked into a rock and couldn't move. Lam Yuin swings his hand to unleash a surge of power, using the turtle curse to increase damage, then commands the high mobility Divine Beetle to focus on handling the enemy's healer, making his tactics much more flexible. The leader of the Kwangdiam Guild still isn't rushing in. Hurry up, he's probably waiting for his cooldown. But now, kill him quickly. He's enduring a tornado. This guy always fights with summoned beasts, probably a ranged attacker. Go. The other 2 follow the order and move up. There, Lam Uyen just slightly tilts the corner of his mouth, draws a sword from his hand, which makes the members of the Kwangdiam Guild panic, and he even pulls out a sword. Lam Uyen lightly swings his sword. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong, his attack team sends them flying. Letting the savage beast run free keeps attacking. What is this? I have no idea. I only see a little blood when I fight it. Ah! The leader takes a heavy hit and screams in pain. Lam Uyen boldly stepped forward, looking down with disdain. The leader still couldn't believe it. How could someone so easily defeat my team? What level are you really? He cowardly continued. I never expected that witch to find such a mercenary like you. Why don't you join my Kwangdiam Guild? I'll pay you double. No. 5 times what she offered. Lam Yuan sensed something. There are still people hiding here. Without hesitation, he unleashed the savage beast and charged forward, silencing them forever. The leader couldn't react in time as the system activated the deadly skill, and he shouted out loud as the trees in the forest swayed violently afterward. The 3 cloaked figures are fleeing. One suddenly stops, panting. Is this just a coincidence, or have we been detected all along? Lam Yuyan suddenly appears. Sure enough, there are still 3 cowards hiding here. One of them shouted, "Careful, scatter quickly." Lam Uyen delivered a powerful strike to the ground, stunning them all. He carefully examined, no, Their skills are different from those of the other Kwang DM guild members. Could they be from a different faction? The three of them panicked and retreated. Suddenly, the three of them decided to attack. A crossbowman ordered, since we've been exposed, just go all out, use what you have, and the other two followed suit. Lam Huiyan easily dodged the incoming arrows, but one dart shot straight into his leg. He casually slaps the ground, then springs into the air, completely dodging their attack. Lam Huiyan taunts, "Show me what you've got." A furious man with a spear jumps towards Lam Huiyan. "You reckless fool, go die." He calmly swings his sword to block. Just as the phoenix-shaped dragon prepares to attack, Lam Huiyan unleashes a powerful slash that sends the fierce beast flying, causing the old man to fall heavily backward. The dragon-shaped hand presses down on the magic circle, and when I step onto the stage, the system announces to activate increased damage. From beneath the ground, sharp air currents emerge, piercing like thorns, swirling around him as he orders, "Quickly help me eliminate it." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and immediately a giant image of the rugged golem appeared before their eyes, lowering its enormous arms and causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. Yuen quickly ordered to keep going, no stopping now, and to continue the mission, to kill him at all costs. The man quickly followed the command, understood, while Lam Yen launched her attack, pondering. So it seems someone hired them. At that moment, the rope shot straight through the center, heading directly toward him like a sharp arrow. However, Lam Yen quickly grabbed the rope with her hand and pulled it back, startling him. "What?" Seeing the situation was too dangerous, he shouted loudly, "Captain, run now!" This left Van Yen utterly stunned, her eyes wide open. Who is he really? The second and third elders were defeated in an instant. She raised her bow high, 6 arrows, 3 large and 3 small, ready to shoot, and shouted, "Die!" But immediately after, Van Yen's entire body was attacked by a fierce demon who threw her to the ground. Before Van Yen could react, Lam Yen's voice approached and asked, "Who sent you here? Tell me and I might spare your life." She struggled to sit up, grumbling, "Telling you, A, to dream on. Go ahead and attack." His eyes grew more contemplative. It seems there's no way to get any information now. These three people's forces must be part of some organization, which is why they risk everything to keep silent. But who exactly is targeting me? Lam Yen sneered, "Fine," just as she wanted. Suddenly, a powerful force like a tornado swept up all of Van Yen's people, making her scream in pain. At that moment, from behind, Qian Nan hurriedly ran over, holding a bunch of items, and excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, your brother is amazing. Seeing those henchmen get taken down so easily made me so happy I gathered all the fallen items for you." He handed her a shiny silver arm guard and said, "This guard has a skill that increases bow attack speed. You take it and use it. I'll sell the rest of the silver items." Her eyes lit up brightly. "Okay, little boss. Then I won't hold back anymore. Consider it as the salary you pay her, with the displayed information, the silver tracking gauntlet, a type of equipment with the skill linked to rapid fire, which increases attack speed by 15% when using bow-type weapons." Qian Yan asked, "So, can we go for a drink now?" Lam Yen refused. "No, we have to take care of the shop first." The two of them walked away confidently, unaware that a figure was watching them from behind the bushes. A person with a fully covered face appears, and the subordinate beside him bows respectfully to report, "Boss, that team of 3 has a 100% mission success rate." "I didn't expect us to be wiped out like this," H3 sneered. "This guy is more interesting than I thought." That guy stammered, "So do we need to call in a stronger team?" He refused. "No, I've changed my mind. A talent like him, still free, should be brought over to serve us." Now H3 is feeling extremely intrigued. He crossed his arms and issued a command, telling the Imperial envoy to leave the matter to him and to temporarily stop all actions targeting him. Meanwhile, advised Nan and Lam Yuan to keep moving. You remembered the previous matter and reflected that the rarest high-efficiency anti-electricity potion formula had been in your possession for a long time. Lam Yuan had also secured a contract with a trusted high-level alchemist. Just need to finish setting up the shop and gather enough materials to produce medicine in bulk. When the dungeon system opens, I will seize this opportunity for a big haul. Oyenthan, suddenly a call breaks Han Cheng's train of thought as he happily runs over with a bag in hand. Oyenthan, you finally remember me, right? Do you remember the time we went on a dungeon together last time? That's really exciting. The system shows you've paid 400 gold coins, and the equipment your good friend Lam Moyen sent has been transferred to your inventory. Qian Yan is a bit surprised and teasing. Is that your younger brother's team? I understand, but I need to go buy a shop. Can I postpone the dungeon run for later? She turned around and waved goodbye, so I went back to my office for a while to clear out my alchemy tools. He listened and chuckled happily. Buying a shop, huh? Yuan Shen, let me join you. I'm the one who paid for it after all. Switching to the City Hall office, the man sitting at the desk denies it. This isn't about money. General Kyong raises his hand firmly. The king has made it clear that shops in Rocker Square are not allowed to be sold to outsiders. Han Then, empty-handed, he leaned lightly on the table and said softly, Sir, think about it. We buy stores to do business, and this also helps boost the economy of the entire area. This is completely a good thing, isn't it? He turned away. Young man, there's no point in wasting words. This isn't something to negotiate. He then looked back at Lam Uyen and said, Oyenthan, I think I messed up. Maybe I should give you a real store outside. He replied lightly, No need, let me talk to him. Kwang Wa waved his hand to dismiss them. saying this commercial area has already been arranged separately. Lam Nguyen interrupted and asked, "What if I have this thing?" His eyes widened with surprise. What he is holding is a badge that makes Kyung Wee tremble with excitement. It is the honorary badge of the Night Corps with a star, a gift only the captain has the authority to bestow. He was startled and stood up suddenly. "You are a distinguished knight of the Night Order." Kwang Wee handed over the map with a friendly smile. According to the king's order, this trading area is normally not open to civilians, but members of the Night Corps are of course an exception. Here is a map of the store locations. Please choose a spot. Lam Nguyen said nothing more, only looked at the map, then carefully considered the location of the shop as it would affect future income, so she had to choose carefully, which made Han Than excited. As expected of the Master of Mysteries, even NPCs have to show respect. He pointed to a spot on the map. This way. Notification: store number 32 has been purchased anonymously by a player. Everyone passing by is curious. Aren't these shops here not open for sale? Who bought this shop? And it's anonymous too. Huyen Yan was surprised and asked, "You really managed to buy it, huh? Isn't this shop supposed to be not for sale?" Lam Yuyan carried the box and replied, "Just a little special trick." He hands her the paper and asks to check the recipe, see if any ingredients are missing. A notification appears. The system has shared the enhanced anti-electricity potion recipe with the contract teammate La Quinn Nan. She picked up the paper to check. All the ingredients were there except for the Thunderbolt God, which is almost never sold on the market. Lam Nguyen rested his chin on his hand, turned to another direction lost in thought. Luckily, his experience was almost enough to level up. And it would be convenient to gather some more materials. Han Than laughed loudly, and later he would go monster hunting. "Yuan-shin, let me go with you. I can help pick up items." Queen Yan sighed and waved her hand. "Then you two go ahead. I still prefer studying alchemy." He said, "I've already been given management of the shop, so this will be your workplace from now on." She was a bit surprised and said, "Huh?" Lam Yuan turned around and walked away. "Let's go. Flying over there will be faster." Seeing the mount, he couldn't help but feel grateful. The mount looks so cool. The system notification states that the Thunder Beast has been revived. At that moment, a Thunder Beast spouted a fully charged lightning orb. The system announces the Thunder Beast's Thunderbolt skill, electrification, and ally revival. From above, countless green orbs like grenades rapidly descended below, falling straight in front of Lam Nguyen and Han Than. He was startled to see numerous divine beasts emerging from the ground below. Too many monsters. He said that the lightning storm spirit's trait is that when one dies, it calls all its nearby allies, which is normal. Han Than is not involved in the fight, Lord Yuan. Let me handle the distraction. However, Lam Nguyen summoned other monsters and ordered him to just gather materials. He shouted, "Crown of the King, attack with all your might. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. Lam Nguyen thought to himself, now my level is also among the top, while Han Than was extremely surprised, eyes wide open. Is this the boss of the Valley for Destruction? Are they also working for Yuyan then? Damn. This scene looks so cool. Next time, I must catch him. And those three ambushers make me feel like they are assassins. I need to find an opportunity to investigate. The system shows that player Lam Yuyan, level 16, with the Forbidden Spirit Hunter profession and the Dark Resurrection talent at Mingate, has 121 out of 160 points. At this moment, he ran over carrying a large bag. Yuan Than, all the materials have fallen out here. Lam Yuyan chuckled softly and tossed it to him. Let's go. The scene shifts to Hoyan Yan's potion room where she's busy with test tubes. She examines a vial in her hand, noting that this anti-earthquake medicine is indeed extraordinary, but with the current dungeon, such a powerful drug might not be needed. I wonder if I can sell it after making it. At that moment, the door slowly opened. Lam Nguyen and Han Than entered, and he said inside, this amount of ingredients is enough for a while. How skilled are you with the formula? Hoyan Nan turned around. So quick? She replied, this is an advanced formula. Even high-level alchemists have a certain failure rate. I need some time to master it. Lam Nguyen put down a few bright red tomatoes, so let's just sell these for now. Hoyan Nan was a bit surprised. Fruits, huh, little brother? With the prime location of this shop, selling these isn't a bit wasteful. I still have little medicine stock. Maybe we should sell those for now. He turned to invite her. Just try one and you'll see right away. Han Chung, you try too. She had no choice but to accept and pick up a fruit? Fine. But isn't this just an ordinary fruit? Han Chung also brought it up to taste. Surely Yuan Shen has his reasons. No need to overthink it. She was a bit surprised and startled. Wow, my stats have increased. So there are even such fruits out there. He also agreed. I told you that the item Uyan Than took out is definitely extraordinary. Lam Uyan placed a bag on the table and each person can only use up to 100 of these fruits. From now on, I will supply goods to the store weekly with a minimum price of 5 gold coins per fruit. Today, it officially opens for display. The system announces to the entire server that store number 32 at Rocker Square is now open. Everyone is invited to visit. On the other side, two men were walking and chatting. Yesterday, Lan Nguyen said they couldn't buy a shop. So how come today someone has already opened one? Thien Thien looked up at the sky and called out, Chu Dan, look, that's the first shop in the entire server. Everyone was a bit suspicious. What's going on here, damn it? Store number 32 is the best spot. I've had my eye on it for a long time. Let's go. Hurry to Rocker Square and see. From afar, someone hiding and watching shouted, what, he managed to open a shop already? Ting Nian turned back to H3. Isn't it already settled that he's dealt with, so how long do you plan to wait before acting? I can't believe it. At that moment, he held out his hand with a small bag clenched in his palm, grumbling to himself. He's much stronger than the intelligence report said. Our entire elite squad was lost there. Return the deposit to that person? We're not taking this order anymore. Tin Yan grabs H3's arm and shouts loudly. It's just about the money. How much do you want? As long as we can kill that guy, we can negotiate the price. Tin Yan's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the figure of Lan Ngui, making him extremely stunned. Lan Ngui, is she going to find that bastard again? Inside the hot spring, a friendly smile appeared as they greeted the guests, and the three of them entered, each with surprised looks. They began to browse the shelves and chat, wondering if this was the only thing sold here. Fruit, really. At a location like this, they couldn't believe it was just this. Queen Yan took out a tomato with a bright smile and said, "This fruit can permanently increase your maturity level. Only 5 silver coins each." The young man was stunned. 5 silver coins? Wow! Even my equipment adds up to less than 10 gold. He leaned in closely to look. Wait a minute. You said it increases the permanent maturity stat? The person next to him also looked suspicious. No way. I've never heard of this fruit before. Even though the man was doubtful, he still hesitated and wanted to try. Give me a sample to test. The man immediately started to chew it vigorously. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Physical stats increased by 4. The man was overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, it's real. My physical strength has increased by 4 points. At that moment, a man in the back furrowed his brows and watched. Suddenly, everyone from behind raised their bags high and rushed into the store chaotically. Hurry up and give me 3 more. This thing could make a good profit, even if sold to the big guilds. Hak Huyen turned his back and left, seeming quite displeased with the noisy atmosphere. Lan Ngui at this moment spoke up. If not for the system reminders and notifications, you would have entered Hao Hu Lam Nguyen's shop anonymously. As she moved closer to Lam Nguyen, I also didn't expect that the owner of this first shop was you, but how did you manage to do that? I tried to register yesterday, but my application was rejected. He sneered. Probably just luck. Lan Nguyen softly says, perfect timing? About the secret underground guild you mentioned last time. I've already investigated, and that day no guild members went there. Lam Nguyen turned around, thanked him, and said maybe I was mistaken. He pondered and seemed to rule out the Glass Flower Water Moon Guild. Lam Nguyen turned and walked away. Just act natural, and I'll give you a discount on whatever you want. She hurriedly called back. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lan Nguyen paused for a moment. Huh? At that moment, the system notified that Hao Hio was nearby. Do you want to send a team invitation? She was confused. Is Tin Nan also nearby? Outside, Tin Nan was holding on to H3's arm. I don't care about the reward. No. 5 times more. It's just about assassinating one person. Don't be too greedy, he shouted. It's not about the money. From now on, we will no longer accept any commissions related to him. Just then, Lan Nguyen stepped out. Tin Nan, what do you mean by asking for more money? Do you want someone to die? He opened his eyes wide in shock. Lan Nguyen, why are you here? You heard wrong. I am just clearing the equipment with him. You should be serious. Have you forgotten the link function of our steel trio? When good intentions are nearby, the system automatically alerts me. Who is the person next to you? I think I just overheard something about an assassination. Tin Yan let go and muttered to herself. Damn it, I forgot to block Lan Nguyen. I'll handle this myself. I'm sneaking away now. However, Lan Nguyen's gaze shifted to the watch hanging on H3's waist, her eyebrows furrowing. Lan Nguyen shouted, Stop! I have something to ask, and he snorted, not letting me go. H3 suddenly leaps up through the murmurs, determined to go no matter what, when suddenly a fierce demon appears out of nowhere, leaving him stunned. What is that? This is it. He suddenly slams his iron hand into the wall above, but H3 quickly dodges the attack. He let out a sigh of relief, almost escaping, but before he could finish speaking, Lam Nguyen had already lunged forward. H3 quickly noticed and turned to look back, his eyes now blazing with fierce energy as he swung a powerful strike, asking if she still planned to run, while Lam Nguyen then lowered her body and dropped to the ground below. Lan Nguyen was startled and asked, Why are you here? He looked up at the house and replied faintly, I just heard some noises around here. Lam Nguyen just pointed her sword at H3. She said earlier that this guy has a watch. Are you sure she's not mistaken? She replied, Yes, even if it was just a fleeting moment, I'm sure I didn't see wrong. You suddenly leapt up and launched a powerful strike, praising your own move. That's good then. I was worried about how to find someone. I didn't expect you to come right into the trap yourself. He immediately froze in shock. Could it be that he already knew the assassin team was sent by me to go? It seems that not only does he have incredible strength, but his intelligence network is also not to be underestimated. H3 dodged to the side and blocked the strike with a loud shout. I know you're angry, but can't we talk nicely? I can explain. Lam Yen sneered. Explain? Wait until I catch him, then whatever you want to know, I will ask. Tin Yan sweat drops on his forehead as he watches the fight, thinking to himself that according to the rules, he shouldn't betray his client, but the situation is dire and he must act first. H3 has also lowered himself now. Fine, I give up. I won't target him anymore. There's no need for both sides to suffer, he sneers. Are you only good at running away? He leans back to dodge the attack decisively and insists I only take money for the job and absolutely cannot reveal anything about that person or break the rules of the day. Lam Nguyen asks, getting paid for the job. Then suddenly, a wave of purple aura descends from above, swirling like a fierce storm between the two of them. Ting Yun shouted loudly, This is too noisy. Die, he thought to himself. That damn assassin is trying to sell me out. I absolutely can't let that happen. If Lan Nguyen finds out, I'm doomed. Tin Ngan is the real mastermind behind the murder, and at that moment, a scroll was revealed in front of everyone. H3 shouted, "Watch this!" Then a chat window appeared showing a conversation between two people, saying, "I'll pay double after the job is done. You must deal with him. The more brutal, the better. Cheers. Willing to spend. I'll take this job." Tin Ngan, terrified, points and asks, "Is this real? Tin Ngan, did you hire a hitman to kill someone? That bastard. Do you dare to betray me?" Lam Nguyen points his sword down sternly and says, "I don't care about the assassination or anything. But where did the watch on your person come from? Tell me." He picked up the watch, realizing that all the fuss was because of this. In the end, everyone will get what they deserve. He felt suspicious. Will I also get mine? Well, what does that mean? The system notification, activate skill, disappear, and then Saki suddenly rushed out running. Lan Nguyen suddenly turned around with a fierce look in her eyes. "Tin Ngan, I think you owe me an explanation." Tin Ngan's face became extremely shocked and grim. He lowered his head gently and said, "Lan Nguyen, you still don't understand. As long as he disappears, we can be close again like before. You're too mature. Enough already, teen. Ngan I know is a polite and elegant friend, not a despicable person who hires assassins to kill teammates. You'd better apologize to him. The system notification says you've ended your close friendship with Teen Ngan." Hearing this, Tin Ngan's face looked pitifully sad. You ended our close relationship over someone else, and now you want me to apologize to him? What exactly am I inferior to him in? Then his eyebrows furrow tightly. It's all because of you. You made our trio turn against each other and become enemies, turning me into a joke for everyone. Tin Ngan almost yells, "You're the most despicable person! You bastard! You bastard!" He launched an attack towards Lam Nguyen. "Today I must kill you. I will definitely." Tin Ngan looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. What? Before he even understood what was happening, he was attacked by Lam Nguyen and was thrown backward. Tin Ngan dập mạnh ngồi xuống rất lâm vỗ mắt rất thanh từng mảng. Anh ta cố gắng cuống dậy, dầu dọn chống chằn, khốn kiếp, nghi mình ra hạ ruột tối rồi sao, chưa xong dầu. Tính khi ngẩn nhìn thấy một vật thể dạng bay ren lắm, anh ta hoang mang rồi giấm hả. Và ngay lập tức Tình Ngang bị giật mạnh, cũng do nguội. Hệ thống hiển thị thông báo mục tiêu ra rồi vào trạng thái tê liệt. Lan Nguyen approached the one kneeling in pain and asked, "Tin Ngan, it's come to this. You still won't admit fault." Tin Ngan sobbed. I am not wrong, he thought to himself. Tai Duong, only Tai Duong can save me. A request for help has been sent to trusted ally Tai Duong. So Tai Duong rushes over. Tin Ngan, what's going on? Why did Tio Nuit cancel the connection with you? The notification shows that close allies Lan Nuit and Tin Ngan are nearby. Do you want to send a team invitation? Tin Ngan shouted in panic. Tai Duong, hurry up, help me remove the paralysis effect. I've been played dirty. But Lan Nuit stopped them from going there. Her cold gaze warned that this is the punishment he brought upon himself for hiring a hitman to kill someone, and no one is allowed to interfere. This surprises everyone, hiring a hitman to kill someone? Tai Duong asked with a gnawing voice. Hey buddy, you're here too with your sword in hand. Does that mean Tin Ngan wants to kill you? Dihua nodded in confirmation. Yeah, hearing that, his expression showed a bit of disappointment. I understand now, I won't interfere anymore. Even Xiao Nuit only tries to stop me. Tin Ngan, what have you done with your help? This only makes Tin Ngan more desperate. Tai Duong, you won't help me either? You trust an outsider more than our years of friendship? Dihua didn't let him ramble on and shot him. Tell me quickly, what have you found out? Tin Ngan stubbornly refuses to listen. Rain falling. Even if I die, I won't let you fulfill your wish. Suddenly, the vengeful spirit flies to his brother, unleashing a lightning strike that causes Tin Ngan unbearable pain. And then it stops. Dihua's foot stomps hard on his body, and the sword is driven straight down beside Tin Ngan's face. The young man, trembling with doubt, asks, Now tell me, who's the man with you? This time, Tin Ngan has learned to cooperate better. I said I will tell everything, so stop using that bug to shock me anymore. He started to confess everything. That man, he is from the Death Guild. The foot that was pressing down on him was also removed by Dai Hoa, and the watch you insisted was the token of the Death Guild. Hearing that, he pondered silently. The Death Guild? I don't know much about them in my position. Just vaguely remember that it is an assassination organization specializing in contract work, and because their activities are too secretive, very few people know about them. But at that moment, Tin Ngan planned to escape but was discovered by Dihua, so I allowed him to leave. He was startled and turned back, unleashing his suppressive power on Tin Ngan, saying that today he would kill me. He screamed desperately, begging Lan Nguyen and Tai Duong to save him. He didn't want to be demoted. Lan Nguyen calmly announced that Tin Ngan hired the assassin Hang Hung, violating the rules of the Kin Hua Tui Nguyen Guild. I hereby dismiss all his positions, but considering his past contributions, he will temporarily retain his guild member status. He tried to save me. Lan Nguyen, I'm sorry. I will apologize to that guy right away. You can't treat me like this. I am the one who deserves to stand beside you. These words only made her hate me more. Tin Ngan, you really let me down. From now on, call me president. The system displays 0 health points. Tin Ngan screams in agony, enduring the pain as the sun and the onlookers stand silently watching. They were arguing loudly. No wonder he kept making mistakes in the valley. Let's go! Dihua is busy unlocking items. So it turns out the watch is not a personal belonging of the subordinate leading the charge, but a token of the guild from the opponent. At least now it's clear that the one controlling the snake is hiding within that guild, and he secretly feels grateful. I also have some permanent stat boosting items. Pick one for yourself. A while later, at another house, Kuyen-nan's side, everything had already been sold out. She happily wiped the sweat away. So, I can do this too, right? Lan Nguyen was a bit speechless. It seems I was too slow, so I'll have to wait for another chance. Wait a minute, Dihua suddenly remembered something. The alliance is something I still have a little of. Take it. I hope that guy won't affect your mood anymore. She refused to accept it. This I can't accept. I should still pay the money. Kuyen-nan secretly felt envious inside. What? He just gave her a bunch right after making a move? I've been running around all day here and he acts like he didn't see. She started to complain, busy all morning but not catching a single fish. Kuyen-nan turned away, pretending to be indifferent. Let's just finish early and go for a few drinks to cheer up. Lan Nguyen vaguely sensed that your staff didn't seem very happy. Anh nghĩ rằng chắc cô ấy mệt nên về nghỉ sớm thôi. Kuyen-nan mở cửa ra. The day is ending. Let's switch to the outdoor training ground. She angrily scolds and yells at her for doing whatever she was up to, pretending to be generous but not taking any money. Who really works for you then? Leave her in the shop for you. Suddenly, the flying kick was stopped by someone. A man and a few henchmen appear. The owner of shop number 32. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Hack-Thu Guild is very interested in how you acquired this shop. I hope you'll be reasonable. Kuyen-nan becomes cautious. Hack-Thu Guild, just as the rumor said. She taunted with a teasing remark. What is this? Do you think you can bully me just because I'm a woman? So you're actually brazen enough to rob openly? Hakuyen smirked slyly. Of course not. You can join the Hack-Thu Guild. I guarantee you'll be treated as a distinguished guest. Suddenly, the system notifies a new message. Good friend Lam Nguyen has hidden the ID that sent the gift containing the Bloodline Seed 45 and transferred it to the warehouse. Kin Gyan shamefully turns away. Does he still keep some for himself? It seems he still has a bit of conscience and remembers his sister. Next, another message comes in. Lam Nguyen sends a message. There are 45 seeds left in the warehouse. Remember to hang them for sale tomorrow. She was furious and stomping mad. I knew it. You heartless. He issued a warning. Don't think she can keep this shop open. In real life, we have a big corporation backing us up. They fought so hard just to get in. Don't be so clueless. Suddenly, Kin Jian dashed past Ha Quinn. This is a big deal. I need some time to consider. Your guild's strength is truly formidable. Can't even wait a little while longer, huh? He glances at her with a warning in his eyes. Fine, but don't even think about betraying me in front of me. Ha Quinn warned sternly. Remember that I can end you at any moment. With that, Kin Jian left, a sly smile on his face. Once I take control of this shop and prove my abilities to the board of directors, the entire Hack-Thu Guild will be in my hands. The scene shifts back to the shop. She's so annoyed she's cursing inside. Truly, a straight guy. Even under such threats, I still helped you keep the secret. Where else can you find a woman as good as me? Kin Jian is extremely determined, you little brat. Sooner or later, I will get back both the principal and the interest on this debt. Then, the streets remain bustling as usual. The scene shifts inside the drainage ditch. Daihua is scouting around. Bloodflesh seeds are definitely a hot item. This harvest will definitely fetch a higher price when sold, so I might as well check for any signs of the snake controller. System notification, stealth ability activated. He is calculating in his mind that Tu Lin is still here. Leaving the hard shell didn't reveal anything unusual. It seems he's been quite obedient lately. The gate gradually opens as Dihua steps inside. At the same time, he ordered Loyat to handle it quickly, and the system display entered the hidden dungeon of the evil social sect. The scene shifts inside the demon god palace, where someone is present. The fake snake tamer gritted his teeth in frustration. That damn bastard deserves to die. He clenched his fists in anger. For days now, he's been stalking his hidden instance to steal his precious fruits. Moreover, the fake snake handler was bitter because that woman Anna refused to lend her the king snake, and the little snake still hadn't healed. He had no other choice but to come here and beg the master to intervene personally. Master. Upon hearing that, the owner immediately appeared to question the fake snake master. You should be carrying out the plan with others right now. He bowed his head and admitted guilt. Yes, master. There is a player constantly disrupting our plan and even stealing some of my precious snakes. He was quite surprised. Even an ordinary player couldn't handle it. I wonder how I should punish him, to be fair. The fake snake handler tried to justify himself, saying he's not an ordinary person. And boss, I suspect he's also a death spirit hunter like you. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. So he's a death spirit hunter? Suddenly, the demon beast appears out of nowhere. The one controlling the snake girl. It seems life in the Western lands is so harsh that people have to come up with such ridiculous excuses. I put my hand over my mouth and smile confidently. Besides the owner, there is definitely no other soul hunter of the death spirit. The fake snake master quickly responds by opening the system screen. Sir, everything I said is completely true. Yes, I have proof right here. The system is loading the battle video from the memory book, showing the scene when he encounters the demon fire. Who dares to turn my snakes into death spirits? Since when has that happened? My army of death spirits is endless. Your snakes are just seeking death, so stop wasting energy struggling. The book gradually retracts that video, leaving the owner and the demon clearly stunned. Oh, with such a mocking smile. Is that all you've got? If he's really a death spirit hunter, do you think you'll still be alive to come back? Hey, Snake Handler, if you're going to lie, at least come up with a convincing reason and stop pretending to be a death hunter or whatever. But the boss seems interested. It's quite fascinating. So it turns out there are still other death hunters out there. However, judging by this skills form, it seems his inheritance isn't complete, so there's nothing to worry about. He pulls out a potion, thinking that this half-baked method doesn't require me to step in yet. It seems the snake has understood your meaning is to display the system screen and give orders. Listen carefully. Deep within the Western Empire's jungle, there are flying snakes that move at incredible speeds, and their ability to instantly lower opponents' mental stats makes them the natural enemies of players like him. The system displayed the shared coordinates 458, 274, 96. Then he handed the poison pill to the snake, and this demon pill temporarily enhanced the user's ability to control snakes. Next, force him to reveal his true strength to me. He received the order, understood, I will make him live or die on the spot, draining all his resources to fight back. But the owner denied that? No, he made a request. If there's a chance, try to recruit him to join us. The voice carries a hint of curiosity. I'm truly intrigued. A death spirit hunter shouldn't exist anymore. So where did he come from? In the giant Indian-style palace, green trees lined the pathways. Kong Sara stood outside the door, coldly watching the man inside, thinking to himself, does the master want to recruit that bastard? What about my own hatred? His eyebrows furrowed tightly in anger. According to the master, we should bring him into the guild, so just use the fake death list to check if he belongs to any guild. Then, the snake demon casually turned and walked out of there. At that moment, a servant suddenly approached with a tray of wine and said, Sir, if you wish to drink, please go to the lounge first. Behind the tavern, immediately, Kong Zara responded instantly, No, I came to deliver the beer. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to look at his palm, sneering slightly. Every time it's the same secret signals, and then using the watch as a token, it's real. Now let's see where the watch is. However, the face of the man with the snake tattoo, especially his eyes, quickly showed an expression of shock. He couldn't help but look bewildered, repeatedly reaching into his shirt to search, Where's my watch? When did I lose it? Then, the man turned back to the servant who had quietly approached and said, Damn it, wait a moment, where did it go? While the other remained calm, lowering his voice. Beer hops, sir. We don't need beer hops here. Suddenly, he unexpectedly revealed bright eyes and a sneering, strange smile. Perhaps you should try another place, causing the man to be frightened and step back a few paces. At the same time, H3 suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way. Wait a moment. He stood in front of Kong Sara and said coldly, I know this person, let him in. Immediately, the servant also dared not refuse and bowed, understood, division chief. The scene shifts to a dark secret chamber illuminated only by a few small torches along the corridor, with numerous mechanisms on the walls launching darts to prevent intruders. In a room, Kong Sara sat on the other side, reaching into his wide-sleeved robe. Thank you, big brother, it's all my fault for losing the watch. Sorry to trouble you, while H3 leaned back in his chair with a very relaxed demeanor. Say it, what's the matter? As he finished speaking, the sorcerer confidently produced a document and said, Today I came because I just received a mission to investigate this person. At that moment, a line of thought immediately appeared in his mind. Those involved in this plot probably don't realize he's the one who commissioned it, but just analyzing him isn't enough. Kong Sara slightly bowed his head into deep thought. If we can use information to make him believe we are doing something illicit with him, then even if I have 10 times more, he would never agree, and that way we can report everything smoothly to our boss. Meanwhile, H3, while looking at the note in his hand and resting his chin on his palm, spoke indifferently. Is that so? Then he quickly and carefully placed it into a box on the table. Then H3 suddenly raised his hand sharply to the sky, speaking in an extremely cold voice. Interesting. We also have a mission. Is the target the same person? Seeing that, the demon snake still looked extremely frightened, with a panicked expression. Yes, yes. It seems this guy has too many enemies. Hearing this, H3 once again propped his chin with his hand and said seriously, I have thoroughly investigated the target, so for the same person, I will handle it to save trouble. Immediately, King Zara was still trembling, sweat pouring down his face as he responded, Big brother, I actually really admire your strength. Can I go on this mission with you? I don't need any reward. That comment made H3 slightly disappointed and coldly snort. Forget it. I just want to team up with people I know. Besides, why are you so concerned about him? Do you have other intentions? No way that will happen. See you, big brother. I'm going to do another mission. A moment later, only H3 was left in the room, sitting and staring at the report in his hand. He looked down intently, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the cancelled mission from the Spirit Bank to be used this way. As I recall the scene I witnessed earlier, that bastard kept rushing to attack me whenever he saw the watch, so the problem was with this kid. Then H3 couldn't help but lower his voice in curiosity, wondering why everyone wanted to eliminate him. This is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, the mask hanging on the wall suddenly sparks loudly and everyone says, Is he the one who destroyed one of our elite squads? At this moment, a system notification immediately appears. The leader is monitoring and initiating a remote call. H3 responds calmly without hesitation. Yes, Commander. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic when I met him. Then he used his left hand to grasp the fist of his right hand to make the life or death decision. Otherwise, I really want to compete with him to see who is better. Hearing this, the leader quickly or slowly gave an order to H3. In that case, go and investigate him again and see if he intends to join us. After hearing this, he also agreed, I understand now. The door slowly opened, sunlight gently shining into the room, and Lam Yuyan looked in shock at the person holding a broom, wondering who this was. Immediately, Min couldn't hide his surprise and excitement as he said, Yunshin, let me help you. Nearby, the concubine was using both hands to hold a small box suddenly lifted up. Hey, little brother, he said he's an acquaintance of yours. You've been waiting for a while. At this moment, H3 is holding a small mirror and immediately responds, let's go outside to talk. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen remains still, focused on the notification panel. This is this week's stock. The blood seed, multiplied by 1,000, has been transferred to the tenant, it's Kuyen Nan. Then he turned around coldly and walked away, leaving Kuyen Nan alone. You can consider raising the price a bit. In the barren desert, countless rocks protrude from the ground. Lam Uyen moves swiftly like a flash of ice, chasing after the person ahead. Is that all you came to find me for? Just to run away? However, H3 sneered dismissively at him. Kid, if you want to ask something, beat me in the duel first. Don't use your strange beast helpers, or Lam Yuan will be chasing after you with his sword, lost in thought. He furrows his brow and challenges back. Fine. Then come at me. As soon as he finishes speaking, H3 suddenly turns around and throws a giant steel chain towards Lam Yen, saying, I'm eager to see who's truly skilled. Immediately, he also bravely raised his sword to block the attack, while the giant sharp hook simultaneously clung tightly to Lam Wuyen's weapon. At that moment, Lam Wuyen seemed to have noticed something unusual, even suspecting a trap. H3 skillfully fights with both hands, mockingly praising and amused. Opposite him, Lam Yen concentrates all his energy into his left hand, which emits a dazzling blue light illuminating everything around. Seeing that, H3 once again threw the chain towards him but was too slow. Then, an enormous explosion immediately erupted due to the intense impact. In a moment, H3 kept throwing the chain and urging forward, come here for me. The hook had caught Lam Uyen's sharp sword. From behind H3, he somehow teleported to prepare to strike. Lam Uyen fiercely punched back at H3 in response to the earlier taunt. The slow one is actually the newcomer. Suddenly, dust and fine sand appeared, and the explosion caused a huge shockwave across the desert. At this moment, Lam Yen's hand still tightly gripped his sharp sword. You walk slowly through the fine dust and speak coldly. Why not use the assassin's stealth skill? Aren't members of the death squad supposed to do missions like this? On the opposite side, H3 knocked down and kneeling on the ground, gasped and replied, Who told me to take on the task and come find someone? Hearing this, Lam Uyen unhesitatingly held his sword up to threaten him. In that case, let's fight until someone collapses first. Suddenly, the system unexpectedly displays a message. Hao Hu, Han Thane has sent an emergency request. Is the connection established now? Seeing that, he readily agreed. Yes, so Han Cheng's message immediately appeared. The primordial spirit and the dangerous net are gone. The store is preparing a group of people to storm in and take him away. I can't fight them alone. You should go back now. After reading, Lam Uyen's mood seemed to collapse completely, her eyes wide open. It looks like I overestimated your tricks. I didn't expect you to resort to such cowardly tricks. Meanwhile, H3 quickly followed up. It seems unbelievable, but I never stooped to such cowardly threats, let alone harm women. Then he touched the control panel and the council member spoke. Just wait and see. I will make you see clearly. Where is the intelligence team? A woman has been captured at store number 32 just opened. Find her location immediately. A decree was issued calmly and without delay. An emergency order has been issued. All team members have received it, and soon after, there was information from the patrol team. The intelligence team has sent the coordinates. Seeing that, H3 couldn't help but reveal a little. The location isn't far, so just go ahead and handle it. Since I've come all the way to the door, I won't run away. The location has been sent directly to Lam Uyen, and the coordinates 8893-475-38 have been shared with the player. Hidden ID. Even though she was in a hurry, Lam Yuan still reminded seriously, it's best if you don't try to run. The scene shifts to the place where the girl lies motionless on the ground. Han Thane's face furrowed in pain, as if beaten to a pulp, blood flowing freely. You've been defeated 3 times, level dropped from 14 to 11. But after receiving a system notification and respawning, she stood up naturally as if nothing had happened. His 2 eyebrows furrowed tightly, sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyes extremely sharp. Han Chung said nothing, only glaring angrily at those 2. There are 2 guys standing opposite her, cornering her, one with a bow saying, This rotten woman, how many times has she been killed but still refuses to speak? The other one also chimes in, Huyen Tio has already heard clearly from the city officials. The man who bought the shop is a man. If you don't quickly reveal his identity, today I will send you back to the new village. Han Chung thought to himself, these 2 scoundrels are watching over me at the resurrection point, so I can't escape. Even if forced to log out, the body will still be stuck in place, but she refuses to give in even when cornered. Come on, try to attack. I'm not afraid of you. Duong Kung has lowered his bow to yield to Han's brother. Looks like I need to continue teaching him a lesson. Brother, I'll go to the shop to keep watch. You stay here and continue. I don't believe that guy won't take the bait. He's confident and sure of himself. Rest assured, I will make him submit. As soon as the words left Lam Yuyen's mouth, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. startling the man. Who do you want to make submit? Without waiting for a response, with a single sword stroke, he split the man in two, killing him instantly, and two men appeared at the same time to charge at the man who had previously been Duong Chung, blocking the attack. Han Chung was quite surprised by what he saw. Lin Yan silently thought, so the coordinates given by that guy are real. The survivor is the one who previously, Duong Kung, unshaken, used his own guild to threaten. How dare you attack our Haktu, you bastard! You're doomed! Kneel down if you know what's good for you. But before the threats could continue, he was pierced through with a sword. Or else. Lam Yuan's expression turned cold as he said, "The Blackthorn Guild, I will settle accounts with them later." The three of them watched as the two guys who had just been killed were gradually removed from the game. He examined the equipment on the two who had just died. As expected, her equipment was on these two guys. Han Sheng stepped forward and said, "Little brother." Lam Yuan looked at her tearfully, deeply grateful to the two who had just saved her, but couldn't help feeling angry. The torment inflicted on her, even in a game, with realistic effects, still caused real pain. Lam Yuan stepped forward, took back the equipment from the two fallen enemies, and handed it to Han Sheng. "It's okay now. Tell me what happened." She took the equipment, wiped her tears, and started to tell the story. "They want to ask who the owner of the shop is. You could just tell me directly, but still, you try to act strong. I'm your older sister. Of course, I have to protect my younger brothers. Actually, they're not that strong. I'm not afraid at all." I took the recovery potion and handed it to Han Chung, speaking emotionally. Truly deserved. They must have borrowed a fighter at the revival point a long time ago. All their gear was lost. "Hey, you should recover your strength first. Healing potion." Just took the recovery potion when Lam Yuan spoke up again. "Han Chung." Both of them turned to look at him, but Lam Yuan still kept a furious expression. "Tell me what you know about the Hakthu Guild." Hearing this, both of them became worried and tried to dissuade him. "Little brother, don't get too agitated. Oyen Than, the Hakthu Guild is not easy to deal with. I was so scared I revealed what he knew. Compared to ordinary game guilds, they have backing from capital. It is the Haksu Corporation in real life. They all have their own unique qualities. They are clearly stratified and far superior to ordinary guilds in every aspect. Just like I advised you, Yuan Shin, you're very strong, but fighting against an entire guild of hundreds or thousands of people alone, this just isn't possible. You don't care about everyone's advice, turn your back, and prepare to leave with Manticore, the Hakthu Corporation. I know they are very rich, but so what? This is the immortal world." At that moment, he realized something. The two guys just now had been resurrected. Revived, the previous guy, Duong Kung, opened his mouth to speak. Damn it, just one word from Lam Yuan was enough to make the evil spirit and the fierce god rush forward fighting for dominance. "Aren't you all after my shop? Come on, make your move." Duong Kung's son just got really angry again. "That bastard. You just relied on last month's attack to threaten me. Die." As soon as the words finished, both of them were attacked by the spirit assassin and the fierce demon, causing them to panic and call for help. What on earth is flying here? "Hurry up, quickly summon nearby guild members." The system notification has sent a request for aid to the nearest guild member, Hathu. Do not accept. The system notification continues to sound, accompanied by the equipment rattling. You have been defeated once. The level drops from 14 to 13. No matter how many times you respawn, the system's notification remains the same. You have been defeated twice. Your level has dropped from 13 to 12. The first, second, third, and so on. Notifications from the system remain unchanged, only the levels of those two characters gradually decrease and their gear drops each time they are killed. You have been defeated 3 times. Your level drops from 12 to 11. When I finally dropped to that level, I begged him not to kill me anymore. I've fallen to level 1. This account is basically useless now. Han Sheng happily thanks after receiving his equipment. "My equipment, thank you, little brother. I thought I would never get it back." Cho Kui and his subordinates appear from nowhere, mocking these two useless guys who can't even interrogate someone without signaling for help. Let's see who dares to ruin Huyen Thiu's plans. When Han and Min turn around and see it's him, only Lam Uyen remains unresponsive. "Oh, I remember you now. Aren't you the little shrimp from the blood-hidden cave?" Kuei Market continued to mock. "It seems Huyen's men have all been taken care of. Wait until I finish dealing with you and thoroughly interrogate this woman, then Huyen will surely reward us handsomely." Immediately, he ordered to start the game. Lam Yuan carefully assessed and concluded that the real mastermind was that Huyen Thiu. When Cho Kuei recognized him, he stammered, "Are you the one?" Han is sweating with fear, but the guy with him is still acting aggressively, saying, "Do you think you can steal people from our guild? You're tired of living. Our captain is a top 10 guild expert. If you kneel down now and admit your mistake, maybe the captain will spare you a few more times before killing you." Seeing that, Cho Kuei hurriedly waved his hands and scolded the aggressive guy, making the other one stunned. "You fool, shut your mouth for me." Then Han, with a flattering look, turned to him and said, "Great Lord, if I had known it was you earlier, I wouldn't have dared to get involved in this matter, even if I had to die. Han, I'll tell them to get lost right away." But Lam Yen, standing behind, coldly said, "No need. Now strike both of them down in one blow to scare Han and the others, as the murderous aura radiates from me with every step and word. Now get lost and take me to find that mysterious young master quickly." Han, trembling with fear, turned around and said, "Yes. Yes." Then QA Market immediately led Lam Nguyen to find the person. Walking and calculating at the same time, leading outsiders into the main base is a betrayal. The penalty for the Hokthu group would ruin me financially. Supporting the monster I brought back is not an option. I have to find an excuse. Cho Kuei opened the guild message to check the location. Han glanced at the positions of the treacherous teams and quickly calculated to find the backup. So fast, I'm saved this time. The system shows a notification that we've entered the ambush point marked by Strike Team 7, the Hokthu Guild. Seeing the notification, Kuei was momentarily stunned and froze, but quickly masked his cunning expression. He's here! Kuei turned back and pointed aggressively at Lam Yen, shouting, "You think you're invincible in this world, huh? I need to teach you some manners, brothers. Attack now!" "But what's going on? Why hasn't Team 7 acted yet?" He looked around nervously, searching for something. Then I realized something that the Kuei market itself can't believe. How is this possible? Team 7 completely wiped out. Lam Yuan quietly observes the dart on the dead man's body, thinking to himself, "It's that dart. Was he planning to help me?" But that didn't keep Fen Tam from staying calm for long, and he quickly turned back to question Kuei market. "Isn't it you who wanted to teach me manners? Fight me." His face was filled with fear, unaware that the Divine Beetle was right behind him. The Divine Beetle's attack was all aimed at Chu Kuei, causing him to beg for mercy. "Please stop. I was wrong." Lam Yuan states his guess. "If I'm not mistaken, the reason so many members of the Hokthu Society lost their lives this time is probably because you will have to bear a hefty fine." You thrust your sword deep into the branch beside QA's head, and Lam Nguyen eagerly helps him find a solution. With no way out left, just give me the coordinates of Huyen Tiu, and perhaps after I deal with the Hokthu Guild, your fines will also be forgiven. Kuei hurriedly clung to Lam Nguyen's leg in fear and said, "I will tell everything to you right now at this moment." A meeting is taking place at Tap Group Hakthu headquarters. Hakthu Guild under Hakthu Corporation. Profit margins have increased by 30 and the new store project is underway, expected to be completed next quarter. A member of the board of directors spoke up, apologizing to President Dieppe. And according to what I know, they still haven't secured the first storefront, right? President Dieppe took a deep breath and calmly said, "About this, wait a moment before continuing. How clever. We just found a buyer for the store. Of course, Hakthu Group won't miss any money-making opportunity. The first store is already in our hands and no one can take it away." A panicked employee rushed in. "Mr. Dieppe, danger! Someone is attacking our guild headquarters." He stood up and shouted, What exactly is going on?" The scene shifts to a vast square, with frantic shouts echoing from somewhere, as soldiers are cleared out by Lam Nguyen wielding his sword. In front of him stands a commander and two sorcerers, waiting, with the man holding a weapon, furious. How dare that bastard attack on Hokthu's territory? No arguing, Lam Nguyen extended her hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy towards them and said, "Don't block my way." One of Lam Nguyen's guards saw this and asked, "Your Highness, are you really planning to go in alone?" He coldly said, "I hope the coordinates are correct, or I'll come back to settle the score." Inside the palace, in the luxurious setting with high-end furnishings, Hak Yuan sat on a chair with To Lin, watching the screen and saying, "The good show is about to start. Once I take over the shop, I'll have to invite the old man for a few million. Then I'll reward you a little." She exclaimed, "Huyen Thieu is so evil, stealing from others again." Suddenly, Hak Huyen, annoyed by the noise outside, said, "Who's making noise out there? What kind of business are you running? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Go check it out now." The two soldiers just stepped out and opened the door, grumbling to each other. I wonder who has such bad eyesight. Suddenly, the door was smashed open, surprising them and exclaiming, "What?" Lam Yuan, sword in hand, strode in majestically and asked, "You are Hak Huyen, right?" His eyes turned cold as he stared sharply at the target. Hak Huyen, hearing this, also glanced over, placing his glass down, confidently saying, "Another one trying to get views. Let's see how Mr. David handles this." At this moment, a live broadcast is playing on the screen, with excited comments continuously appearing, followed by loud noises on the floor. "The soldiers have blocked Lam Yuyen," Hak Huyen shouts angrily. "You also want to join Hokthu, but not everyone is qualified to be a dog for this young master." He shamelessly makes the condition. "Fine, now kneel down and lick my shoes clean, and I might consider letting you join the line." Talin added, "Huyen Thieu is giving you a chance." He didn't say much, just a single sword strike, and a powerful spiritual energy shot toward Hak Huyen's position. In that unexpected moment, he could only sit there, open mouth, watching. How cowardly, he pulls Talin out to take the hit, causing her to cry out in pain. On the live broadcast, everyone continues to discuss animatedly. Lam Yuan coldly warns, "Shop number 32 is mine. If you dare to put your dirty paw into it again, I won't hesitate to destroy the Hokthu Guild entirely." Hak Huyen pushed To Lin's shadow aside and asked sharply, "Only by using the A race can you destroy the Hokthu Guild." Then he burst out laughing. Hak Huyen threw back his head and sneered, "I thought you were just a crazy guy. Turns out you're really stupid." He clapped his hands loudly and ordered, "Everyone else, get out here quickly for me." At the door, a female mage loudly declared, "Daring to attack the Hokthu headquarters? You must be tired of living, right?" Lam Nguyen stands among the soldiers, weapons trembling but unmoving. Hak Huyen arrogantly says, "Just letting us look at their shop is the greatest favor in this foolish life. Many want to offer gifts to me but can't even get in." He took out a coin and held it out. "Here you go. 1 gold coin. Transfer the shop to me, then kneel and bow 3 times and I will forget about what just happened." He throws out a bug, his eyes glowing red with fury. I don't have time to waste on fools like you. Die. It pierces through several soldiers and flies straight to Hakuyan, who exclaims in shock, What? The bug quickly reached Hakuyan and a powerful lightning burst erupted from his body, causing him to scream in pain. As Hakuyan collapsed, the soldiers shouted in panic, Huyan Thieu, he's dead! One soldier, furious, charged forward and everyone drew their weapons to attack Lam Yuan, shouting kill him. Someone picked up a communication device and reported, Hurry up and inform the guild leader quickly. There's an attacker who directly assaulted our headquarters. Switching to the conference room, President Dieppe said it must be the rival company cheating. Hakthu Guild already has a full plan to handle this unexpected situation. Hurry up, turn on the projector, and find Hakuyan's livestream room immediately. He reached out to the screen and said, Please watch this. This is the true strength of the Hakthu Guild. Suddenly, President Dieppe exclaimed in surprise, On the screen is the scene where Lam Wein has beaten the soldiers into a mess, and witnessing that, the entire meeting room fell silent. President Dieppe couldn't believe it and exclaimed, This can't be true. At this moment, the live viewers were also increasing and the comments became more and more lively. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, No, if this continues, Hakthu Group's stock price will plummet uncontrollably, and my position as CEO will be shaken. I absolutely cannot let this happen. Nevertheless, President Dieppe still smiled and reassured them, saying there must be some misunderstanding. Maybe the defense team of the guild is all on leave today. I will contact the person in charge immediately. Then he shouted into the phone, That brat, I don't care how you do it, tell him to stop right now. Over here, Hakwon just got restored by the system, and he angrily mutters, Damn it, how dare they make me lose a level. He pointed at Lam Wein and shouted, Stop right now, I will loot your shop sooner or later, and I will kill everyone you care about to level 1. At this moment, he was stepping on a soldier and said in a low voice, You're the one threatening me. Hakwon still shouting angrily, That's right, this young master here says what he means. If you don't believe it, just try it. Lam Yuan turned around with a beast soldier and coldly said, Since that's your answer, then the Hakthu Guild no longer needs to exist. Soon after, many beast soldiers appeared in the space, and the system announced the activation of the brutal skill. Immediately, loud explosions rang out loudly. Watching the screen from this side, President Dieppe could only hold his head in helplessness and cry out, My guild. A partner seeing this asked, President Dieppe, is this the project you wanted us to invest in? Truly disappointing, I am starting to doubt your ability to manage the Hakthu Corporation. Nevertheless, he still stubbornly said, Everyone, please stay calm. The guild's escort team has arrived. President Dieppe asked quietly, Has the main squad received the login command? His staff replied, Yes, everyone is in position. Inside the screen, the main squad appeared one after another with weapons in hand, the fierce soldiers shouting. The commander yelled loudly, Brothers, Tom took that name directly. President Dieppe promised to reward each of you 10,000 yuan. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. On the live stream, everyone was excitedly discussing. Hat Huyen stood amidst the soldiers' protection. Tom Hong shouted, Quick, stop Han's broken worm. I just dropped 5 levels. But it was useless. Han was attacked by Lam Wyan in an instant, only managing to shout, Damn it, here we go again. The system appeared, health dropping rapidly. Amidst the wreckage and thick smoke, he still stands frozen while Huyen is lying there. The system's light was about to take Han away. Lam Yuan turned to the main force and coldly said, Isn't it true you wanted to kill me and drop me to level 1? So why are you now hiding behind and refusing to fight? Over here, they shout with guns blazing. Brothers, follow the old plan. Charge together and kill him, the commander roars. You bastard! Han jumps up with his sword and shouts, We are the real opponents for you! With a single strike, Lam Wein knocked the weapon of the stunned commander away, causing Han to gasp in surprise. Over there, the mage unleashed flames and said, Even the heavens can't help you if you summon a crowd, try my paralyzing arrow. Lam Wein pushed the commander aside and shouted, Your tactics are too old! Then loud explosions rang out, shaking the entire space violently. At that moment, a notification appeared, and the commander collapsed unconscious onto the ground, blood flowing amidst the fierce battle. Lam Wein quickly moved, activating stealth skills as they glared around irritably. Where did that kid go? Has he escaped already? The system's status update said, A lone tiger cannot contend with a pack of wolves. The Great Master may be defeated, but remains glorious. It's just bullying the weak and strong. There's no chance to beat the Great Master in a solo. Hearing this, Hakuyan glared angrily at the turtle symbol. Damn it! Causing such a commotion and letting him escape would ruin the reputation of the Hawk Guild. He shouted fiercely, determined to find Han at all cost. Just then, a liquid suddenly dripped onto Hakuyan's head. Seeing the group of gods surrounding him, Han gasped in panic. What? Without hesitation, he gathered energy inside his mouth. Then the god launched his power directly at the soldiers. After destroying them, Lam Yen gradually appeared, her stealth skill cancelled. You arrogantly challenge anyone else. Come out here, there's still a resurrection point left. Outside, the spectators are amazed. Wow, we've met the great deity again. They enjoy saying that when they fight, they take lives. This time, the Hawk Guild has encountered a deadly foe. At the same time, Thien Tien was amazed and exclaimed, How cool he is. Returning to the battle area, Hakuyan was terrified, crying and cowering in the corner. Han hurriedly pleads with his father to save his son. How Diep criticizes him, saying why he pushed out a useless brat like him. You bastard of this life, you've ruined me. Do you know that? Hak Huynh, upon hearing this, immediately retorted angrily, Old man, I was just following your orders to buy the shop, so if there's a problem with the news, it's your fault, not mine. He gritted his teeth in fury. You rebellious son, I don't care what methods you use, keep him here for me. Hak Deep Sneaky updates the situation. The expert he hired is on the way with a lot of money. Outside the castle, Hakba stands on a tree, excitedly commenting, not bad kid, daring to cause such a big trouble. Han Bai Juo looked at the screen, then considered the lucrative fee, and hurriedly accepted the commission from the Hak Thu Guild. The target was Lam Yuan, whose ID had been hidden. The reward was 500 gold. An urgent commission, so they wanted him to deal with that person. After careful consideration, Hakba sneered and agreed, also taking the opportunity to go see the show, having blocked the trust message from the Hak Thu Guild. At that moment, Lan Nguyen pondered silently, noticing that not only the No Guild, but even members of the Fake Guild from the beginning had arrived. It seems this time Hak Thu was playing dirty. He saw that and immediately became interested. Everyone here is someone he knows. This is getting interesting. No DM straightforwardly states his position. I just want to finish quickly and deal with that ungrateful bastard. Immediately. Hakba chased after him while calculating. No need to waste time probing his strength. Just send the video directly to the boss. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Hak Huynh Huang was frantically shouting, I've never been beaten like this by my own father. I remember your face now. Seeing so many people focusing on him, Lam Uyen was startled and turned around. Lung Nguyen was amazed and exclaimed, So the target is him again? No DM happily opened her eyes wide. Is that crazy guy? Hakba sweetly reports your bodyguard is here. As soon as she finishes, Han, in a crazy show of arrogance, mocks you. Was it fun hitting this young master? Do it all at once for me today, or I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. He didn't care, silently watching them. Lam Yen frowned and glanced at each person, the soldiers following confidently provoking, thinking no one could beat him. The first and second guilds united. This time someone will definitely die. Right? Before he could even react, she was pushed aside by no DM, huh? He immediately realized something was wrong and quickly drove away. Get out now, you have no money and want me to risk my life. Stupid fools! System, the Hak Thu Guild's trust has been cancelled. Hak Huynh stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. What are you running for? You haven't even fought yet and you're already scared. No more words! He directly pointed his sword, causing him to be electrocuted repeatedly, blood flowing out. Then, Lam Nguyen looked up and threatened, You also want to help the Hak Thu Guild, but the guild's trust has been cancelled. Lan Neat sincerely suggested, I believe you have your own reasons for doing this. Do you need a hand? He calmly refused. No need, just stand outside and watch. Hak Huynh shouted in frustration, Damn it, I paid you to do the job, not to come and watch a show. Hakba chuckled along, That's right, you paid to have them just stand and watch, making a fool of themselves. He moved behind Hakba, then I urged him, as if he still knew how to be reasonable. Go on, you must kill that bastard. Now, Lam Nguyen curiously asked, The people in the forest were handled by you, right? I recognize your dart, he said with a smile. It's still about that girl. Hearing this, Hak Huynh stepped back in shock. What, are you also a spy? Hakba chuckled and explained, Don't say such harsh words. I haven't taken any commission from you guys. I just came by to watch the fun. And now we're filming. Hearing that, he suddenly became furious and threatened, You bastards, I won't forgive you. Remember that. Immediately after, a giant monster appeared before them, crushing them with its divine claws, HP back to 0. In just a moment, Hak Huynh, looking exhausted, was revived. He calmly approached the guild hall and continued walking. I guess your guild leader is also getting restless now. Elsewhere, the investors are still blaming. The company's stock has plummeted. Hak Diep caused such a big disaster? You must take responsibility for this loss. Manager loudly calls, President Diep. He grits his teeth and orders, Stop talking and bring the helmet back for gaming. Hak Diep nervously mutters in his mind, If I don't step up to clean up this mess, the investors will withdraw their funds and turn green with envy. I have to regain their trust. Switching back to the game scene inside the Hak Thu Guild, immediately after, a system notification appears. Guild leader Hak Thu Hak Diep is online. Seeing the leader, Yenlong glances and asks, Are you the guild leader of Hak Thu? He warned cautiously, The live stream is still on. I have to deal with this guy quickly. Absolutely can't let the board of directors see any mistake, kid. You're targeting the wrong person. Hak Diep Haughty proposed, Considering your decent skills, I might consider letting you join the Hak Thu Guild as a main team captain. Hak Huynh, standing behind, lost all patience and vehemently opposed. Old man, stop messing around with him. You've already killed many of us and still want to keep things quiet. Call someone to kill him now. Hearing this, he angrily focused his strength on his staff. That bastard Hak Diep kept unleashing his skills. Don't underestimate the strength of the Hak Thu Guild. However, the deafening roar blocked his attack, and he sneered. Is the leader of the top 10 guild only at this level? Seeing this scene, he was stunned, using a summoning item to block you. Lan Nguyen watched as it attacked Hak Diep. So what will you do now? He quickly dodged the attack, then continued to summon the bandits, and it was over. Next, Lam Nguyen skillfully activated his ability, using the deadly art skill, and seeing them encircle him, Hak Diep was stunned, damn it. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion erupted throughout the room, destroying him and his companions, who then resurrected with stunned expressions. Hakdiep's face turned pale as he wondered, how could this be possible? Can I only block one attack? This guy is as strong as a monster. I have to calm him down first, no matter what. Wait, We were wrong. Hakdiep desperately promises, we were wrong. Please stop. We will publicly apologize and make amends. I beg you. However, he immediately accepted his death and revealed the truth. You didn't know you were wrong. Lamwai saw through his heart and confirmed that he just knew he was about to die, seeing him swipe his claws at them. Hakuyen shouted helplessly, this bastard. Fearing the urgency, the old man, Dad, think of a way quickly, he angrily scolded. Shut up. I've used all my ideas, this rebellious son of this life. What kind of monster have you finally provoked? At that moment, Hakdiep suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, if the top server player isn't Han's opponent, he hopes that the NPC is the only way next. Hakdiep quickly analyzed the guildmaster. Hakthu is located in Dufang, Switzerland, still in the city center area. According to the rules, we absolutely must not fight here. Just inform Sister Anne and he's doomed. He happily pulls out a special paper. Idiot, why didn't I think of calling Sister Anne here earlier? No matter how skilled he is, he's no match for the system NPCs, so use emergency recall tools and the wanted order. Hakuin cheerfully shouts, I get it, Dad. Sister Anne will prevent the fight in the central area. If not obeyed, you'll be forcibly disconnected. Immediately, Sister Anne appeared confidently shouting, How dare you cause trouble in the main city? You really don't respect me. The emergency aid worked. He sternly ordered, Catch this guy for me. Seeing the situation is perfect. Hakdiep smugly sneered. Dan, Hak2 Guild is within the city center. If you dare to mess with me again, just wait to be disconnected. Hakuin challenged aggressively. You're pretty skilled, so try to attack me again and see what happens. As he finished speaking, he was struck and sent flying, causing him to panic. What? Hakdiep, furious, immediately roared in madness. Dan, you're finished now. Activate the shield skill with full force. He kept shouting and scolding, daring to strike in front of Sister Anne, truly hopelessly foolish. Queen Anne heard that and immediately raised her hand to signal. How dare he attack in front of me? Too arrogant. Catch him for me. I will lock him up for 3 months. The soldiers carried out the order. Understood. At the same time, the viewers on the live stream were disappointed because the game mechanics were obvious. This match was over. No point in fighting anymore. At this moment, Hakdiep arrogantly pointed and declared that anyone who injured Lady An would be wanted by the entire Western Mat country, and even the best fighters might be able to cut down Lady An herself. Without saying much, Lam Yen swung her sword and split him in two. Foolish girl. Everyone cheered and commented, The great god is really fierce. It seems he's not going to reconcile, huh? Scaring them until they tremble. But in the end, they'll just be slaughtered like chickens. Then, Hakdiep's bloodthirsty voice announced that he would not sing B. And seeing this indifferent attitude, Quan Xian was furious and said, The one provoking the laws of the Western Mat Nation must be severely punished. Very severely. He casually threw out the yellow badge, but as the guards rushed forward, he suddenly noticed the object lying on the ground. In that moment, Quan Xian was stunned and confirmed, You are an honorary knight, seeing the confident smile on his face. Officer Anne quickly intervened. Stop right now. Then he respectfully returned the item. Sir, here's your thing. Lam Yen gently takes the item, then signals again. You two, handle them. Quan Xian looks loyal and obedient. Serving you is my honor. At the same time, in the corner, Hakdiep, confused, asks why Quan Xian hasn't acted yet. Hakuin, seeing the scene unfold, was so furious his face darkened. That bastard, a respected warrior, and Quan Xian just treat them like dogs wagging their tails for food. As he finished speaking, he stormed forward, full of anger, shouting at the two bastards who dared oppose the elite guard. I suspect you are from the Southern Kingdom. Come with me to the prison to explain. Hakdiep hurriedly begged, Wait, this is a misunderstanding, boss. He stood beside, stunned and reproached. Old man, what foolish idea did you come up with? Now we're in trouble. After successfully capturing him, Officer Anne coldly ordered him to stay quiet and not disturb the esteemed knight, urging him to follow quickly. The player Hakdiep Huakuin has been officially detained by Officer An. Before leaving, Hakdiep desperately made a proposal. Wait a moment, what do you want? We can negotiate? I'll give you money. You have already made your decision. It's too late to say anything now. Lam Yuan straightforwardly announced that the only outcome for the Hakthu Guild is disbandment. Hearing this, online fans excitedly erupted. The legendary hero's ultimate move, soloing an entire guild, never seen before. A legendary battle that went straight into gaming history. The truth proves that the hero remains the undefeated #1. Switching to the office scene, the chairman's attitude is too arrogant and absurd. Is this the plan he proudly boasted about? And he even live-streamed the whole thing. Doesn't that make him ashamed? If I had known from the start, I wouldn't have entrusted the guild project to a useless like him. Hakdeep quickly defended himself, saying enough, Who would have expected him to be so full of tricks? I don't know what to do. Even the NPCs are on his side. The chairman hurriedly ordered, The stock price of the Hakthu Corporation is already in a terrible state. Hurry up and sell your shares. These two fools. Call the lawyer immediately. I want to sue them to jail to feel better. The outside guard quietly observed that crazy guy really did wipe out the Hakthu Guild, so I guess I can also avoid paying the fine now. After the system removed all players, it updated that the remaining members of the Hakthu Guild were fewer than 30 and automatically disbanded. Seeing this scene, H3 stood outside silently observing as Hakdeep and Hakwin were taken to prison. Members of the Hakthu gang were killed to the point of leaving one after another, wiping out the entire gang. That kid really did it. He's sending the battle video to the leader. Lam Wein turned around and looked at him, then asked how long he planned to keep staring. Heath cheerfully suggested we have a drink, said he'd be waiting at the tavern, and told me to feel free to ask anything I wanted, but don't forget to pack up the spoils of war. He was excited, gathering information and calculating. As the Black Poison gang had completely fallen apart, he decided to take the opportunity to scout out that fake Death God gang, which had collected all the equipment. She stepped forward and asked him, "Is there a plan I need to help with? Just so you know, don't touch King Ming's territory." He calmly revealed that the boss had new instructions regarding the guy from before, telling me to visit him and then find a way to recruit him, which I find boring. Next, the fake constrictor presented the intel and assigned tasks, a seance and tasks clearly, and the boss gave me a piece of intelligence that I need to venture deep into the wilderness to catch a flying snake. And you just need to find a way to lure that guy out here so we can complete the boss's mission together. He frowned and warned her. She can refuse if she wants, but the Count's affair last time was exposed. Think about it, if that gets out somehow. Hearing the warning, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Just this once, but remember clearly, mistakes in the civilized world are not allowed. If things go wrong, I'll run first. Then, Zasha just needs to lure him to this location. I've shared the coordinates 7993475548. Just click on the screen? Anna asked curiously. So what kind of mission are you preparing to deal with him? He didn't hesitate to reveal the location, the island of Hai, then cut to the scene in front of the tavern. As he stepped inside, the owner greeted him warmly and asked what they would like to order. As soon as he saw the badge H3 showed, he immediately recognized it and understood. Then, the shop owner stepped forward and bowed to announce, "Sorry customers, today our tavern has to close early. As an apology, all expenses today will be free of charge." Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Free of charge. They cheered excitedly, feeling lucky to get a free meal, wishing they had ordered more drinks. After everyone left, the tavern quickly closed all the doors. He mockingly ordered, "Let's go!" And after observing the surroundings, Lam Yen proactively asked, "Is this the base of the fake gangsters?" H3 didn't answer, but made an attractive proposal. If you're interested in the fake death organization, why not experience it firsthand? He officially extended an invitation, on behalf of the fake death organization, to join the group. But you are exposing the truth. So do you mean that your way of recruiting new members is by sending people to assassinate them? He seriously revealed the truth, saying honestly that we have already refused all missions related to that person. This has never happened before in the fake death organization. The tavern owner calmly placed his glass on the table and invited him to drink. With both hands holding the information, he shouted loudly and deeply, "So what do you think? Have you thought it through?" Lam Wein sipped his wine with contempt, mocking others for digging their own graves while hiding their true intentions. He stared fiercely, radiating hostility with no hint of sincerity. When his gaze swept over the flickering figure beside him, checking mental attributes 1.5 times higher than the target, he saw through the high-level stealth state. A shadow gradually emerged from the void, praising you well done, quite sharp, even detecting my high-level stealth. The mysterious man removed his disguise, revealing that his high-level stealth was already lifted. Lam Wein and the man face each other. He thinks that he must be the leader of the Death Fake Guild, the Death Proclamation, famous for assassinating powerful enemies. A strange man who only enjoys the thrill of killing. Lam Wein faces the two men and begins to speak. "I assume you know, I never joined guilds, but I want to get some information from you, so name your price." The man takes out a watch and holds it out to him. He says, "DM Vuong said you are interested in this. If you join us, you will learn even more." He didn't bother to look at the watch on the table, only listening to the man speak, and it seemed he had misunderstood. Fake assassins aren't a proper guild in the traditional sense. He continued, "It's just an organization in name only. You don't need to join a guild within the game system." Lam Wein's face remained calm as he thought to himself, "So that's how it is then. My hidden profession won't be exposed. It seems joining them wouldn't be harmful, especially since the fake death organization has an intelligence network spreading across the immortal world." I will calmly respond to the man. "If that's the case, then we can consider it. But first, I need to understand how you operate." The man was unfazed by Lam Wein's proposal. He chuckled softly and calmly said, "I knew it. You're just like us. Listen carefully. The Fake Death Guild is an unofficial game society." The scene shifts to the assassin members attacking the love object as the man explains how he operates. The assassin members are divided into 5 levels: common, proficient, elemental, elite, and all out, with mission difficulty ranging from D, C, B, A to S. He confidently holds the watch in his hand and continues speaking. "As for the watch you're so interested in, it's a token reserved for those who have completed 3 S-rank missions and are at least at the elite level, allowing them to receive supplies and support at strongholds. It's also a ticket to access the true base of the fake death cult." The man holds out the watch in his hand and offers it to Lam Wein, saying that rules are made to serve the strong, and if you agree to join, I will give this to you right now. He silently reached out and took the watch from the man's hand. Suddenly, H3 appeared behind Lam Wein and said, "I told you you'd get this watch soon. There's no problem. That man clenched his fist and said, "I am the Herald of Death and officially invite you to join the fake Death Guild." Han stood up with his hand still on the table and said, "The guild is divided into 4 ranks: guild leader, minister, team leader, and member. If you join, the minister position will be yours immediately." H3 crossed his arms and thought, this guy must be the current minister. Lam Nguyen slightly turned his head toward him and raised his thumb, saying, "Now I'll take his seat. He better accept. I'm tired of this broken down position of minister. I just want to go fight." Then he whispered in his ear, "And also, my name is King of Hell, not this guy." Hearing that, my eyes sharpened like bullets, and I said, "Well then, let's stand up and clap hands with that man and say glad to cooperate." The man didn't say anything, only gazed at him with admiration. H3 happily teased the man. "Big brother, I'm sure the newcomer has something to ask you. I'll go outside and get a drink first." The man simply replied briefly, "Go ahead." The system panel appeared in front of Lam Yen, as he sent the 2 photos to the other person and said, "Frankly, I am looking for someone, hoping the guild can help with the investigation." Over there, the man received 2 photos of the illusionist, and he realized something and said, "I see, so that's the purpose of the stranger." The man raised one hand to his chin in thought, while the other operated the system panel and said, "But sorry, members of the Death Squad are absolutely not allowed to investigate each other's information. This is the minimum rule to maintain the guild." Lam Nguyen kept a cold face and said, "It seems this minister position doesn't really have any power either." He was surprised by the man's response. "No, you can't say that." His face darkened as he said, "The law is death. The person is alive. As long as he wants to take on the mission, it will definitely go through you, the minister." He crossed his arms and looked back with a skeptical expression, asking Lam Nguyen who could easily arrange for him to carry out the mission with multiple people. But if he doesn't accept the mission for a long time, he will be automatically expelled by the organization. So he has no other choice. He remained calm and replied, "Fine, that's enough." The man placed his hand on your shoulder and said, "A talent like you is naturally a distinguished guest, so rest assured I will share the latest intelligence in the game with you first. Even in other countries, as long as you need it, our branch will immediately provide support." Lam Nguyen glanced at him and said, "I'll go ahead then." The man called him back and said, "Wait a minute, at least tell me your ID. I still need to inform the change of rank for the Western team." The system appears above Lam Yen's head, indicating that the player has temporarily disabled their anonymous ID. And he responds briefly, "Just call me Than Min." The man frowns and mutters to himself, "Than Min, truly a secretive person. If he hadn't hidden his identity, even the top player in the West wouldn't be able to match the madness of the South." In the evening, Lam Nguyen strolled along the dirt road, his flowing robe fluttering in the wind, as he raised his hand to his chin and thought, realizing it had been a while since he leveled up. He opened the system panel, having not checked it for a while, and the proficiency of the initial skills had improved quite a bit. Shadow Stealth Technique, level 4, grants invisibility for 5 minutes. It consumes 80 mana, takes 1 minute to cast, with a proficiency of 8 out of 400. The Soul Link Fire Technique of the Dark Iron, level 7, deals 300% magic damage to the target. It consumes 10 mana, recovers in 4 seconds, with a proficiency of 10 out of 700. Lam Nguyen began to operate the system panel while pondering about the skills he would acquire later. The Ferocious spell is okay, but the Dark Curse spell is not as clever as I thought, healing 20% of the target's health. Compared to my number of undead crows, it's really a waste. The system displayed additional information that made him ponder for a long time. The Golden Violent Technique, level 5, causes an explosion effect that deals fire damage equal to 110% of his own health to enemies behind him when a reanimated corpse is triggered. It consumes 140 magic power, recovers 5 health over 5 seconds, with a proficiency of 21 out of 500. The Golden Dark Curse spell, level 3, deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health, or restore 20% of the zombie's health, consuming 60 mana, with a 6-second cooldown, proficiency at 220 out of 300. Percentage damage based on maximum health is only effective against weaker monsters than myself. Lam Yen thought about using his power on high-level monsters and laughed helplessly. Knowing that against bosses 2 levels higher, the percentage damage would be reduced. He transformed into 2 scrolls, tightly grasped in his hands, and continued his inner monologue. Based on previous experience, all low-level skills can be upgraded through proficiency. Then he clenched his fist, looked up at the sky, and thought that only high-level skills require special upgrade permits. The 2 licenses we kept earlier must be used for something important, preferably the Stealth Gold skill. Lam Yen pondered while looking at the personal stats board in front of him, and also thought that the Minhyung Gate needs to add stronger reanimated corpses. As the level increases, the resurrected soul minions like the Ghost Wolf and the Kuong Tha begin to weaken. Lam Yen's true body, level 16, a soul hunter with forbidden magic, has the innate talent to revive shadows. As my level increases, the beginner soul types like ghost wolves and zombie skeletons are starting to run out. Lam Yen looked up at something and thought, not to mention that zombies can't level up, and the number of resurrection points will only grow. So I should limit reviving those weaklings in the future. He stands before a majestic ancient structure, with the system display showing the entrance to the elite dungeon of the Relic Laboratory where the infiltration is underway. Lam Yen slowly steps inside, with incomplete armor scattered across the ground. He calmly stepped in and said, Soul Spirit Knights. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on the armor on the ground. The armors rose up thanks to that blue power. Lam Yen assumes a combat stance, holding his sword in front of hundreds of elite death spirits as the system displays content. Elite death spirits level 18, skills of darkness and rage, breaking through the assault, restoring. These worthless monsters are extremely tough to kill, but the experience they give is among the highest for monsters of this level. He charged forward at high speed, striking them with his arm, causing the large sword of the Death Spirit Knight to hit the ground and shatter a large piece of the stone. Lam Yen appeared behind the Death Knight, cast a spell, and said, "Kid, these monsters are resistant to control and tough in defense. Let me handle it. Be careful, use your skills to increase damage." Lam Yen landed on the ground, eyes still fixed on the skeleton knights, preparing to strike with their swords again. Just as the swords thrust into the ground, he quickly cast a spell and activated the Hate Body skill. His spell helps restore the rage of the surrounding demons of the Death Spirits, activating the skill of Savage Attack. One demon opens its mouth to reveal sharp fangs, attacking and causing the Death Spirit to fall and the armor to gradually lose its connection. The system displayed information next to the papers, revealing the basic lethal gas potion recipe, the intermediate magic recovery potion recipe, and the advanced elixir recipe. Lam Yen held one of the three papers, reading and pondering. These iron shell guys, after dying, must be beheaded at dawn, or their dropped items will vanish along with their corpses. This new potion formula is just right to enrich the shop's inventory and has already dispelled the stealth. Suddenly, Lam Yen glances toward a place as if sensing something, and pieces of armor begin to float thanks to a strange source of power. He reached out his hand forward and said, "If it weren't for my double experience, I would have almost missed these items." Lam Yen quickly moved her hand aside, and behind her appeared the fierce and resilient former Long Kuang Thi with an extreme fighting spirit. He ordered, the ancient Lang Kuang Thai roared. It immediately unleashed its terrifying power from its mouth, activating the howling digging skill. With a confident look and sharp eyes, Lam Yen said, "Crush them all." The chaotic scene saw the Death Spirit soldiers defeated one by one, and the interior structures collapsing. I've defeated 7 elite Death Spirit warriors, gained experience, defeated 5 more, gained experience, and I'm still standing here saying, nice. I leveled up, and I've defeated 9 elite Death Spirit warriors. You gained experience. Congratulations on reaching level 17. Player Lam Yen, level 17. The day you entered the Death Spirit Hunter Forbidden Zone, with the talent of Shadow Song and Transformation, and 96 out of 170 in the Gate of Enlightenment.
Lam Yen ca ngợi kỹ năng gầm rụ của con cừu làng tử vong. Phòng thủ của kỵ sĩ tự linh quá cao, nhũ sỏi khổng lồ cũng thì hoàn toàn không dự gây sát thương. Tuy là boss tu linh những cấp độ vẫn còn thấp, những kỹ năng gầm rụ của nội thất đạt ra tay khiến Minh Cú do dự không nỡ vứt bỏ.
The system displayed information, giant death wolf lord with ferocious howling skills, a heart of an ancient beast longing for death, a body of spiritual creature, and eternal rage. He secretly thought that if only there was a way to level up these reanimated corpses, that would be great. Long Yen looked around and commented that these death spirit zombies had no more room to shine, only serving as materials for destructive spellcasting. The system notification kept popping up, then he sighed heavily. The Common Corpse Witch, level 6, health 400, attack 110, defense 20, skill paralysis. Body of a Death Spirit, the Little Fox Corpse Witch, level 10, health 500, attack 100, defense 10. Body of a Death Spirit, the Dog-Headed Corpse Miner, level 5, health 120, attack 30, defense 6. Digging skill, hammering, body of a Death Spirit, the Kin Corpse Cultist, level 12, health 1600, attack 250, defense 70. Compressed excavation skill, body of a Death Spirit, the Dog-Headed Corpse Challenger, level 6, health 350, attack 100, defense 10. Digging whip, body of a Death Spirit. He happily looked at the new beast in his hand, and this small, lively one was truly rare, not even available on demand. He begins to create a formation in the palm of his hand, quickly serving me. The system notifies that the target is a spiritual type creature and cannot be awakened. Seeing that, Lam Yen sighed softly. Probably these monsters are vengeful spirits possessing armor that Henzi cannot revive. He then fell into disappointment, realizing he needs to pay more attention to controlling the proportion of low-level undead in the future, and also look for more powerful monsters to recruit. Just as the system displayed a call from your mother, I wondered, since you said you wanted to focus on gaming, she rarely bothers you, so could it be... As soon as I answered, Mrs. Lam asked anxiously, Uyen, has Tio Don been looking for you lately? Hearing that, Lam Wen's eyes flickered with hesitation. What's wrong with Tio Don, Mom? She nervously replied, she hasn't come home for 2 days now. I quickly reassured her, Mom, don't worry, I'm on my way there now. Mrs. Lam sat on the chair and continued. Uyen. She quickly recounted that a few days ago, Tio Don said she was going to participate in some summer training run. Her messages were inconsistent, and for the past 2 days, she has been completely out of contact. Mr. Lam sat beside Uyen, trying not to think negatively. Maybe the girl just got too busy and didn't check her phone. Understanding the situation, Lam Uyen tried to recall, at this time last year, Tio Don had probably already interacted with the security team and was participating in the close combat training. I thought about it and then spoke to reassure her. You remember Tio Don talking about that training run before? They don't allow phones until the training is over. Everyone just relax. Tudan is fine. Mrs. Lam looked visibly relieved when she heard this. Really, Uyen Uyen. That girl Tudan is busy, but she should at least let us know to ease our minds. Mr. Lam also relaxed a bit. That's good. But deep down, Lam Uyen was still worried. Although he didn't fully trust the organization, he respected Tudan's decision. However, in the previous organization, some members' morale was truly problematic. His face shows a serious expression. Once Xiaodan returns, I need to carefully check if she's been harmed. A second later, she closed in and struck the robot just as another was about to attack from behind. Lam Dan assumed a fighting stance, raising her sword high and shouting loudly. The next moment, a powerful strike shattered the ground, and unfortunately, Lam Dan was left gasping for breath. Hatsam approached Han and asked, "So training with us is better than wandering around on your own, right?" Xiaofan also chimed in, "You can go whenever you want. We've already asked the boss for permission. This is considered a trial training session for the organization, and they'll take your situation into account." Hearing this, Lam Dan simply nodded and said thank you. Hatsam softly reminded her to rest a bit, as the boss had just called for everyone to gather. The scene shifts outside the house, where everyone is gathering in a disorderly but full crowd. Lam Dan observes and assesses. This is internal order. Everyone here is no pushover, but if I want to grow stronger, I have no other choice. At that moment, a voice announced that everyone has probably heard by now that the 10th ranked guild in Western Network was completely wiped out by a lone player. She seriously remarked that even our organization cannot rely on one person to fight against an entire guild. Then, a small light appeared in his hand. This is a clip of Han's battle. Everyone watch carefully and learn from it. The screen shows an image of Lam Uyen. Everyone is excited. Isn't this because the great god is trending online? He's so powerful it's almost unreasonable. There's a huge buzz about it all over the world, and it turns out the divine god acted for a woman. Surprised, Lam Dan was stunned when he saw this image. Could it really be him? How is that possible? Lan Nguyen stepped forward and asked, "Madam, I'm very curious about the person in this video. You raised the question, is he a heavenly selection imposter?" The white-haired man raised his hand to assess, but I sensed Han's fate path was chaotic and uncertain, and I couldn't extract any more information. But when I focused on sensing that path of fate, I couldn't feel the presence of the heavenly selection candidate. Han is definitely not one. Her eyes coldly questioned, "Do you know Han?" If possible, try to persuade Han. Such a powerful expert, we absolutely must not provoke him. Hearing that, Lan Nguyen immediately denied it and apologized. Han and I aren't that close either. Suddenly, she felt a wave of panic inside. Why did she unconsciously deny it? Seeing that, the white-haired person immediately left and asked, "All right, explain the procedures in the video to the newcomer. Han's techniques are so advanced it's hard to believe. What is the real purpose behind it?" Lam Dan, standing below, broke out in sweat. Did he really resort to such actions for a woman? She started to worry inside. I can't let him keep playing games all day without understanding the world. What if he gets tricked by some girls outside? I need to find him and get to the bottom of this. Xiao Fan praised him, saying he's really impressive in the video. Hey, do you want to compete with him later? Lam Dan reports nervously that he wants to go home and rest for a bit first. The others casually agree, saying you're always welcome to join anytime, so we'll take you home later. The scene shifts to Lam Nguyen's house, where he is looking at messages from Lam Dan on his phone, saying 2 months ago it was okay, asking when he would return home, and mentioning he's almost there now. Lam Nguyen quietly ponders, knowing that Dan said she was about to arrive, and he needs to carefully ask if she's hurt or affected in any way. If she's in an abnormal state, it will definitely reveal a flaw. He held his chin and recalled that the most prominent feature of abnormal chosen ones was their hazy, deep memories, asking one question and getting one answer, this being the clearest sign. Just then, she peeked her head in the door to announce that she had returned, and Lam Nguyen's face was contemplative for a long time. Lam Dan suddenly spoke up, "Why aren't you glued to your game today?" He calmly explained that his mother told him you haven't been home lately, so he came to check on you. Inside, Lam Nguyen hesitated, wondering how to bring up that matter, how much he wished Tian Tian were here right now. He turned to leave, then suddenly asked, "Do you remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The sky was just like today?" She was a bit surprised. Which amusement park? That was ages ago. Who would still remember? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Hearing that, Lam Nguyen didn't ask further. It's nothing. He just suddenly remembered. He felt scared. Does Teodan really not remember? Has the girl really been affected? Still, Lam Dan tried to recall. Don't tell me he's talking about that incident. Back then, we were still young, and there was a time when the power went out at the amusement park, and we played wildly all night without going home, waiting until the closing time to leave. Lam Nguyen let out a relieved breath. It seemed everything was still safe for now, but it looked like she had suffered quite a lot. Her hands were all calloused. I'm just changing the subject, nothing serious. I sent you an item through the immortal mail. Remember to pick it up. Her hand unconsciously clenched. Lam Dan stiffly refused. I want your stuff. Lam Nguyen's tone sharpens as he warns you if you refuse. Next time, I won't cover for you in front of our parents. This makes her furious, but what about him, huh? Online rumors say he betrayed the guild for a woman. Of course, I can do whatever I want to you, but don't make our parents worry. I'm speechless about your accusations. You believe what you see online. It's just the singers targeting my shop. Understand? Lam Dan can't believe the constant twists and turns, huh? So basically, you need to be more careful. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to rest now. Suddenly, Lam Uyen softly called out Xiao Dan, and he seriously advised her that he wouldn't ask where she's been or what she's been doing these days, but to be careful and stay safe because some people aren't as simple as they seem. Just then, the door slammed shut, and at that moment, a phone rang, catching his attention. System notification. Assigning S-rank mission. Please have the Western Han branch director handle it immediately. Lam Uyen was stunned after reading S-rank assignment. Doesn't that mean only ministers are authorized to receive such missions? Could it be the gift from the new guild leader? Switching scenes, someone asks, how did it go? Anna accused him of leaking information, claiming that his data was problematic and that he had been part of the guild from the beginning, even reaching a high rank. Do you know how much it costs to hire an assassin of his level? Then Anna got furious. 200 gold. That's all my savings gone. Hearing that, the masked man involuntarily flinched and said, so she has already set the mission location at Too High Island? She pretended to be nonchalant, saying it's obvious. I don't understand why the boss still looks down on us. There's only one player and he's still giving you a hard time. She recounted the old story, remembering when the boss ordered us to hunt high-level monsters. Anna's voice kept echoing, but at this stage all monsters are level restricted except for the snake civilization, which hides advanced serpent-type monsters. She analyzed in detail that the snake civilization and Western Han are sworn enemies, so to gain the favor of the snake people, I had to betray the aristocrats of Western Han. At that time, she already had a plan. I was about to set up a trap to frame the snake people so that King Kalo, who was colluding with them, would be furious. It was very difficult to arrange the underground prison, and I hadn't even had time to do anything in the mansion. At the same time, Lam Yen appeared, and this guy suddenly showed up, almost ruining my plan. Luckily, that fool Kalo was colluding with the enemy, too clever for his own good, walking right into a trap. At that point, Anna's plan had changed, and I stayed close to the snake civilization, seeing that I was about to capture a stronger monster than the King of the Abyss, yet you still haven't finished dealing with him. Hearing this, the masked man exploded in anger. Haven't you been keeping watch for news outside while helping the civilization of the snake people? That crazy guy just killed for the Dark Guild and caused it to disband. Even the top 3 experts there had to turn and run away. So this must be my fault. Anna clarified, wait a minute. You mean he is the great deity? I thought he just looked like one. Turns out he's the same person you mentioned. He confirmed seriously. That's right. His speed has increased to a terrifying level. If I hadn't subdued this undead, I wouldn't dare face him. Anna feels a bit sympathetic, so I guess it's really a tough task for you. Let's go. He has accepted the commission. The system displays, the anonymous guild, the executor has accepted the mission and is heading to the location. Scene shifts to an island in the sea. Lam Wuyen's footsteps gradually approached. Without a flying mount, he would need to find a boat to reach the island from the sea. He walked while assessing the surroundings. This island is full of undead that cannot be summoned or resurrected with dark magic. With little experience and nothing special, will the real target come here to level up? Just then, a skeletal hand reached up from the ground and they all surged toward Lam Wuyen, truly as persistent as leeches. The system shows that the skeleton guards are level 14, with 2,000 health, 150 attack, 30 defense, and skills including summon sensing, death touch, and double strike. After fighting for a while, he concluded that the number of skeleton soldiers was too many, and handling them one by one would be too inefficient. Finally, Lam Wuyen decided to use the Firestorm technique to clear the nest quickly. The system displayed that activating the Firestorm technique skill had defeated the Drybone guards and gained experience. A few seconds later, he assessed his surroundings, wondering if the patrol was finished. It seemed no one was on this island, so it was probably another trap aimed at him. Inside, Lam Wuyen quietly calculated, deciding to play along and lure the mastermind out. Moreover, the boss here can randomly activate skills based on its profession, so I might as well fight it now. At the same time, the skeleton guards continued to appear behind him, charging fiercely. A moment later, a lightning bolt incinerated him, and suddenly a guard approached Lam Wuyen. He drew his weapon and assessed the situation. When the boss's health drops below 35%, it will sacrifice itself to heal, so he must clear out these skeletons first. The system displayed that the Drybone guards had been defeated, granting experience, and he kept sweeping through them repeatedly. After a while, the last one finally fell, with none remaining. Lam Wuyen carefully devises a new plan, then it's the boss's turn. Alone, he stands proudly before the grand stage. The system has announced that you have arrived at the entrance of the Hero Dungeon 2 Hai Vuong Tun and are entering the dungeon. Lam Wuyen gathers the blue spiritual energy in his hand, preparing for battle. He slowly approached and asked, "Aren't you going to stand up to greet the guest?" He remained sitting motionless. The system announces that King Too High, level 24 boss, with 13,500 health, 1,250 attack, 550 defense, skills including Roar, Summoning, Disaster Fall, Royal Ceremony, and Ancient Royal Swordsmanship, is approaching. The giant hand of the boss strikes down the throne, and King Too High rises majestically. Lam Wuyen became more alert as the man, carrying weapons on his shoulders, exuded a deadly aura. The system displayed that King Too High activated the skill Disaster Descends, and he raised his hand high, swinging his weapon back. Lam Wuyen just smiled secretly. Disaster descended, and the powerful strike came down, but he dodged to the side. As he stepped back, he realized that its skill was different from before, and he had never seen this disaster descend before. While fighting, he muttered to himself, If I remember correctly, this skill slot should be the dominance of a king, right? At this moment, the surrounding walls had already been acidified. Lam Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. Today, even the terrain is corroded. A second later, he provoked, "Go ahead, test the effect of this terrain for me." The king's foot stepped into the trap that Lam Yuan had set up, and he kept taking damage, with the system showing continuous blood loss. After a while, his health didn't recover. At this point, Lam Yuan realized that this was a terrain that caused continuous damage. If it kept attacking freely, it wouldn't be long before it lost its footing. At this moment, a strike grazed past him, followed by a close-range attack that Lam Yuan swiftly dodged. He did some calculations. Last time, the boss's treasure was hidden inside the throne. Then, he found a way to solve it, and only its heavy sword could destroy that throne. The system announces that the zombie overlord activates its fire-breathing skill. A second later, it directly breathes fire at the king from the sea. The engulfing flames are too intense for him to get closer. Observing this, Lam Yuan comes up with a counter-strategy as the poison on the ground still hasn't dissipated. If we wait too long for Tepzil's spirits to respawn, it'll be a waste. They'll die instantly. I decide to lure the boss into attacking a specific area, then let the fire destroy the gold itself, or we won't be able to get the treasure. Seizing the opportunity, the Sea King began to charge forward. The poison gas on his weapon was gradually dissipating. Lam Yuan has figured it out. Indeed, such overwhelming power can't be used continuously. There must be a cooldown, so it's easier to handle. He charged forward while provoking, carefully observing the target of the opponent. Lam Yuan's strike just hit his right shoulder. The Sea Emperor used his weapon to strike back, but he dodged, too slow. Then, he continued to perform his moves. The King of the Sea activated the disaster skill Falling Rain, just as Lam Yuan hoped 15 seconds ago, and now, there's no more secrets left in front of me. Following his words, he unleashed a blue thunder strike. The entire body of the Sea Emperor was jolted repeatedly by the lightning. The system displays shifting hatred. In the critical moment, the deadly scorpion skillfully turns around and retreats. It stared intently at the king from the sea, swinging his sword towards it. After precisely timing the moment, Lam Yuan calmly shouted, "It is at this moment." Upon hearing the command, the deadly scorpion swiftly leaps and activates the fierce combat skill. He saw they weren't fighting, so he roared loudly. Then, the Sea King drew his sword with all his might to showcase his skill, the ancient royal swordsmanship. At that moment, a purple light enveloped him and then exploded violently. He looked down from above with contempt. "Royal ancient swordsmanship? I've tasted enough of that in my past life." The voice from above, the king from the sea, quickly turned his head back. Before he could even react, he was tightly bound by the vulture's gang. In the next 15 seconds, you're just a fish bag. Without hesitation, Lam Yuan summoned the dung beetle god. "Let's go, little one." The Sea King fiercely swung his sword wildly, scattering the vulture thieves. At that moment, the dung beetle god successfully reached him. Looking at the scene before him, he happily assessed that thanks to the invincible skill, all damage dealt by the beetles was reduced to just 1 point. If I say so, you probably wouldn't understand either. The Sea King doesn't speak much, only roaring loudly. He disregarded everything and charged back at him. In that moment, Lam Yuan threw a bottle of water onto the ground. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, the ground erupted with sharp spikes piercing through his body. Using the sharp poison, the condensed effect has hardened under the target's feet. Hold for 5 seconds. The Sea King is held tightly until he turns pale. He casually states that the vials of distracting nectar he gave me earlier still haven't been used up. While we're at it, let's see how good her alchemy skills are. He tries to break free from the encirclement. The King of the Sea activates his roar summon skill but fails because there is no target to summon. His master collapses. Lam Yuan happily drinks the potion. Want to recover health? Too bad. Your supplies are all gone. You tried to make Hoi Tantishdik as a gift, but I have prepared something else for you instead. The Sea King refused to give up and grabbed it directly. The powerful one gathers his breath. The Sea King activates the king's ritual skill. Before he could finish, the accumulated energy of the toxic mist erupted in a fiery blast. The external flames burst out and shot straight into his face. The king from the sea painfully lifts his face and screams. Seeing his opponent writhing, Lam Yuan sneers, "Are you slow? Next." Next, he lost his balance and drove his sword into the ground. The king from the sea poured his final strength into the earth below. "You try to hold me back, to limit my movement space? Too bad. Lam Yuan has made his declaration, time to end this." The boss of the vulture gang lifted his gang, activating the deadly fire skill. Then, Lam Yuan sat down on the chair, watching the scene in awe. Now then, where is the imperial throne of the ancient emperor? Amidst the dust, a flickering purple light appears before his eyes. At that moment, the king from the sea gritted his teeth and swung his sword toward himself. Lam Yuan quickly bowed his head to dodge the attack. At that moment, the treasure suddenly appeared behind the throne. Before they could attack again, the vulture bandits and the wolf tribe rushed forward to cling to him. The king from the sea, annoyed by the constant disturbance, looked at the nearby treasure and excitedly said, "Duang Bao, I accept." Then Lam Yuan waved his hand, triggering a fierce explosion that activated the Burning Fury skill. Now, the man staggered and knelt on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. He looked for the opportunity to raise his sword to his neck. Well then, goodbye. Without hesitation, Lam Yuan directly cut off the core part, then snatched the crown from high, gaining 11,000 experience points. Next, he approached Duang Bao, muttering a prayer, hoping for a bit of luck this time. so that the skill book would be a Bak and Gon level. Lam Yuan touches the cover and gently lifts it. As it opens, a bright light appears, making him so happy he almost can't believe it. This is the Dark Gold level. The quality of equipment in the immortal world, from lowest to highest, is listed as white board, black iron, green copper, white silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, mythic, dark gold level, which is almost impossible to obtain at the current stage of the game. Only this special randomly quality Duangbao item can be obtained, and even in later stages of the game, it's still very useful. In just a blink, the system updated the stats, the level 1 Dark Gold Disaster, which can be used on the player, causing the weapon to emit a breath of disaster. The attack will deal an additional 70% magic damage as bonus damage over 8 seconds. The next effect requires upgrading the skill to unlock, consuming 170 energy. It recovers in 15 seconds, and proficiency with this skill can only be increased through skill scrolls. Staring intently at the spellbook, Lam Yen pondered deeply. Could this be the cause of the boss's mutation, and the corrosive fog it released was actually the Breath of Disaster, which had learned the disaster skill? Upgrading Disaster to level 2 unlocks a new effect, allowing it to be used on allied units to boost all basic attributes by 20. If the target is the Death Spirit ally, it will be immune to control for 5 seconds. He quickly brushes the item with a cloth scented with powder. In the end, the 2 skill scrolls found in the tower finally have a place to be used, which is like gaining 3 new skills at once. This screen shows a continuous number, consuming a level 3 upgrade scroll to unlock a new effect that releases a Breath of Disaster, inflicting a disaster status on enemy units within range, dealing 15% magic damage per second as corrosive damage over 12 seconds. Lam Yuan observes the energy flow and nods in satisfaction. Indeed, this is the effect accompanying Disaster, activating the Disaster skill. Yen too looked towards King Tsuhai, realizing that facing this boss was indeed tricky if you didn't understand the mechanics. So this was the conspiracy of the mastermind behind the scenes. Without hesitation, Lam Yuan raised his hand to check the information, and as he examined it, he was stunned. The zombie king Tsuhai, level 24, with 13,500 health, 1,250 attack, 550 defense, skills including Roar for healing, Royal Sacrifice, Ancient Royal Swordsmanship, a Corpse Spirit Body, and the disaster skill, Raging Lamb, had disappeared. Apparently, because he had taken the skill book from the gold pile. As he finished speaking, Lam Yen turned to give an order. "Hey, big guy, play another act with me." He slowly stepped outside. Next, Lam Yuan raises his hand to unleash his ultimate skill, activating level 3 disaster skill to emit a breath of calamity, inflicting disaster status on enemy units within range, dealing 15% magic damage per second as erosion damage over 12 seconds. Instantly, a powerful aura envelops the entire island. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Dead Sea Island, at night, Anna stood on a tree observing the situation. She confidently asserted that this was the boss's finishing move. With such a wide range, there's no way to dodge it, and if nothing unexpected happens, that guy has definitely been hit. Anna quickly reports that the boss has only a drop of blood left and has gone berserk, so they can join the fight. Inside the castle, Lam Yenjia sat quietly in a corner, while King Tu Hai remained silent. Kong Sasha cautiously stepped inside. Seeing the situation was under control, he secretly felt excited. After nearly defeating the boss, he was now overwhelmed by the boss's fury and bloodlust, and in the end, that bastard had fallen into his hands. Kong Sasha cautiously summoned a few baby dragons to be safe, so just stay still and endure the pain. In an instant, they had already wrapped around his body tightly. As he finished speaking, he charged fiercely at King Tu Hai, daring to steal the hidden dungeon beneath my sewer. "So now that boss you fought also belongs to me." At this moment, he suddenly moved, and King Tu Hai swung his sword to cut down the 2 dragons. In an instant, the snake controller was speechless, confused about what was happening. Then a deafening explosion echoed through the space. Soon, smoke billowed everywhere, and the snake controller gritted his teeth, saying, "How is this possible? This boss still has full blood. It's dangerous." At his feet, the monster kept growling and writhing, surrounded by a stream of deadly aura. Seeing this, the poison serpent shouted, "Is this again for that bastard's demon?" Behind him, terrifying illusions of monsters appeared, and it was Lam Yuan, holding the beast in his hand with a frightening red glow in his eyes, saying this obvious trap, "System notification. Activate level 3 disaster talent." Lam Yuan calmly walks forward and says, "As expected, this is a trap set by someone else. Kong Sasha is so angry, relying only on these things to try and stop me." Lam Yuan threw out a bug, asking almost mockingly if he still wanted to stubbornly resist. Seeing this, he narrowed his wary eyes, growling non-stop. King Sasa commands the Divine Lizard King to shoot him down. Then the beast immediately unleashes a powerful burst of energy. That attack shook the entire space, rocks shattered, the system appeared, and the Divine Lizard King activated its fire-breathing skill. He chuckled happily and said, "Is that all you've got? You'll never match the speed of my treasure." At this moment, Lam Uyen slashed out a streak of spiritual energy and angrily said, "You won't escape." Kong Sasha released even more Divine Lizard monsters and confidently said, "I've prepared long ago to deal with your sword energy." When the spiritual energy stream arrives, they open their mouths to bite, and he says, "I didn't expect this. They are a mutated species that specializes in swallowing sword energy attacks." Lam Uyen calmly responds, "Did I say I was using sword energy? At this moment, the spiritual energy stream contacts the beast, and it squeals a few times. Seeing that, the summoner frowned and thought to himself, is it poison or lack of fire? Witnessing the painful suffering of the mutated monsters, he shouted, my precious treasure, my valuable mutant species. Lam Wein released many spiritual beasts and said, it's not just you who can fly. Seeing that scene, the summoner also quickly prepared to leave. As he fled, he sweat and thought to himself that this was not good. His weak tiger speed was faster. If this continues, he would be caught sooner or later. His own mutated clone wouldn't last 5 seconds, and he must absolutely avoid that energy flow. When he ordered to shoot him down, the Kenken immediately launched its blades, and the system announced that the undead Lord Kenken had activated his ultimate skill. The blades cut through the creature's body, causing the Chaos Snake to roar loudly, and my precious snake flew away. He angrily said, you think you've won? At this moment, Lam Wein suddenly paused for a few seconds. A demon god suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The snake demon laughed happily and roared, tasting my treasured item. It shouted so loudly that it shook the entire space, and the system flashed, causing chaotic sounds. He wondered silently, is there more than one? And the system announced again that due to the skill effect, the mental attribute temporarily decreased. The spirit beast carrying Lam Yen also began to sway. He silently thought that his mental strength was decreasing rapidly. Lam Yuan gritted his teeth and muttered, so this is the real effect of that snake? Then he tasted a bug. Ordered, is that all you can do? Go on, take it down for me. The bug pierced through the fake snake's body, releasing a stream of lightning. He shouted and then left the damn thing to die. He leapt into the air and swept upward, and Lam Wein whispered to himself, thinking that at this height, he might as well use the damage-boosting skin to test the waters. He coldly reached out his hand to summon the spirit beast and activated the damage-boosting skin skill. Lam Wein disappeared, leaving only a cloud of thick dust. On this side, the fake snake tamer was scolding and holding himself back. Damn it, daring to force me to use a transformation skill to save myself. He activated the body replacement skill to transform. Suddenly, a thick purple mist appeared in front of the fake snake controller, and the system announced that he was hit by the damage-boosting skin skill. He stood there sweating, wondering to himself, what is the original technique? At this moment, Lam Wein threw out some strange skulls and said, fight the person in front first, then I will slowly deal with the others. The fake snake demon commanded the beast forward, laughed loudly, and said, let me show you how weak your current attack really is. Before he could counterattack, he was struck by Lam Yuan's attack and let out a painful cry. The fake snake king kneeled on the ground, clutching himself and asking, I've already faced a ghost. My mental strength is reduced by at least half. How can there still be such a large amount of damage? The system damage increase chart appears in detail, and the damage boost cannot be upgraded through proficiency. You need to find the next original book to unlock the upgrade. Lam Yuan confidently said, even if the stats are reduced, I can still handle people easily. Following his words, he continued to launch skulls forward. The fake snake demon also quickly counterattacked. He spoke up, this crazy guy. This is bad. We absolutely can't get close to him anymore. Then the fake snake demon grinned sinisterly and said, do you think I would say that? At this moment, Lam Yuan saw the Dragon King's mouth holding a scroll, and the system announced that the Blazing Enhancement scroll was effective. Immediately, a large formation appeared beneath his feet, and the system notified that the Blazing Enhancement scroll was activated, temporarily reducing agility. Lam Yuan's body was immediately enveloped in a surge of energy. The fake snake sneered and said, with this move, it's like walking through a swamp, slow as a turtle and doomed to fail. He releases his monster towards Lam Yen and sneers, enjoy your pain slowly. At this moment, Lam Yen's eyes suddenly turned terrifyingly red, activating the Magic Immunity Gear skill that removes all control effects. The Divine Dragon King's body was instantly beheaded. Lam Yen said softly, is that all you've got? Kung Sha Jia Huang shouted in panic, not again with this damn bug. The bug sped straight towards him. Stop right there and stand down. All spiritual energy forms a shield to block the bug. Seeing that, Lam Wein coldly said, useless. The bug breaks through the shield and rushes toward the Illusion Master. The system announced, activate level 2 skill that can be used on allied units. Increase all basic attributes by 20 and grant immunity to all control effects to the allied death spirit for 5 seconds. Seeing the bug approaching, he shouted in panic, what? At this moment, it charges straight at the illusionary puppet. Lin Yen dashes forward quickly, taunting and release all remaining snakes at once. The illusionist said, don't think I'm afraid of close combat. He released more monsters. I've prepared well too, you bastard. So the two of them continue fighting without stopping. Lam Yuan cuts off the head of the snake and says, it seems that even if the stats are reduced, a person is still no match for me. The illusionist, unafraid and even more confident, said today I have prepared a lot. At this moment, a monster has bitten a glowing staff into its mouth. The illusionist confidently said, I won't make the same mistake twice. Die. The monsters charged straight at Lam Yuan, but he still stood firm without fear. The demon lord's giant foot crushed him in an instant, and he stood before it saying, too bad, you're still too inexperienced. Lam Yuan declared that the resurrection point is just outside the royal city gate, and she will kill the person to level up before slowly interrogating for information. She's too much, this snake controller, and he still loses. He's so powerful. He is angry. Come on, don't just stand there and talk trash. At that moment, the two of them exchanged glances, and now the God King Lan was approaching them step by step. Lam Yuan coldly said, So you used to be a maid and even brought NPCs along, then let's stay here together. Anna is in trouble, trying to think quickly. I'm not good at fighting. Noah replies, I'm just thinking of a way. Then he unleashes his power and rushes forward, but it's too late as it charges at them in a furious state, and Vuathan Lan's tail swings forcefully at both of them. She scolds that snake controller guy, if things keep going like this, it's going to be a disaster. When you came to ask me, you only said it was for investigation, but if it really comes to risking your life, what would you say to your superiors? He replied with a reluctant look. So the kid is lucky to have a chance to join us and even hear it directly from the master himself. Working for the master and witnessing the divine descent is a great blessing for you. Lam Yen ordered him to continue speaking. If the fake snake didn't respond and it wasn't the master speaking, someone like him wouldn't have access to our organization. Let me tell you the truth. He sighed heavily and said, in 3 years, the gods will descend, and our master is their divine envoy. He listened and then pondered. If what he said is true, then Dinat Tindu already possesses our divine power. This time, things are getting complicated. He kept threatening that no matter if you leave the western frontier, whether it's the South Kui Empire, the Water Evening Archipelago, or the North Min Empire, our people are everywhere. Lam Yen remained indifferent, finding it interesting. I wonder how he plans to join, since the first faith of the earth probably doesn't know his reincarnation secret, so he's just trying to lure me in. He is excited. It seems you understand now. Joining is very simple, and soon you will escape the immortal game. When you return to reality, I will send you an address, and the owner will personally perform the baptism for you. Just accept the divine grace, and you will become one of us. The fake snake didn't hide its intentions, but earlier, the person had to show some sincerity. The player's name, level, information, and profession are hidden now. Remove the concealment so I can see their true strength. The cold-hearted man, what a pity. The fake snake isn't panicking. What are you pitying? Lam Yen immediately swung his attack at him. The NPC Anna, level 15 maid, was attacked in the stomach with blood splattering. Furious, I cursed the sneak attacker and ordered the idiot to come with me. Lam Yen looked at her and decided, then I will deal with him first. Anna shrank back and ran away. I gave up since the mission failed. I was only a supporter anyway. Don't expect too much. Seeing this, the fake snake was furious. You, this cowardly fool. Suddenly he was startled and looked back after hearing the loud noise. He roared in anger. It's another person. Then a big clash erupted, blocking the view. The fake snake was knocked down and his body involuntarily trembled. Lam Yen, with sharp eyes, said, I will slowly pry open the old man's mouth. He couldn't accept it, thinking that even though this bastard refused, what if the master still cherished him? The fake snake clenched his teeth and thought, could it be that I really have to share the western territory with him? He said aloud. Does he think I only want to restrain people, you ignorant kid? The fake snake reached into his pocket to draw his weapon, but before he could move, Lam Yen rushed forward and struck him in the stomach. The hand of the fake snake was pierced by the sword and bled. He fell back screaming in pain. My hand. He despises it. Just 3 useless tricks to run away. The fake snake remains stubborn and runs. Why should I run? I've already achieved my goal, you bastard. Then a wave of demonic energy begins to surge into the space. Enjoy it. This is a secret only I know. Red lightning storms begin to cover every corner. Lam Yen is surrounded by a bizarre scene. He quickly glanced around and shouted, Manteko! Facing the fake snake, began to stand firm against the shattered rocks. Lam Yen clenched her teeth and thought, this is the entrance to the dungeon. He excitedly said goodbye. Just then the teleportation scroll activated. But at that moment, Manteko rushed over, causing him to shout, no system alert, teleportation failed. The fake snake was so annoyed by that scene. Damn it, this dungeon level is too high. I haven't even dared to enter yet. His body suddenly aged as a huge source of power burst out. Lam Yen struggled to recognize that it was an unknown hidden dungeon he had never heard of before. He fainted after the sudden scene, and a moment later, Lam Yen opened his eyes in panic. He stood up and looked around. This place is... The system notification said I've entered a hidden dungeon right at the end. Lam Yen sighed in relief. It's indeed a hidden dungeon, a large-scale one, and the temporarily reduced attributes have been restored. At the same time the information window appeared, he assessed that the monster level was quite high, indicating a very challenging dungeon. In the distance, the sun began to set behind the large mountain, and a huge pair of glowing red eyes started to emerge. In front of Lam Yen now are giant crabs. One jumps up, and the system immediately activates the level 3 talent skill. When he unleashes his move, the report shows that he has killed 4 giant sea crabs of the Dead Spirit Sea and gains experience. Lam Yen looked around and sighed, not dropping any quest items. He glanced behind and saw the giant crab starting to surge up from the sea. Lam Yen's eyes slightly widened in surprise when he saw it, then immediately summoned Hai Yu Tui Triu. He then ordered the Divine King to burn them all. The system reminds the Divine King to activate the fire-breathing skill. Lam Yen quickly commands the monster to unleash a series of attacks, causing explosions and activating the explosive corpse technique. He silently deduces that after sunset, the monsters suddenly become berserk and seem to require action within 3 days. Lam Yen decides he must find a safe place first. The Manticore's screen keeps flashing, having defeated 6 giant sea crabs and 4 sea devourer tides, gaining experience, then immediately climbs onto the Manticore. He glanced around feeling uneasy. This mess is getting serious. The giant crabs, the sea monster tides, and the huge flying creatures are all approaching. Lam Yen, riding the manticore, was lost in thought, unsure where the exit of the dungeon was. He and it began to search through the thick smoke, when suddenly a barrier appeared blocking their path. Lam Yen realized that the invisibility wall was in place and he couldn't leave this area for now. The system warned that he couldn't exit the dungeon until he passed the sea. In the end, he turned around with the idea that he needed to find the snake controller to figure out how to leave the dungeon. So he decided to search around first. The night sky is now only illuminated by the stars, otherwise it would have fallen into endless darkness. The fake snake controller cursed and scolded as he walked, his eyes now filled with deadly malice. The fake snake master angrily shouted, "I must make them taste this feeling." Suddenly, a mummified figure dressed as a sailor appeared before him. The fake snake demon was overjoyed to realize it was indeed here, and it seemed the information about the dungeon obtained from the previous NPC was true. He eagerly grabbed the item, knowing that without the sea demon cloak, he couldn't escape the dungeon by any means before passing through. Even if I die, I will only revive at the checkpoint of the dungeon. The information panel appears, revealing the sea demon cloak, a special quest item and the only item in the dungeon that can hide from the sea demon's perception, allowing escape during the full moon night. The fake snake enthusiastically, and as for passing through the abyss, even I don't know the conditions for this dungeon. Keep him here forever, and I won't have to worry anymore. Kolao suddenly stood up behind, glaring with fierce eyes and shouting, "Drop my head!" Startled by the noise, his eyes slightly furrowed. The fake snake master was furious, healing the beast. "How dare a skeleton do this to me?" It was defeated instantly and cursed loudly. "You bastard, karma will catch up with you." Time passed like that, and 30 minutes later, a person stepped down the stairs gently. At that moment, the dry zombie charged at Lam Yuen and died, but he simply gently dodged, causing it to fall flat on the ground. Lam Yuen steps forward, placing one foot on its body before unleashing a magic attack on the dry creature. It shouted, stopped, quickly raised its hands. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Lam Yuen's sword halted in front of the dry lich's trembling face. He was surprised. Does he know how to talk? Could he be a quest NPC? It sat up gently and explained. It was all a misunderstanding. "I thought you and that bastard were both after the snake to steal my dress just now, but he's already gone for a while." He immediately inquired, "How much do you know about this place?" Kolao begins to recount. "You're new here, huh? Well, you're in for some bad luck. When night falls, all creatures here lose their minds and start tearing each other apart." It pointed up high, and the accessory that fell off was the sea demon's cloak. It had already been taken by that bastard. Lam Yuen thought to himself, "It seems he wants to trap me here." He probes, "Does he still have any useful tools?"
Kolao was surprised. The artifact, At that moment, Kolao's eyes flashed with a red glow.
"I only have the map of this place left. As long as you promise not to kill me, this map will be yours." Lam Yuen looked at the map with cold eyes full of thoughts. Inside the lair of the sea demon, the holy temple, Lam Yuen suspects that the sea demon's lair might be connected to the sea demon's armor. 3 days later, inside the sea monster lair, Lam Yen silently judged that daytime monsters have a very low desire to attack as he observed the scene before him. His thoughts spread, but at that moment, strange red streaks gradually appeared. Water Tribe Sea Demon, if I remember correctly, this kind of monster only exists in the Water Tribe archipelago. Why are they here? The claws appear above Lam Yen's head, moving gently. He realizes they are afraid of Hai Yu. And finally, there is something inside this cave. On the dark path, a glowing scorpion is moving out, and Lam Yuen's footsteps gently stop at the cave entrance, his gaze freezing for a moment. Suddenly, all the sea demons kneel down respectfully. He quietly wonders, are they worshipping me? Lam Yuen was very suspicious and turned around to realize that no, there was a mural of an eye looking down. He examined the mural carefully. Could it be a divine figure of the sea creatures? Then Lam Yuen turned back to look at the sea demons kneeling and daring not lift their heads, and he hypothesized that this was not necessarily the divine spirit of the sea demons. That day, did Lam Yuen finally figure out what that eye was? Why is the void demon carved here? In the previous life, the void demon descended from outer space, clearly after the immortal world descended into reality. I am still recalling why the evil spirit of the void appeared in the previous life, and it was clearly summoned by the first faith head. Suddenly, Lam Yuen seems to remember something else, and there is one more possibility. Absolutely do not preemptively assume the false master. After reviewing his memories, he realized that Kang Zasha had once told him that the Tin Dao Dianyat had received divine power. Why didn't he summon the evil spirit? Lam Yuen suddenly thought of the worst case scenario. Could it be like in the previous life, waiting until the immortal falls into the harsh reality? He also tried to come up with a hypothesis. Maybe the divine non-evil spirit was never part of reality from the beginning. The tall buildings, along with the numbers and advanced technology, are constantly moving. He begins to calculate that he must clear this dungeon to gather more information. It seems that for now, that temple is the most suspicious. Night falls at the cave entrance as darkness descends. A massive sea king emerges, fierce and dominant, a lone god, a sinner. Lam Yuen simply dismisses it as a nuisance. Then he unleashes a powerful skill to attack, activating level 3 divine art. Then he orders the divine lizard kings to deal with them. The continuous explosions echoed from inside the cave, and the sea demons were quickly and easily defeated. Lam Yuen walks out, and from afar a powerful beam of light shoots up into the sky. He looks at the light and calmly says, "There really is a problem. Inside the forest, eyes hidden in the darkness are watching the mad rush of the sea demons towards Lam Uyen, the lone wolf, fierce. But he shows no signs of panic or fear, simply saying, "So you're pulling the whole pack out?" Then, a tall, majestic